Greetings, citizens! Last time on the Just Create SMP, we got sorted with an automated storage solution to easily access our growing inventory. Today, we'll be building a Roman bathhouse containing factories, creating infinite iron and andesite alloy for all of our future needs. Let's do it! A couple days have passed, so let's see if we've made any sales at Midas Emporium. Oh, yeah, it would show up here if anybody had made any purchases. There'd be diamonds in there. It's okay, citizen. It's not like I needed diamonds or anything. I just need a minute. Anyway, welcome back to a brand spanking new episode of Just Create. I did a bit of work between episodes, and let's see if I can remember them all because I wanted to show you real quick. One, the big one over here, I was getting so sick of having to fly up and down from Midas Emporium down there up to here, so now we have this little elevator installed, just a really tiny little elevator in the corner of Vulcan's Forge over here. That takes us down to Midas Emporium, nice and easy, and drops us off right here by the stairs so we can get here quickly, not have to fly up and down. I also hooked up Vulcan's Forge to Beardy Power. So if you notice that things are running more quickly down here, that's the reason why. And all I did for that, you'll see here I have a chain conveyor that's connecting around here, which actually isn't linking power, that's doing something else. So I'll show you the power in a second, but you'll notice there is a frog port down here at the oak farm, the tree farm. This is set up to send packagers up the chain conveyors, get grabbed by this guy over here into a little temporary storage, and then this guy sends it off into the proper storage. So now all of this oak logs and apples and everything, that'll end up in our larger storage. As far as the power, a little bit convoluted, but it makes sense to me. This is connected to Beardy Power. That then goes down to where we initially had our power hookup, just so I didn't have to change anything, and that sends power down into Vulcan's Forge. There's a separating line here just because I don't want the powers connected. MrBeardstone told us that could cause some issues, so we're going to avoid that. And that means that everything above, essentially the Tower of Minerva, that is all powered by the windmill up here. And that now has a speed controller, so really the only thing I think right now that that's hooked up to is our little trading area, and that just means we can make sticks much more quickly. So, a couple small improvements there. Now, as far as the plan today, why not just stand in the rain and explain it? If we go into FreeCam, you will notice that we have this beautiful tower, the Tower of Minerva. We have a wonderful workshop, Vulcan's Forge. We even have our first shop, Midas Emporium. But you'll notice at the back of the forge, if we come through here up these stairs, womp womp, there's nothing here. Nothing behind the tower. And I was thinking, what are some things that we are usually lacking that I would like to have automated? And also, what would look good back here as at the entrance of the base, the back entrance? And a couple things came to mind. I'm often out of iron, and I'm often buying things that I could be making myself, mainly things that take andesite. So because of that, I thought, what if we not only automated iron, but then we used some of that iron to make andesite alloy, and that would all go into a factory back here that was maybe like a bathhouse. I've seen quite a few comments saying I should make a bathhouse, so that would probably be enough space back here to do all of that. Now, as far as what I would need to do this, there's actually a couple elements to this, because we know andesite alloy is andesite and iron nuggets. But if we want to make andesite, we could either combine cobblestone and diorite. I don't really want to do that because it involves nether quartz, and that's just kind of a longer process that I'm interested in. The other is flint, gravel, and lava. And we'll have to be making gravel and flint anyway for the iron, so we're already kind of the way there. We will, of course, have to make a lava farm, and in fact, we may start with that so that it can start generating some lava for us. But the other element of this is the iron, which, as I mentioned, you can get from making gravel, and then you get that flint as a byproduct. And we know all about gravel, that's just crushing cobblestone. So at the end of the day, it should be fairly straightforward, just a few different steps we have to go through. So I think what we need to do is begin by maybe marking out an area here that we think the bathhouse will go in, and I want it built into this entrance so that it's kind of in between or in betwixt all of this. Basically, so as you're leaving here, you're kind of walking into the bathhouse. But I do think I want a separate area for a small lava farm. So I'm going to look into that. I'm going to mark an area out that we think we'll be using, and then we can get started with this build. So that might be a good amount of space, and I know it doesn't look like much yet. I'm just kind of marking out an area. I'm thinking something like a U shape, like that, like a horseshoe, and then in the central area there would be baths. Maybe. It kind of depends on how much area I need, because then we'd have one side for iron and one side for andesite. And then I was thinking over here, this is probably where we could put a lava farm, and kind of providential if we look in here, look at that. There's a little lava pool already ready for us right there. So yeah, maybe we dig out a little area here for lava. That's actually probably good right here, right into this wall. And I think we can use the drill for that. Also, in case it was bothering you, I finally named it. So this contraption is the chests that we have, the mining drill. It's actually called mining drill now, so I don't have to second guess myself. Did make the drill larger, so we might have to be careful with this. And we're not gonna run into anything as long as we don't go too far. Looks like this is some kind of train track. Yeah, we're not going that far. So we should be fine. Maybe somewhere around there. I actually forget how wide it is now. Oh, geez. So, might be a little bit taller than I would want, but we could always just dig it out and then fill in the entrance a little bit. But as long as that goes back in, my thought is almost like, I don't know, almost if like you know somebody that's got like a really big house with a pool in the back and they have a pool house with like, you know, pool equipment and pumps or whatever. That's what I'm thinking for this kind of thing. Because this will be supplying the lava and it's next to the bathhouse. So it's almost like this is where the heat would be generated, even though I don't think that's actually the case for Roman bathhouses. The heat would be generated underneath the floors and then just go straight up. But that's kind of what we'll do. We'll generate the heat over here and then send it in pipes down below. And oh, I'm getting, thwarted by free cam. Mars exulte. Guess it's bedtime. Anyway, this should work fine. So let's dig this part out. If I can push it forward, there we go. Doesn't need to be too far back. I don't have a lot of equipment for lava yet. I might need to go get more pointed dripstone. So for now, maybe just close to that lava. That's as far back as we'll go. That should be plenty of space. And even though we're making an iron farm, I can never say no to a little bit more iron. And I do think before we do anything else, I should just do a really simple decoration in here. I really don't think anybody's ever going to go in here. It's just going to be lava generation. So we'll put down floors, walls, a ceiling. Then we can get in our pipes, our basins, and our dripstone. And I guess before that even, we should dig our way down to that lava. There you are. Alright, now we've got that for refills. That's just to kind of kickstart things. Actually, before I decorate, let's just get things running with this so I can get the lava process started because it does take a while. And if I'm remembering correctly, we want something like that. Which honestly kind of looks, it almost looks like I just came and discovered a cave and there was some kind of weird like ritual thing happening here, doesn't it? Either that or it's like a giant's chalice. Anyway, let's do a bit of this because then we can decorate around it. We're gonna need a lot more basins. A lot more everything, really. Yeah, in fact, give me a minute. I'm gonna go collect some more dripstone and pointed dripstone. I just want to kind of max this out from the get-go. Back in a moment, citizen. Down they go. Pew! A bit over a stack of each, that's probably good. At least for a start. Yeah, this will be much better. I'm just gonna need lots and lots of andesite to make basins, or buy them if somebody's selling them, which kind of brings us back to the point of this video. It's nice that I can buy things when I need it, but I do want to be somewhat self-sufficient, especially on the basics, things like andesite. Shameful if Rome has to be that dependent on... What? How am I out already? Thought I got the same amount of everything. Okay, I'll be back again. Okay, now we're good. I'll spend a bit of time crafting all the basins and the pipes and all that sort of stuff, get this entirely filled out, and then we should be able to enclose the top and start moving the lava in. There we go, I believe that is all filled in. Now we start moving in some lava and confirming that this whole setup works. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. This part will be kind of annoying, actually. You know what? We should dig out an area so we can walk along this outer wall. Much better. Now we can somewhat safely begin to fill this. And once again, this will take about 300 years, so I will let you know once we've finished. Oh, by the way, before you say it, citizen, yes, absolutely, I probably... Oh, I just wasted that one. I probably could have used a pump to do this. It would be easier, but I don't know. I'm stuck in my ways. What can I say? I think that should work. I didn't, as you can tell, I didn't fill every single spot. I don't know that you need to. Maybe that's something you can let me know. Do those all have to be source blocks, or if they're flowing pretty regularly around like that, does it still work? It seems to, because everything is dripping down here. And I'm not seeing anything in the pipes, but I don't know if I need goggles for that. I might. They all say empty. I kind of wanted to just proof of concept and at least see something go up. Just in case, let's go make goggles real quick. Probably should have done that like episode 1 or 2, and I just never got around to it. Speaking of goggles, who played Banjo-Kazooie back in the day? Wasn't that the mole's name? Like the guy that ran the tutorials that they didn't get along with, or didn't get along with Kazooie? I don't know. Doing a little bit of reminiscing here with you, citizen. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, I remember this. Now that I have it on, it almost looks like it's attached to my laurel wreath. It's like an extension. It's almost the exact same color. Well, for now, we'll do that so we can't see it. And let's go see if that does anything. It doesn't look any different. Yeah, it says some other blocks reveal information such as item and fluid contents. I don't know. I guess maybe I'll just do the floor and the ceiling, the walls, all that sort of thing. By then, we might have something filled and we can just double check that this is working. But in the meantime, yeah, let's do some decorating. Perfect timing for our Roman fact. Contrary to how it may seem in many movies or TV shows, many gladiator fights were actually non-lethal, especially if the gladiators were valuable assets. There were rules, and often a thumbs up or thumbs down from the emperor or the crowd decided their fate. Many gladiators were highly trained professionals, and some even achieved celebrity status. I think we can fairly say it's no longer a hole in the ground, or a cave in the wall, or whatever we want to call it. I think it'll look better once all this grass grows as well. But, importantly, why are none of these filling with lava? It could just be that they're going right into the pipes, and for whatever reason I can't see that. And in fact, there's a way to tell. What I didn't do was set up my fluid tank. I probably should have, but there's no time like the present. For now, we'll start small. Just put a couple of these on the sides because all I want to do is pump a little bit of lava in if we can. I hope this isn't one of those instances where I'm making a massive mistake about something and you all saw it like ages ago and it's completely going over my head and it's going to ruin the whole build and, you know, one of those times. Let's hope it's not one of those times. But anyway, that's the right way. We are going to need power, which I have two options. I can just throw a water wheel in the wall or underground or something, which might not be a bad idea because then it wouldn't be connected to main power, or I could route main power over here. You know, I might just do the water wheel. Alright, don't tell anybody this is down here. It's gonna be our little secret. Secret water wheels. There we go. Nobody will ever know. Now, I'm hoping we can just do this. Connect that there and then stack them on top and that'll start working. Can I have lava, please? Did I do something wrong? There's a chance that something I've been worried about the entire time I've been building this is true. And that something is that the mod pack we have doesn't allow the direct travel of lava from a basin to a pipe to a pump. That I might have to use like a mechanical arm or something. That would be awful. But in that case, why wouldn't they be filling up? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait a minute. Am I really stupid? Is that the thing that you should have all told me a long time ago, that I'm not supposed to use basins, I'm supposed to use cauldrons? Is that the issue? Yep, I just asked, and Egg says they need to be cauldrons. I wasted so much andesite on this. Why didn't you tell me, citizen? You watched me do all of this. Okay. I mean, the good news is, at least this isn't all a waste. Hopefully, we can just replace it with cauldrons. Yep. Very little iron. We're going mining. Alright, let's get tons of iron. What are you doing in my mine, slime? Yeah, lots of iron. Then we'll go make the swap over there. Alright, let's see what we got from all that mining. Amongst many other things, we got a little over 3.5 stacks of iron. Hopefully that should do the trick. We'll get all this loaded up. And actually, before we make any cauldrons, what we should do is go check exactly how many we need. Just so we're not being wasteful. Still can't believe you let this happen, citizen. Okay, just over a stack and a half. And I can make 41. Oh, well, we can at least get started. I did not think I'd be spending this much time on the lava farm. I haven't even started the bathhouse and all the things that need to go inside it, which is a lot. Well, we just gotta keep on moving. Now, I have to say, this is very tempting. Stam's iron farm is running over here, and this was we just went to court. This is what all those IOUs were about, I'm pretty sure. So we definitely don't want to get involved in that. I'm not going to take any of this iron, because it's Stam's, and, you know, we don't have an IOU, so we're just not going to take any. There we go. And if we make our own iron farm and ours is ever overflowing, we'll come over here and we'll accidentally drop some on there. So yeah, we're going to be discreet about this. Plenty of iron there. Stam doesn't have to know. Why are there so many zombies? Oh no, I don't even have my shield out. Yuck, 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 yuck. Get out of here. There we go. Okay, hopefully this will... Oh, and look, I didn't even notice. This is working now. Awesome. So we know for 100% that that was the issue. Basically, my brain being my worst enemy. And very fortunately, we can call this whole lava farm business complete. Oh, man. Oh, cool. You can actually see it coming out of the bottom there. That's pretty cool. All right, so we'll let these little tiny tanks fill up. We'll probably end up with a larger tank somewhere, sort of collecting it all in one area. But as I said, at least this part is done. We can now move on to planning the actual build, the bathhouse, as well as where we need all of the little components. In fact, I'm probably going to build the factory first and then build the bathhouse around it. That way we know everything's going to fit. So I'm going to get organized, I'm going to compose myself, then we'll get to work. Okay, I think what we're going to do is mark out more of the foundation for the actual bathhouse. Like I mentioned, we probably will start with the factory elements and then build around all of that, but we should at least have the foundation so we know what we're doing, and we might do some light terraforming, all that sort of thing. So let's get to work marking this out. Nothing beats a nice build/light terraforming cinematic. It wasn't a large area, so no mining drill required for this one. With the might of Scooby-Doo at my command, I easily shifted all the dirt and quickly finished up. And there you go, we've got a bit of a flat area to work with now. I brought some signs because I want to sort of sketch this one out a little bit because it might get a little complex. Broadly speaking, we have the two sides, or eventually we'll have the two sides. We'll have the baths in the middle. Lava is on this side, so that means we should probably do andesite over on this side, which means this side is for iron. So over here, if we say the end result is iron ingots, and then over on this side, the end result is andesite alloy. So what I'm going to do is put signs behind this that show all the steps that lead up to getting the end result for this side. So for example, iron nuggets, that is by washing gravel, and we get that by crushing cobble. So on this side, we'll be crushing cobble into gravel, we'll be washing the gravel into iron nuggets, we'll be pressing the iron nuggets into iron ingots. Pretty straightforward. On this side, we want the andesite alloy. Little bit more complex. We will be mixing those iron nuggets with andesite. The recipe we're going to use for andesite is 2 flint, 1 gravel, and lava, and compacting it inside of a smoosher here. Hooray, we can actually use one of those basins we made. There we go, andesite is flint, gravel, and lava smooshed. So we have lava over there, we're going to be making the gravel and flint over here to send it over, which means this actually shouldn't be terrible. Because then once we have it, we just send iron nuggets from over there to this side. Is that it? I'm sure it'll be complex anyway, but I thought there were more steps. I guess we'll find out as we do it. So what I'll do to get started, I probably will begin, well, unsurprisingly, with the cobblestone generation, and we'll do something very similar to what we did for the shop downstairs. I'm gonna have it probably furthest away over in this corner because it'll be kind of noisy, and if I'm in Vulcan's Forge or the Minerva's Tower back there, I don't want to hear it running really. I'm also hoping I can do part of this vertically. And I'll set up the basics and I'll let you know what I mean by that. At its most basic form, this is what I'm thinking, something like this. Because if we have cobblestone generation above that, we could drop it directly into here, and then the gravel, after the cobblestone gets crushed, the gravel will just fall down here, and that's where we can wash it. It doesn't have to be in a belt or anything. In fact, many of you told me that from when I was doing the shop, that I was being a little bit wasteful with the fans. So I'm learning here. We're just going to have it sort of blow the gravel forward, and then eventually there will be probably a brass funnel to filter and catch only what we need to catch. We'll also need to probably send the flint over that way, or maybe even get rid of it. Well, no, I don't know. We'll figure it out, because we're going to have to do this again anyway to get the gravel sent over to that side. In any event, we're just focusing on the iron for now. So this is what I was thinking. We need to get a cobblestone generator up above this. Now we just have to remember how to set up the cobblestone generator like we did downstairs. I think I remember. So let's get this set up and then decide what needs to come next. Nearly there. We've got all the drills in here. That's going to be obviously where the cobble is created. Everything is, I think, enclosed pretty good. Now we need to waterlog all of the drills, cover them up, and put lava on top. And there we go. This should be all set. Just make sure the lava hits everything. Yep, looks good. We'll cover that up because, you know, safety first, citizen. And that portion should be good. I'm waiting to power everything because I want to have at least one side set up before we worry about power. And it also means things aren't going to be running and messing me up while I'm trying to get this all working properly. But like I said, that looks good. We've got the cobble generation. We have that being turned into gravel here. It'll drop here at the encased fan, push it along. Then we need to filter the nuggets and the flint, right? Right. So let's set up a list filter with iron nuggets as well as flint, and that will be an allow list. And then I don't think we need a lot of storage space here because this is just a temporary place to hold what we just set up, the iron and the flint. The iron nuggets will go forward, the flint will probably get sent over there. Does that sound right? I'm holding you accountable, citizen. You gotta make sure I'm doing this all correctly. So if we put the list filter here and we turn that around, when everything's getting pushed forward here, it shouldn't be able to get out of this area. At least I don't think so. When it's still gravel, it shouldn't go anywhere forward because we have the filter here. It should be disallowed. And then when it completes the washing and it turns into the iron and the flint, it'll get stored here. When the iron comes out, we want to compact it, or automated packing, the iron nuggets into iron ingot. So that's 9 at a time. So we'll have those come out of here. And I need to actually grab a nugget in a minute to do the filter, but I think we'll set this to bring out 9 at a time. That way it can always just create an ingot every time one comes out. And I think that's the end for this one. All we wanted to do was create those ingots because that's one of the things that we find ourselves lacking pretty often. So that's solved here. Obviously, we have a lot more to do to send over that way, but I think that's what we wanted with this side, iron ingots. And stop me if I'm wrong, but we should only be creating one at a time anyway, so an andesite belt funnel should be fine there with another vault right here. I haven't decided yet if I want to store them here and actually pick them up here, or if I want to set it up so that we can have a frog port sending packages back to main storage. So for now, we're just going to leave it at that and have them going in one at a time. And there we go. We'll put the iron nugget on there. That looks good. One thing I did forget, we need a mechanical press right here. Do we need a recipe filter? Doesn't look like it. I think that's the only thing that could be created out of iron nuggets in a basin with a schmoosher. Okay, so I think, well, I was going to say last up. It's not actually last up, but last up for this process is to send the flint that's going to be collecting in here over to that side. However, I don't know exactly where it needs to be yet because that will be right here. Flint, gravel, and lava smooshed. The reason it's also not the last is because we need the gravel. We actually need a separate one of these, maybe like up here, sending gravel over there. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to think about this. In fact, we might want to just set up this side so that we know where to send things from that side over here. It'll also be kind of interesting because as we're building this up, like I said, it's going to have sort of a horseshoe shape. And if that's the case, we might have items being sent over the bath area in the center. And that could be maybe with those kind of springboardy things or things flying from one side to the other. That might be kind of neat. Or we could do a kind of a half-ruined look. So there's like holes in the wall and that's where things are coming through. I haven't decided yet. Either way, that's towards the end. We'll make those decisions once we're finished with all of this. So why don't we get it set up to, I guess, start at this side with a smoosher, because that's what we need. Flint, gravel, and lava. At least we're getting some use out of these basins finally. I say finally like I didn't just make that mistake like not that long ago. Okay, so there's our smoosher. And we will need to run pipe down beneath this, connecting over to there so we can get the lava in. Why don't we make another item vault right next to this? And that can be for flint. Actually, that's not going to work. I need that spot for the lava, so we're going to have to move this back. Do one of those, get that there. And then, yeah, that's supposed to be where the wall is, so this might have to be one of those breaks in the wall. Because I was thinking if we put that on top, going downward into this vault, put you there, and if we want flint inside of there, I did forget what these things are called again. There we go, weighted ejector. I always think springboard for some reason, but whatever. And we do have one of those, so let's grab it. I haven't had a chance to use this because the last time I tried, it failed. It didn't work the way I expected. So if I put it so that it lands there, all the way over here, apparently that's gonna work. Wow. So just like that, because this is gonna be where the flint will be. Yeah, we want a brass funnel there, and we need flints to filter. Okay, I realize it's a bit risky to do all this without testing any of the elements because we're setting up something semi-complex, for me anyway. And when we turn it on, that's just gonna be a lot of moving parts that we're just hoping all work perfectly together at the very beginning. But I have confidence. You have confidence in me, right? Yeah, you have confidence in me. All right, so flint coming out of there. And in fact, we probably don't want this going constantly, so why don't we say exactly 64? So when we get a stack of flint, we'll send it over. It'll land in here and go in, and then we can just go one at a time into the basin. Now we also need the gravel. We can do that on the other side over here. And actually, maybe we can do something similar to this, so we just have two weighted ejectors, because I kind of didn't want belts running across the middle. But it would be kind of fun and a little bit whimsical if we just kind of always saw items being flown from one side to the other. And I think I have an idea. Let's see if we can get this to work. So if we get another one back here, another item vault that is, that should give us room to do this, which is what we want because we still need room on the bottom for the lava. That will be coming out of here into there. Another weighted ejector. because we want that to go into here. That should line up right over on this side. Oh, you can do ejected stack size on these too. Okay, so we should do that. I think we already set it on this filter, the brass filter. Yeah, I can't even get to that one, so that should be fine, but hey, what? You are not allowed over here, sir. Get out of here. I win. Apparently it's sleepy time. Anyway, yeah, I'm not 100% sure about this part, because I was thinking we just do that. I'm hoping that's fine. And then I wanted to put a millstone on top of that, right there. Huh. Come on, we can do this. Huh. Maybe we can't do this. Is there not enough room? There we go. Now, will this work? Yeah, see, this is where I don't know if it's gonna work. I'm trying to do this compact, but it might not work. Because I'd be okay just doing something like this, because that would work, I'm pretty sure. It's just, I don't know that there's a way to turn it off at that point. Which means if we fill up over there, or we just need to pause, this is never going to stop. It's just going to keep spilling out cobblestone onto this. Or maybe it would stop, actually, if it couldn't fit anymore here. I mean, I think it's worth a try. Could always just turn the whole thing off and redo this section if it turns out not being what we want, because that would be nice and simple. Just a little bit of cobblestone coming through, getting ground up in the millstone, which I'm thinking about that right, aren't I? Milling cobble. Yeah, into gravel. Okay. And that gets ejected over, that gets sent here. Now we've got flint in one, gravel in the other, both going into here. And then that's smooshed with lava equals the andesite, which means I need some more pipes and pumps. And then getting pretty close, actually. Let's get some pipes, some pumps, and additional brass funnels. Oh wow, there was a throwback. I almost hit a shortcut key for, what was it even called? My AE2 inventory from all the mods. I almost tried to call up that inventory. Nope, wrong mod pack. Get all of our pipes, and I don't think I have any extra. Yeah, no pumps. We can make some, kitty cat, don't worry. As a side note, while I'm working on this, it's been about, what, 3 days since I recorded last? The last like 10 minutes or so I've been recording. I had to take a pause because there was some like 48-hour bug going around our house, and I just felt miserable the last couple days. I almost recorded. I wouldn't have been able to talk because my throat was sore, I was coughing, all that sort of stuff. I had a splitting headache, but I really wanted to do this portion of the recording and get all this mechanical stuff figured out. So I almost recorded it and just did a voiceover, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, so I'm glad I'm back in the game here. Wow, that all got full. Now, what I had thought, because I wanted these to be sort of temporary tanks. Oh yeah, I need extra tanks too. I thought we could then get a pump beneath these going to some central tank right around here, and then that central tank could fill and we could send that forward with another pipe to there. That way we're always sort of pre-filling some of these and we don't end up with all of this just kind of set like that. If that makes any sense. Sometimes I just talk and it doesn't make any sense, but let's make some tanks and then we'll do that. We need smooshed copper and barrels. I think I got extra barrels recently. 13, it's not a lot. All right, let's see, 23, that should be enough for what we need. So we are gonna need a little sneaky secret pathway leading to right here, and it will need to connect up right about there and right about there. Actually shouldn't be too bad because we already dug out some of this for some of the other things we were doing. Bingo, nice. What will be a bit more annoying is getting that power. I mean, I guess we've already got it down here. Yeah, give me a minute. I'm just gonna dig out some extra area. That way we can power the pumps without having to make any new power sources over here. Lava's not gonna come out of here until I put a pump in, right? I just thought about that. I think we're safe. I'm thinking if we put a pump on each side here, that should be enough distance to get it from here to where we're going, which is over in this direction. There we go. Just had to go a bit lower because we started to pop out here, but that is easy enough to fix. There we go. They come together there. We bring it over this way. This is where we can set up our fluid tank. That's a decent size. That should be good. One more pump over here to keep things moving. And that leads up into the basin. Now we just need to add power to all the pumps. Starting to run out of room a little bit here, but that's all right. We can manage. So if we connect those two together, this part shouldn't be too bad. It's the one further along that I'm worried about. Actually, no, that might not be as easy as it looks. Might be easier to just use 1,000 cogs. Like if we extend these here, like that. Looks kind of ridiculous, but it works. That's what we're all about. Ooh, yeah, the lava's going through now. I kind of forgot about that. So that should start filling. I hope we're safe. Oh, that's filling up. Okay, good. And then if we connect these up, that should start turning. And we just kind of break our way out over here. We should be getting lava. Might just take a minute. There it is. Look at that. We're getting lava where we want it. Almost like we planned it. There we go. Nothing really looks different because it's all happening underground, but that is exactly what we wanted. And now all of that should start moving out, yep, into our larger tank, and hopefully it can keep up. But honestly, once everything fills up, I think it'll have plenty of time to catch up. Now, we just set a filter on the basin for andesite, and that, I believe, is everything here. We'll have flint and gravel being sent from over there. Lava is being pumped in. It is going to get smooshed, and now we just need to send it on forward. So, we'll say we've got another item vault here to accept the andesite. We have the filter on, so I don't see how anything else could be coming out of here, which is why I'm pretty confident that we won't need brass funnels here. Should just be able to do that and be okay. Alright, then we need to mix iron nuggets and andesite. And it doesn't need to be heated or anything with a blaze burner, so that should be easy enough. Get ourselves a mixer. That will be the andesite going into here to get mixed. And then we'll probably honestly do this same exact kind of setup over there for, dare I say, yeeting the iron nuggets over. Yeeting? Did I do that right? Is that what the kids say? Yeah, maybe 10 years ago, Legion. Give me a break. I'm an old man. You shall have to indulge me. Okay, that going into there. One of you going the other way. Is that right? Andesite into there. Iron nuggets into here, into there. Just need another weighted ejector, but before we do that, this is going to be the end result right here, which is what we wanted. Andesite alloy being mixed up and sent into here. There we go. Why is there a creeper so close to me? I didn't ask for this. Okay, another weighted ejector. Did I keep any of the gold on me? Of course I didn't. Why didn't you tell me to keep the gold? You probably could have told that I was going to need it. You just watched me, you're over there giggling. He's gonna have to go get the gold again. What a moron. I see how it is, citizen. I see how it is. One of those, one of these. 1, 2, 3 of those. There we go. Okay, and actually, I was wrong. I was thinking this was the iron nuggets, so it'd be easier. But actually, the iron nuggets would be coming from in here and out of there. So we might need to split them into 2. Have it come over here. Okay, hold on. If we want them sent right here into there, then it has to be in line with that. Means maybe right about, we'll say right there. Because then I'm thinking, what if we use these brass tunnels? Because then because the iron's going to come out of here, and I guess we wouldn't want 9 anymore. We'd want up to any amount. Because if we set it up like this, we then would want a brass tunnel here. It would go into there, and we would want it to split. So half and half, essentially. Half will go into making ingots, half will come over this way to be flung over there to make andesite alloy. At least that's the way I think this should work. But if I'm not mistaken, I think that's the last step. I think that was it. Obviously, we need to get everything hooked up to power, but I think that's kind of everything proved out. In my brain, anyway. Will it work? Almost certainly not. But that's where troubleshooting comes in. Okay, now we go around and get everything hooked up to power, or at least like connected up, so it all will work when power starts. Then we can route out power, which should be pretty easy. It's right there. Okay, let's start doing that. And oh, by the way, I made a few clutches, because if you're not familiar, you can basically just put them down and they'll just put whatever rotational force through, but when you use a redstone signal, it stops it on the one side. Essentially, it's a way to turn on and off machinery. And I think that will be very important. In fact, we might even use this opportunity to try to figure out threshold switches, because a threshold switch? I feel like I said that weird. But it monitors how full something is. And then when the inventory contents exceed the upper threshold, it changes its redstone output. So for example, if that is then, and it stays until the lower threshold is reached. So you can set thresholds on the upper end and the lower end. And then the redstone signal that's coming out, you can use that to turn things on and off. So for example, if this is connected to that clutch, you can use the contents to decide when it's running and when it's off. And I've never done that before, but it seems like a good idea. Maybe we'll go make one. So we need a comparator, an electron tube, and brass casing. That gets our threshold switch. Now we may also need a redstone link, something else that I've never used. There we go, so we'll just make 2 of these. Now the trouble with redstone links is you have to use like a combination of different items to give it, I don't know, its unique signal, I guess you could say, or frequency? That sounds right. And we need to make sure we pick something unique that nobody else is using on the server, because I think they can interfere with each other. Oh, it said 256 blocks. That shouldn't be too bad then. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out. First of all, we need things all hooked up to power. I keep saying that. I don't mean hooked up to power, I mean like just connected together. So we'll get it all running towards the center at the back here. And that is where we will have our clutch right there. And I think we'll also want a redstone link on the clutch. And it will be the receiving one. Okay, so we put you there. We right-click it to make it a receiver. And let's see, hopefully nobody nearby is using Bruce planks and Andesite as their frequency. Now that we have that, we can set our threshold switch down here, and the power is on when, okay, the item vault is maxed at 1620 stacks. So I don't know, maybe we say we'll want it to turn off around 1500 and turn back on maybe 750. That seems pretty safe. Then we put the redstone link on this with the same frequency. And the only thing is, I don't know if that's the correct way. Like, it powers on when it's full. So it'll turn the clutch on when it's full. If it turns the clutch on when it's full, it should turn it off, which is what we want. Okay, so I think that'll work. A lot of guesswork going into that, but it's our first time. Let's just kind of hope for the hope for the best here. Okay, so that's going to be on its own power because we want basically the beginning, the cobblestone, to be the thing that turns on and off based on that. The rest will be independently powered, or I guess separately powered. So let's get some of these things connected together. And in fact, we're probably going to have to power it first because I would need to make sure that the belts are running in the same direction or the proper direction. So actually, what we can do is power everything except for cobblestone generation. That way, we're not going to be screwing anything up in the interim. We can just check that all the belts are moving in the proper direction and everything else just looks good. What? How dare you step foot in Roman land? Barbarians! At the gates. Never. I don't get how they always think they can step to me. Anywho, what we'll do is get chain conveyors going from here, I think, over to this way, and then just get one set up along the back. That way we can tie everything in as needed, and it just makes things a lot easier for us. There we go. Beauteous. Now from here, all we should have to do is bring our shafts over this way and get a gearbox set up here that way, and suddenly we have power routed into the machine. And look at that, those are heading in the correct direction, which is a very good first sign. What about this? Is not. Okay, great. Okay, good. Easy fix. Extra, or no, not easy fix, because that's gonna mess with the, won't it? That'll mess with these. Yeah, now those are going the wrong way. Okay, hold on. My brain. Ah, poo. Okay, let's do this. 2 gearboxes. I have a feeling there's gonna be a lot of this going forward, trying to get things running the right way. Okay, so now those are going down. This is going forward, which is what we want. Now we just need to connect up over there. Boop. Boop, boop, good. Oh, and that up there. I guess we can do that and that. Nope, apparently not. Probably spinning too quickly. I think that can be an issue with some things. How do I slow it down? Pretty sure there's a way to do it, I just don't know if I'm doing it correctly. Does that work? Nope. You know what? We may as well not mess around with it. Let's just get a speed controller. There we go, rotation speed controller. We connect that up, and that solves the problem. Now the question is, how fast can we go before it breaks? It's up to 32, looking good. Up to 64, still good. 96, beautiful. 128. And I have a feeling that might break it anywhere past here. 160? Yeah, 160 broke it. Okay, 128 it is. Lovely. Okay, so just double check. Everything here is working. That is intentionally left out for now. Going the correct directions. These are both powered. This is going the wrong way. Okay, we continue. Oh man, misclicks are gonna be fun here. Oh hey, a visitor. Hello. I mean, I know everything looks really impressive over here, but it's not open for the public yet, so you're just gonna have to wait your turn. Anywho, how we looking? All powered. That is going the correct way. That's going the correct way. Boop, boop, boo. Get everything looking a little bit nicer around here. This still needs power. That should do it. Okay, I think... Oh, wait, no. We need one more there. Then I think this side will be done. Just do a couple vertical gearboxes there. Connect them up. Everybody happy. Now, that side should be done. Looks good. Now we can move on to this side. Why don't we start by just taking the power from here and running it underground, just so we can pop out right over there. Bring this all the way over. Okay, now let's see what we need to do to get this running properly. Luckily, that's very easy right there. Both going in where they need to be. That looks good. Actually, everything here is lining up really nicely. Get you hooked up. Beautiful. Oh, we're probably going to run into that same problem over here with the mechanical mixer. That's alright, we can get another speed controller. Just to make sure I'm right about that. Oh, okay. Never mind. Appears those aren't bothered by the speed. I think that was it. Wow. That one was no problem at all to power. Just double check everything. Got these two sides going in with the lava. That's going to be going out with andesite into here. That's going in along with the iron nuggets into the mixer. That's going out. Yeah, everything looks good. Ooh, I'm nervous. I think we're ready for a test. I just really hope this isn't the part where I realize everything's broken and I have to start from scratch. Okay, let's get power up here. That's going to connect to the clutch. All right, this is it. This is the last connection right here. Ooh, okay. Lots of cobblestone being made. Lots of gravel going on to here. It's not getting launched. That might be our first problem, but let's take a look at everything else. Gravel going into there. It looks like it's not going through, which is what we want until it becomes flint and iron, but I do see that flint is in here, so something must have gone through. Okay. So far, no iron. Ah, something fell off this basin. I can already see that. Okay, hold on. There's a lot happening, so I'm going to turn it off while I figure out, first of all, why that's not going. I think I set it to 64. That's probably why that isn't going. Oh, there we go. I think something just launched. Things are getting launched. Okay, that's good. Where did it go? Got stuff in here. Gravel. Okay, so the gravel's working. The flint is not yet. Okay, good to know. Yeah, lots of things happening at once. Okay, we were making iron. I just saw iron go through here. Iron nuggets are being brought through. Okay, pretty positive so far. Just, I think when I broke this, I didn't have... You know what? Let's just use one of these right there. There we go. Wow, that creates cobblestone so quickly. It's still running on what we just had already. And we're getting iron nuggets. That's a problem. That might be because we don't have a filter here, so we gotta do that. It's still just sending iron nuggets through. Why is that? It's just skipping this. It's completely bypassing the basin. I've got that set up right. Okay, so a couple problems that I can see. For whatever reason, it's bypassing the basin, and iron nuggets are just going straight into here. That's not what we want. And for some reason, the flint doesn't seem to be coming out of here to get launched. This is powered, and it looks like it has the way it needs to go. What if we do any amount there? No, that doesn't work either. Okay, we're gonna try something else. Gonna see if putting it at the end of a belt helps it for whatever reason. And then if we throw the flint back in here, yeah, that works. That launches it. I don't know why the other way didn't work, but this does. So, okay. Now we need to figure out why this isn't working. It might just be too jumbled up, like too close together. Oh no, now it has 5 in there. Maybe I didn't have enough by the time I filtered it. Let's turn it back on and see if this works. By the way, things were getting sent over here. Are things getting made? It's all... Oh yeah, look at this. 36 andesite alloy. This side is working. We are making andesite over here, and that's being turned into alloy. Beautiful. This side is working. We are happy. We just need to really just get the iron going, and that's it. Let's get this turned back on. And once again, things are looking good. This is going to wait till we get 64 gravel, then it's going to launch. This is going to wait till we get 64 flint, then it'll send it out. What I really want to see is what happens when more iron nuggets come through. Oh, there we go. Hey, 1 iron ingot. And I think that iron nugget that's in there is from last time. Let's just get rid of everything in here so we get a fresh test. 7 iron nuggets. When it goes up to 9. There we go. Okay, perfect. So now we are getting iron ingot on this side. Over here, we should be getting the andesite alloy. Look at that. It's working, citizen! We've done it! I'm excited. The only thing we need to check is if the threshold switch works. And that was something like Oh shoot, I don't remember. It was a lot. Oh, there we go. 1,500 stacks. Oh, okay, there we go. So it'll show us. So we can watch this, just make sure, you know, when it gets to a certain amount, it turns off. I am super excited. I'm just gonna let this run for a little bit because I want to make sure everything continues to run smoothly, doesn't need any tweaking or that sort of thing. But oh man, I'm excited. We don't have to worry about iron after this has run for a while, obviously. And we don't have to worry about andesite. Infinite resources. And the lava seems to be holding up. Everything's working beautifully. This is the best part, in my opinion, putting in all this work and then finding that it actually works the way you designed it. I love that. All right, we could also get rid of all of you because you've done your job. I'm gonna sort through all of my items and probably just put everything back into storage, honestly. Let this run for a bit, and then we'll check back in once it's had a chance to basically just fill up on some of the iron, and perhaps, depending on how fast it goes, test out the threshold switch. And then at that point, we can start building the bathhouse around it. See you in a few, citizen. So a bit of time has passed, and as you can see, we've made some iron, and in fact, there was a lot more than this. I moved some into our storage, our main storage, and we've got probably as much andesite alloy as we're going to need for quite a while. You will notice that everything's off, and that is not because it was crashing the server. Nope, cobblestone generation wasn't at some sort of weird chunk border and, you know, causing tens of thousands of stacks to build up and crash it for everybody else. Nope, that's not the case. And because that's not the case, we're not going to talk about it any further, but you can expect probably in future episodes that we're going to be doing something about this and fixing that up a bit. But that is not the task at hand. Task at hand is, of course, that this is supposed to be a bathhouse, a Roman bathhouse. So I went around and did some collecting for some of the things that I think we'll be using. So I've got different kinds of woods, diorite, granite, more diorite, granite, some viridium. Don't know if we'll use that, but I saw it, kind of want to check it out. All of our copycat stuff, some extra zinc. We've got lots of limestone, some tuff, and of course lots more diorite, a little bit of quartz. Diorite and limestone is what we have the most of, along with granite, but I think I have an idea of what I'd like to do. Much of the walls and the columns will be a mix of limestone and diorite, and then we'll have a granite roof. I think that'll be a nice color combination. There probably will be some supports around with the logs, and then accents could be the tuff and whatever I did with the viridium. There we go. So to begin with, let's get some bricks of each kind, and the wall will need to be at least as high as that because we want to cover everything up. It also may need to be one further out, so I might remove one more layer of dirt here. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's remove this dirt, and then I'm probably going to go around and just build up the walls and see how that looks. And by the way, while we're doing this, there's a couple different ways I think of building as far as the technique goes, and that's if you have a really good idea, you can kind of just build around things as they're going to exist. So for example, if we were going to have windows, I would build like this because I'd know there was going to be a window here or something like that. That's not the way I'm planning on doing this. I think instead, I'm going to build the walls up, and then once we have all of the solid walls and things in place like that, then we can remove the negative space that we need for all of those things. So that's kind of the two ways I think about building things, which I'm sure are common. Just thought I'd mention I don't have that perfect sort of outline in my mind about how this is going to look, so instead I think we'll build up the walls, then we'll sort of chip away at it, almost like a sculpture, to get exactly what we need. Hey, where did you come from? It's still not open. I mean, yeah, you definitely could use a bath, but not open for public use. Not yet. We also, of course, need a stairway going down here, and following with the theme, we'll just sort of alternate between the limestone and the diorite. And if you're thinking that we're doing the monochromatic thing again, yes, we are, but that's where a lot of this detailing is going to come in at the end. I'm hoping the granite will help with that with the roof. It'll really kind of give it a pop of color for the top, but then also things like the viridium, the different kinds of wood. And we could always grab more. If it looks a little bit too, like, grayscale, we'll get more colors at the end. And as we're building the walls up, I think we also alternate once again between these two. And we could always go back if we think this needs a bit more variety, and we could just break some patches out or switch it out with a different material, all that sort of thing. I nearly forgot, we're also supposed to be doing a horseshoe pattern, so we need to be sure to build the walls up in this area as well. And then we can't forget, we wanted probably some breaks in the wall, so if we do run this thing again, the items flying by can get through. So just little indications that those are where the breaks are going to be. Also, we will probably connect this to the bathhouse, at least by putting a little pathway and probably the same style roof over the pathway, but that could be last because I'm not entirely sure what that's going to look like yet. In fact, I'm wondering if these should just be like giant doorways. Well, no, I guess that wouldn't work over here because it's kind of in an awkward spot. but we will need a way to get into these anyway. Yeah, those ones aren't going to work. But either way, let's take a quick look. Oh, I am way off. What happened here? Why did I put a wall there? There were markers that I put in the floor. Like, see that one there? Why is it there and not this one here? What did I do? Oh, I remember. It was supposed to go like this. Do out that way. Oh. So I got it half right on each one. Okay. Oh, well, it was gonna happen eventually. Well, no, it wasn't. To me, yes. Something like this is always gonna happen to me. So I've gotta take down all of this. Hold on. Give me 1 minute, citizen. Always check your work. And this one, luckily, we just need to... Wait, no, not there. Take it down from here to the left, which is much less. There we go. Then what we were supposed to do is bring this out to here and then turn. Obviously. What kind of absolute fool wouldn't realize that? There we go. So it's supposed to come out, turn, then go this way. So that's what we need to do here. Turn it here, come along, where are my markers? I guess we'll have to count, but I don't like counting. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That should be it. Just to be sure, take a step back. Yeah, that looks right. Yeah, and we're just hugging up against this. That's actually going to be right in the middle of it. We could move that back one if we need to. Let's leave it for now. Might look kind of fun, but yeah, if we need to, we can move it back. Okay, there we go. Now there's actually room for a bath in the middle, which is what we wanted. But first I want to finish the structure, and then we can work on the interior. I think it's also time to incorporate this area into, well, I don't know, I kind of like some of this grass. I was gonna say I was just gonna replace all of this with the limestone and the diorite, because right now this is still dirt. Let's leave it for now and see if I just continue this pattern of limestone to diorite, limestone. That would mean this would be diorite. Yeah, because I do think we'll be cutting things out anyway. I don't want the exit back here to only be into the bathhouse. I'd like it if there was a way to just take a sharp turn and go out either way. So yeah, let's just build it up, and then like we talked about, we'll just sort of cut out what we need. Actually, now that I'm building this up, I'm remembering, didn't we intend this to be open right here? Like horseshoe shape, but then open on this side. That way you've got like a view at the sea while you're in the baths. I kind of think this wall isn't supposed to be here. I forgot about that. Well, easy enough fix. Let's finish this layer, then I can bring that wall down, and say it with me, everybody happy. In fact, for right now, this could be our way up there because we're running out of ways to kind of hop our way up. So rather than to bring it down, we will use it as our way up. Who knows, we might even like that. No, not really. Not bad though, we might do that in areas like the walls have been crumbling over time. Oh, hey fella. Yeah, you can't get up here, can you? It's another benefit of adding these walls. Okay, if you insist, we can play target practice. He's good at this, but I'm better. Yeah, this is really close. We had it like right against where we were going to be building these walls up. I don't know if I mentioned recently, but I used to talk about what books I was reading at which time. Not in this series, but in 100 Days videos, I think. And if you're curious, I recently finished Era 1 and Era 2 of the Mistborn series, and that's by Brandon Sanderson. And currently, I am on the 3rd book in the Rift War series, and that is by Raymond E. Feist. And I've been enjoying those, so yeah, if you're looking for recommendations. I think actually the reason I started reading those is because I heard, like, Henry Cavill mention that he liked those series. Which is kind of a weird sort of recommendation to get. But yeah, thought I'd mention since we had a minute of downtime here. I think this will be the last layer that we're putting up here. Because even though it's not quite to the top of that yet, we are going to be putting on an angled roof, so that should cover it. Alright, let's take a look, make sure that's what we're looking for, and I think it is. We just need to get rid of the rest of this wall. We need to add the roof, and then all of the different design elements for the inside, because it's not going to look a whole lot like this, especially on the interior when we're done. But this is a very, very good starting point. Okay, so first, wall out, then we think about the roof. Now, I don't necessarily want the roof to be too tall, or steep, I guess you would say, but it may make sense to... Yeah, we've got that shuffle mod. I'm wondering if we should make the roof look a little you know, like a blend of different kinds of things. I think we'll do an outline in polished cut granite, and then we'll fill in all the center areas with a mix of things. That should work, I'm hoping. Let's see how far we can get with that. And these usually take a while, so I think I'll probably just concentrate on that, and we'll probably switch over to Timelapse at this point, and then I'll bring you back in probably once we try to figure out the shuffle mod. I think it's just a shortcut key, but yeah, let's at least get this outline done. Okay, there's our outline for the roof, and you can kind of tell it's going to be, you know, up to a point on each side of the horseshoe. It's going to go down this way. We'll have one central one, and it's going to take a turn on these edges so that it comes and kind of merges into the side of this. We might do something fancy here, like some windows up here or a little attic area, little secret area. But that being said, I think we're time to figure out shuffle if we can. There we go. Shuffle mode toggle R. Now to see if I know what I'm doing with this thing. Pretty sure we need to clear out the hotbar, get ourselves a bunch of different types of cut granite, or, you know, granite stairs. I think I'd like a lot of this, the more natural looking kind. So I've got double of these and then one of each of kind of these, except more of the polished. So why don't we take that one away? Get this somewhat evened out, or at least the way I think will look nice. There, so I think everything that we've got in the hotbar, if we turn on shuffle mode, it should just go randomly between each of these every time I place a block. Is that actually going to happen? Let's find out. Why don't we start down here, press R, so shuffle mode enabled. Now if we just go down, oh yeah, look at that. It's swapping between as we move. That's really cool. Look at that. Saves me a lot of bother. I didn't think about this though. How is that going to go together right there? Looking at this, I'm wondering if this one should be thinner, like not as wide ending there, but like ending somewhere around maybe here and going up. That way they wouldn't have to connect in such a weird way right there. I'll figure it out. Let's go through. Oh, I didn't even look. Does that look okay? So there's the mix. Yeah, I think I like that. Let's do a couple layers just to make sure. Yeah, I think that's good. And that's just a little bit of complexity, and especially from a distance, it'll just look nice to have not the exact same block going across the entire way. All right, it's going to take a bit, but I'm going to fill in the rest of this, and then we can decide what we want to do with this portion of the roof. Off we go. There you go. That's about half of the roof done. And you almost got me, citizen. You almost let me forget about the schematic cannon. I mean, we've got it, the proof of it right behind us there. And you weren't going to mention that it probably would be worlds easier for me if I just took a schematic of this side and then mirrored it and did it right over here. That would be so easy, wouldn't it? I mean, it's not like it took forever. Maybe I should finish up this little area and do something with this, and then, yeah, we could try mirroring it. Okay, I am on board with that. Okay, what do we want to do with this? Just surround it like that. Something like this. We'll leave a little window in the center. Also gives us a place to stand, and then fill the bottom with fence. There we go, and then that looks all right for up there. Obviously, we're going to be doing something with all of this area, but I think that'll work. I think for this part up here, this will be a bit awkward because we only want to do half. I guess we don't have to. Have to? Actually, wait, I want to do this one further back. That way, we can have something like this, with a larger window in the middle, and like I said, I guess we don't really need to worry about... I think with the schematic cannon, if it's already... what's supposed to be there is already there, it just ignores it, I think. So this shouldn't be an issue. Okay, so the reason I wanted this wall recessed a little bit is because then it gives us room to do extra accents like this, and we can still have that slight overhang of the roof there. Ooh, okay, I fell. I mean, no, I intended to do that. Let's get right over here. Okay, and remember, we're just looking at this side because the rest will fill in on the left. I think that'll be good. We'll probably end up getting some lighting on the interior, or maybe it'll just be a window on both sides showing through. Oh yeah, both sides. We have to do this side. But I think that'll do the trick. Okay, I think the right side is looking good. We need to prepare a schematic cannon with all of the materials we think we're going, well, we know that we're going to need to fill that out. There's our stuff. Should be able to make a schematic and quill, which I think is what we need with a empty schematic and a feather. Let's grab that. And let's see, we want from the middle point. Actually, we want from right here, because then we'll mirror it. And I'd say probably from right here all the way over to this corner, but then we need to find a way. Control scroll on the faces to adjust the size, then right click again to save. So control scroll up here. There we go. Up to right there. Actually, it needs to be higher because we've got 1, 2. Oh, no. Up there. And nope, no. Oh, not doing what I wanted to do. Maybe if we go over here and do this and this. There we go. So now that should be everything on this side. It's including all of that. We're going to get a bit of that, which is what we want. Nothing on the inside, which is good. All of that. Perfect. That looks like exactly what we want. So we right click. We'll name that LV Bathhouse Roof. Get set up with our stuff here. LV Bathhouse Roof. We get an empty schematic. We load that in. Then let's grab our clipboard. I think that'll give us our material list. Oh, and gunpowder. There you are. So clipboard, that thing right there. Or no, up here. Where do I put it? Or wait, no, that's right. We have to, first we have to set the position. And it kind of doesn't matter because I'm just going to click right there. And then we need to mirror. Control scroll. Whoa, did that work? I think that worked. Look at that, it's mirrored. Well, can't really tell right now. Let's get it to move this way. Get it over there. Ow. Get it there. I think that's right. Needs to go up a bit. How does that look? Hey, look at that. So that should mirror everything we need exactly as we want it. It looks good over here. Looks good on that side. Perfect. That's going to save some time. Looks like we put one too many blocks right there, but that's okay. Okay, so now we can put this in here, and yeah, there we go. It's gonna load up a material checklist, and that tells us everything we need. So let's get collecting. I thought it would be more, but apparently that's it. I just double check. Yeah, I just checked off everything as I went. That's all of it. Well, trust the system. And what are you doing up there? That's what I thought. Okay, let's add our gunpowder. That should be plenty. Looks like it's ready. We've got our materials here. So once we do this, we should be ready to start the interior and the rest of the sort of detailing. Okay, let's go for it. Oh, over here. There we go. Take a look. And that, that will never get old. I love this. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned during any time lapses or anything, but obviously I didn't move this part of the roof. And I just found that it worked. It tied in nicely when I did that, so I left it as is, because, I don't know. Why bother? If it works, why try to change it around? But yeah, man, back to the schematic cannon. I need to always remember that, because I probably could have done that with the whole thing. I could have just built half of this, the entire thing, and then come back with the schematic cannon, have that shoot everything else into the world. That would have saved me some time. Maybe next time we'll remember, but I highly doubt it. And honestly, this didn't take too long at all. And I did see this guy over here on our, whatever, we'll check with him in a minute maybe. But yeah, I've just been talking a little bit while this has been going, and that's this part of the roof already done. Oh, I guess this still has to go up, but once that's up, then it's just completing this little bit here. I did move that one block, so it shouldn't be obstructed. That's already in, and that's it. That was it right there. Pretty good on the material list. Can take you back. Beautiful. So what do we think? That's the base structure. Now we have a lot of detailing and interior work to do, and we actually have to put in the bath. Oh, that's right. We were going to do something here too. I'll think about that. So yeah, I'm going to take a little break and just do some thinking, see what we want to do here, and then we'll wrap up with some detailing. I've done a bit of thinking, and I believe we're going to start with the bath area in the center. That should be a good size right there, so let's dig out the rest of it. If only it was this easy to just dig a pool in your backyard or something. And we should probably do 2 levels. Gotta have a deep end and a shallow end, right? I also need campfires because this is a heated bath. So if we just put them here, my hope is it'll get through the slab and also the water once we have that down. And it looks like it will, at least a little bit. I do wonder if more, I thought somebody mentioned if I used the, copycat panels, it might let more smoke through. Can't seem to get it to do what I want though. They might only be able to go on top like that, which is not what I want. Yeah, for now let's just stick with that. Here we go, let's have a look at that. That's a decent space. Now we fill it, which given the shape that I chose, this might actually be a little bit difficult. No, it's filling in nicely. There we go. There we go. Now, do I want it at that level or higher? I think I want it higher. Yeah, let's bring it up to here. There we go. There's the bath. So now we've got that. We need to do some detailing and some decorating. We'll grab ourselves some tough pillars, some quartz stairs, and then I think I'll also do a few of the slabs. Yeah, let's see what we can do with this. There we go. Now we connect them with the stairs as well as the slabs. Ooh, did I get the perfect amount of stairs? I definitely did, intentionally. That wasn't just luck. Looks like I also need to light it up in here a little bit better. We're almost open. Just give me a little bit more time. Jeez. These guys. Same goes for you, Fancy Pants. I just checked storage, and I don't have vines or glowberries, and I kind of want both of those. I might run out real quick and do that, or we might get to it next episode. I'm not sure yet, but I'd really like some glowberries hanging between some of these and vines on the walls. For now, let's get some wooden accents around here. There we go. A couple things put around the sides. And then I think I want some more of... where are they? These ones. Copycat steps. Because I think those might look nice right here. Just to give some extra detail. We'll also hang some fences around just because that adds a nice tiny little touch. Yeah, it's starting to come together. I do want some greenery, so I think I'm going to go collect some leaves, some glowberry, and some vines. Leaves are easy. We've got a bunch down here because I turned off this farm. For vines, there should be a jungle nearby, or at least one would hope. Yep, found one on the map off to the east. Oh yeah, it's right past this crazy formation over here. I still love this thing. There you are, I can see it. I'll take that, thank you. Probably don't need too much because it will spread once we put it down. Now, slightly harder is the glowberries. But if we go have a look down in our mine, I'm sure we've got some kind of lush cave nearby at some area. Again, one would hope. That doesn't work. I can't zoom in right there. There's the top of my head. Off we go. Oh, we can see it on the approach too. Looks kind of nice. Nuzzled back there a little bit. There we go. That was actually a bit more difficult, but we found him. Thank you. And we can of course always get more of this with bone meal, but I'm just going to grab what's here. There we go. That should do it. Okay, now that we're back, I think I'm going to put the leaves across the top of this. We'll get some glowberries put between a few of these, not all of them, just kind of spread around. And then vines, same thing. We're just going to add a bit of color like that around here. And then I think we'll also do a little bit on the exterior as well. And then if it happens to spread, I'm really not opposed to that, so that'll be all right. Okay, let's have a look. That is starting to look much, much better. And I kind of just want to give it an opportunity for some of the stuff to grow now. I may add that pathway we talked about here. Kind of don't need it. So for now, I'm going to leave it. But yeah, we might add that at some point later on. But I like it. It's a nice little bathhouse. It's got a nice view to the sea. Perfect place to relax, do a little business, a little networking. Beautiful. I think what I'll do is take all of this stuff in, start organizing it, and then make the decision on if we're happy with this, if there's anything else that I want to add, and of course how it looks once all of the greenery grows a little bit. See you in a few, citizen. Yep, I'm happy. Things are looking good around here. The only thing I added was a bit of the viridium. Like I mentioned, I wanted to use a little bit of that as accents, so it's just a couple little places around here. But overall, it's looking really good. Obviously, let me know what you think in the comments, but I am happy with that. I'm gonna have to see if I can get anybody to, well, I was gonna say come over here and take a bath with me. That might be a bit of an awkward conversation out of context. Either way, we have to Romanize everybody here. But with that, sadly, we are out of time. Let me know in the comments what you think and if there's anything else that should be added around here, as well as any ideas you might have for future episodes. Last time we began by checking the shop for any purchases. Well, exciting news, citizen. Have a look at this. 2 diamonds. We made 2 sales. So I think if we... boop, there we go. Aren't you excited for me, Pigacus? No, that doesn't work either. Anyway, I've got an idea. There we go. Gotta have one of these, right? Our first diamond. Proudly on display. Keep up the good work, Pigus. Alright, with that taken care of, you may remember that last time we set up this, oh wow, that grew a lot. I was gonna say we set up this bathhouse, and a lot of the vines are starting to take over. I don't hate it though, actually. You'll also remember that the point of this was to have an iron farm and an andesite farm. You may also remember that it did not cause lag and server crashes. Not at all. But I still think it's time to start moving away from spawn. And you may ask why. Well, there's kind of 2 reasons. And number 1, if we look up here, spawn is, busy. It's very crowded. Just about everybody else has begun to move away from spawn, to have larger, permanent base areas where they can spread out and just have an area that is mainly just their things, rather than being on top of one another like they are here. That's something we should start doing as well. So that's reason number 1, just more space for what we have in mind and what we want to spread out and do without having to be concerned about getting too close to what other people are building. Reason number 2, unsurprisingly, the area that is causing the most lag is spawn. It's the busiest area, there's the most going on. And while it's not bad, we want to avoid any potential issues in the future. So because of that, I had thought we should probably take the most CPU intensive things, I guess you could call them, and potentially move them away from spawn. That would include things like the factories inside the bathhouse, the factory down here that is creating the golden carrots, and really even the workshop potentially. Really anything that we have built up with a lot of create components. And if that's the plan, there's a lot of preparations we need to do. Firstly, it wouldn't be a bad idea to start going around and getting schematics of everything. I don't intend to manually rebuild everything that we've already done. So if we go through and grab a schematic of Vulcan's Forge, of the factory down at Midas Emporium downstairs, and even of the factories inside the bathhouse here, then we could essentially just tear them down and recreate them exactly as they are elsewhere, further away from spawn. Now that also means we need to choose an area for a more permanent base, and I think I already have one in mind. You've seen it in past episodes, and it's actually not far. It's just over here to the east, in this area right here on the water. And while it wouldn't take a long time to fly there, it still would take some time. That makes me think, I wonder if it'd be worthwhile to create a nether highway, or not really a nether highway, but at least a shortcut in the nether on the nether roof. Second reason for that is, this will shock you, I have not been to the nether one time in this series yet. So I'm wondering if this episode we should spend our time doing that, creating schematics, setting up an outpost at our new area, getting a shortcut in the nether, and while we're there, probably doing some collecting because, look at there, we're still using torches. I don't have any other kind of light. And though I have the cosmetic armor turned off so it doesn't look like I'm wearing any, I am wearing diamond armor, but that wouldn't hurt if we turn that into netherite. So as you can see, there is a lot to do to prepare to move to a more permanent base. And while I don't know how far we're going to get today, that's going to be my goal. As far as where to begin, I think we should grab ourselves some obsidian if we're going to be going to the nether roof and making shortcuts. And it just so happens I've got tons of lava waiting here for me, so we'll grab a bunch of that, and let's just make a little area here to start putting this down and creating some obsidian. One would have to imagine there's already access to the nether roof somewhere. I just need to find it because, as I mentioned, I have not been to the nether one time. There we go. And collect. There we go. 20 obsidian, enough for 2 portals. Also, if we're going to the nether, we should get a better shield because we've got this one nearly broken. And I think it finally makes sense to get one that will not break, which means we need mending and unbreaking. There we go. And we'll call that Caesar's Wall. Mending Unbreaking Shield. Beautiful. And I think to make things easy, we may as well just make a portal right here in Vulcan's Forge, so it's always an area where we can just run right in. So we'll activate that one here, and I took the coordinates. I think we should be able to find another portal, get up to the roof, and then link it to a new one there, which means I actually miscounted. We don't need 2 portals, we need 4. This should give us what we need. So first up, we find our way into the nether, hope that somebody already is up on the nether roof. I assume somebody will be. And then set up the other portal that will link to the one that we created down in Vulcan's Forge. Now I know I've seen one over, yeah, right there. Let's see where that leads. Hopefully not into the maws of death, or actually looking at this, not right into a train, an oncoming train. Ah, what's the worst that could happen? Hey, look at that. I knew we'd figure it out. Okay, now where do we need to go? Really not far. Right here, in fact. Just almost right next to it. Alright, let's see if I still remember how to do this. Alright, there we go. We light it, and then hopefully we come out in our base. Hey, look at us, I remembered. So that's step 1. Now our base is connected to the nether roof. Step 2, we head to where the new base is going to be, set up a new portal, and then get that linked up. Alright, let's head on over. I think this is it right here. This is what we're going to call home, this hill. When I passed it, I just thought this was beautiful. Do free cam, and if we zoom out a bit here, we've got this hill. It kind of dips down in the center, which I thought was really cool. It's got different grass areas, the stone areas. There's a little forest with pumpkins out here, a river behind it, the sea on this side. Goes around in the back to some more area here. I just think there's a lot that we could do with this. And actually, look over here. I don't even know that I noticed this part. It's kind of hollowed out on this end. Just a lot of cool stuff. So, I don't know where we want the portal because it might change in the future, but I think that's all right. Yeah, it almost certainly will change, so why don't we just put it right at the top of this hill for now. Alright, we've got the coordinates, we'll light that. Then we head back to create its twin in the nether. So this is what we're saving ourselves, not having to fly back and forth each time. Now we head off into this direction, and it looks like this is the spot right here. So this should lead us to the new area. There we go. Look at that. Easy. So now our shortcut is set up, and we have 2 options. I can start going to make those schematics, or we could do a bit of nether exploration, and I'm leaning towards the second. I really wouldn't feel bad getting all of this stuff turned to netherite. So let's head back real quick, which is much easier now because all we have to do is fly over here and we are immediately back in our base. Beautiful. I just realized too I have the wrong minecart contraption. I'm guessing I must have left my minecart down in the mine because there's no way I'm manually digging out all of that netherrack. I'm a senator, I can't be expected to do manual labor. I also remembered we're going to put a list filter on the deployer that's on our mining drill. That way it will put down anything. Right now I think it's set for deep slate, but if we use the list filter, we'll be able to ensure that it doesn't matter what we're getting. If we got deep slate, if we get cobble, endstone, netherrack, it'll put down anything like that. There you are, sneaky mining drill. So yeah, real quick, we'll do that. Yeah, this right here is set to deep slate, so if we use our list filter with cobblestone, cobble, deep slate, endstone, netherrack, and put that there, that is what we want. Then we can pick you back up and be on our merry way. Actually, we should probably count too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At least 8 bits of netherite, which is what? 32 ancient debris, right? So we'll shoot for 32 or more. All right, let's do it. I did see that somebody already had a way down over here, so that's what we'll use. And we're looking for around level 15, Y level 15, which it looks like somebody else was looking for too, because I think that's right about where this stops. Yep. Oh my goodness, somebody's been busy. Well, I'm sure they wouldn't mind if we pick up where they left off. Okay, we'll start our own little new spot right here, and I can actually see that there's lava ahead of us on the mini-map, so maybe we want to go that way. We're gonna run into lava no matter what we do. Alright, here we go. Time to do some mining in the nether. Wow, that didn't take long. I don't know why, but I think a fact about the Roman underworld seems appropriate right now. Pluto is the Roman equivalent of the Greek god Hades, king of the underworld. His name, Pluto, comes from the Greek word plauton, meaning wealth, reflecting the belief that the earth held riches, such as the minerals in the earth or how crops grow out of the earth. Very appropriate for Minecraft. Gotta get those diamonds and ancient debris. There we go, just over what we need, 33. Now the template is probably what's going to be a little bit more difficult. Let's head back and then we can do some flying around and seeing if we could find any Bastion remnants. And hope that they haven't been looted already. This feels like it's not going to be safe, but I wonder if I can just fly through most of this, because we're going to have to do stuff like this and dodge and bob and weave through all of the lava. It should be fine, right? Oh yeah, that wasn't so bad. Whoop, got some angry piggies behind me. Nope, 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 nope. Later, fellas. Alright, let's see what we can find. This looks promising right here. I'm guessing, though, that most everything near... Oh, hey, advancement, nice. Anything near, like, spawn-ish area, though? Probably looted already? I did see gold, though. Hello? Oh, hey, fellas. Yeah, they don't look like a happy bunch in there. Maybe we just thin the herd a little bit? Ooh, I see a piggy head in there. I want that. Thank you. Neat. Okay. Oh, no way. Ha! First chest. That's incredible. I mean, I'll take it. I am not bothered by that at all. I mean, we could keep looting, but I don't know that I want to risk it since we've had such good luck. That's technically all that we came for. We also got a blaze upgrade. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, you know what? We're not going to risk it. We will make a waypoint. We can come back if needed, but for now, we are out of here. And I think I need to go this way. Oh yeah, this is one of the big ones. I'm pretty sure there's a treasure room at the bottom. Wouldn't there be? I don't know. We're not going to get greedy. We're going home. I said we're going home, pig. Whew, found it. Okay. And back home. Whew, good to be back. Alright, I am going to put my valuables in here, and then I'm going to sort through all the inventory of the mining drill. Then we can start talking about next steps. Alright, that's all sorted. We'll convert that. We need to smelt the ancient debris, but at the same time, we're going to need a lot of these. Man, I keep forgetting that's so expensive. That's alright, I've got lots of diamonds, so we're going to need... How many did I say? 5, 6, 7, 8-ish, I think. There we go, there's 8, but we should get a couple extras if we can. There we go, 10 total. Now, let's get the ancient debris added to our schmeltery. There we go, netherite scraps. We can turn that into exactly what we need. 8 netherite ingots. Next up, smithing table. Bonk. Take off all of our gear, and we begin upgrading, starting with Jupiter's Delabra. This is always such a great feeling, going from, let's see, what's the, about 33% more durability, it looks like. And in case you need it, it is more attack damage in case you're frantically attacking with your pickaxe when you forget your sword. All right, beautiful. Let's do it. Oh, I should, the axe. We'll go back for the axe. It's not even upgraded yet with other stuff, so I'll do that. Then we'll go netherite. But for now, Mars Exulte, Goopy Doo, the Vulcan Plate, Mercury Sandals, Pluto's pantaloons, and Neptune's helm. Cover me in debris. Yes. I mean, we've got to do that, right? We could change the cosmetics so we can actually see ourselves wearing it now. It's a status symbol. But anyway, you've seen plenty of enchanting and all that sort of thing, so I'm just going to go and do what I need to do with the axe. We'll get that added to the netherite ingot, or the other way around. We'll get the netherite ingot added to it, and then we'll start talking about the next steps. See you in a few, citizen. I was going to do some trades, and our villagers are missing. It's possible with the new build that we have some dark areas and like a zombie found its way up and walked up. I'm not really sure. Either way, we've got what we need. So why don't we go with Antony's axe after Mark Antony and get that last one taken care of. Now that we're looking nice and sharp, I think it probably makes sense to run around and grab schematics of all the things that we're going to need in the future. And that, of course, is everything that we're going to be moving to our new area. One is the workshop, and I don't know if we're going to use the storage or not, but we'll include it just in case. So there's the entire area, which we'll need to make bigger. So we'll go like this, bring it up. And I don't know if I want to get for example, the ceiling and the floor. Maybe that would make sense. Yeah, that's everything right there. Because if we build the entire room, including the walls, the ceiling, and the floor, we could always take things out as needed if it fits differently where we're going to put it. But either way, that should work. So let's grab that, and we'll call that Vulcan's Forge. Down at Midas Touch Emporium, this one I'm not sure about, because I learned a lot of things while making this one, and if we were to recreate a gold farm, I might do it differently. Because of that, I'm not sure that I want to create a schematic of this one. We might just decommission it. The reason I'm comfortable with that is because even if we start getting a lot of sales in here, we have close to 9,000 golden carats. That's going to last a long time. And while I also learned a lot while making the iron and the andesite alloy farms, I may still grab schematics of these because there's a lot I would be keeping. I'd probably just be doing little tweaks here and there. So we will grab these ones. So that just needs to go all the way up, just so it's encompassing all of the cobblestone generator, even though that's probably the thing that we're going to be changing. And we'll grab all of that. We'll call that one LV Iron Farm. And then really it's the same thing over here. This one is not complex and would be easy enough to recreate, but even so, I think we'll grab it. There we go, that should be everything right there. So now that we have those, we have another decision to make. We know we need to head over there and start construction on something. And while I have ideas, we'll probably want to start small and just set up with the basics over there. So because of that, I think I'll fill these shulker boxes with some of the basics, like building materials. Then we'll head over there and get a start. Alright, I've got a good amount here, and I think that should be fine for just setting up some basic things. But I remembered something really important. I'm not really going to have the option to route our beardy power all the way over there. And windmills are great, but I don't know that I want to be messing around with that, when we could probably make a lot more power over there with our own sort of lava and boiler setup. So because of that, we need a schematic of this room as well. That way we'll have power available to us. In fact, that might not be a bad first step. So now that we have all of those basics, let's grab our shulkers and head over to the new area and just kind of get our bearings. Hello, sir. Now, I do know eventually I'd like the tops of the hills and basically everywhere where there's any height there to be, glorious monuments to Rome. This will essentially be like one of the 7 hills of Rome. But as I don't have a layout yet in mind, I'll need to work through all of that. I think it probably makes sense to maybe over in this valley right here, make a little starter builder's hut. Just so we have an area of operations, and then maybe even right here next to it, we can dig out a spot for our lava farm and get power established. That way in future episodes we can continue to build up this area, but we'll already have power. It's not going to have to be a concern of ours. And I just made that up on the fly, so maybe we'll start doing a little bit of work and we'll just see if it holds up. Excuse me. So first up, a little builder's hut over here. This seems like a good spot right here. There we go, just get all those set out, and it doesn't need to be large. I'm thinking something just small little area where we could keep basically stuff like this. Crafting table, stone cutter, any little bit of storage. We might add larger storage if we need to bring over a bit more, but for now, let's just do a quaint little hut. And there we go, beautiful little builder's hut for kind of a temporary little place to stay, at least as we get everything else built out. Means this can all move inside, and now we just need to get our lava farm set up inside of here. I'm choosing there because, well, I guess we can check. Looks like, yeah, this is already empty in here, or rather there's no caves or anything like that. There's a good amount of space. It would be right beneath here. And I think it's a good location because we'll be able to link it up to power right around there anyway, and then as we build our way up this hill, it should be very easy to route the power through and get it wherever we need it. Now I think I did forget the mining drill, yep. So we'll head back for that, we'll dig out an area, and then I have a feeling we're going to be doing a lot of collecting because we'll want a schematic cannon in the lava farm. So, real quick trip back to spawn, and that's why we built these, because it's going to be a lot easier to go back and forth. Alright, we've got what we need. I'm just thinking, after we dig this through, we might turn it around, because this would be a really awkward place for the entrance, and I think it would make a lot more sense if the entrance was over here somewhere. So we might dig a big hole into this, and then, like, dig our entrance out more delicately right here, and then cover up anything that we dig right there. But first, we need the space. And that looks like it'll be good. That sheep is really gonna want to move. Let's see if it's one of the smart ones or not, but that should do it. Alright, in you go. Hey, you did move. You are one of the smart ones. Maybe. I don't know about that. And we'll give it as much space as we can. We'll bring it all the way till it's about to touch and open up out here. That's getting pretty close. We could probably start it or stop it right about there. Yeah, because now we're right here, which comes out right there, and I think that's a good amount of space. Yep. Okay. Now, out of curiosity, let's get that schematic of the lava farm. There we go. Load the lava farm into that, because I want to see, did I do the right amount of space? Okay, I'm going to need to alter that quite a bit. Hold on. Here we go. Get it down into the floor, and it's sideways. That's why. Okay, that's actually not bad, because my thought is this will actually be the back of the cave. Like I said, we're going to close this up. So this wall will be closed. This will be the back, which means this will be the front, which means we might have some power generation up here, and then we can send the power up and out. So if that is the case, we can select this here, bring out our schematic cannon, realize that I forgot my clipboard, but at the same time, I was curious about this. Somebody mentioned that there were settings that I didn't go into, and right now it's saying replace solid with any. It will replace solid blocks in its working area if the schematic cannon contains any block at the location. Get missing blocks, protect block entities. This might be what I want. The cannon will clear out all blocks in its working area, including those replaced by air, because the schematic includes the area underneath the lava farm, which some of it was air. I think that's what we want. So I'll go grab a clipboard and then probably do a lot of the collecting. We need essentially everything that we just collected last episode to make a lava farm, unless we broke down the last one, which I don't know that I want to do, so it shouldn't be too bad just to get all that stuff again. So I'll work on that, and then I'll let you know when we're ready to start shooting this thing into existence. Alright, I think that's everything. I did leave some things out, like the stone, because that's the floor. We've already got that. Spruce logs and the, I actually left that out, the deep slate tile. I don't want to put that into this one. Gravel, grass blocks, little things like that I just left out. But the important thing should be there. And man, that was a lot of iron. I probably should have taken the cauldrons, but I didn't. So it should all be ready to go. I'm very much hoping that I got this right and thought of it all correctly. But worst that happens is that we just do a little bit of work to fix it up. It's going to be much easier than rebuilding the whole thing from scratch. So let's click play and get this started. Oh, it's starting with underground. Okay. Hopefully that's working as I intend it, because I have no way of telling just yet. Or wait, no, I do have a way of telling. What are we doing? Okay, so yeah, it's actually shooting out air blocks, which is quite helpful. So you can see it's actually digging out an area for me, which is nice. I don't have to do it myself. That's great. And that looks correct so far. Okay, there we go. Now we're up to here. Well, that's nice to know. If we ever need to in the future, this can shoot air blocks out and essentially clear out an area for us. There we go, coming up to the pipes, followed by the cauldrons, and finally gonna build up... Oh, that's weird. Hanging dripstone without anything on it. That's eerie. That's very strange to see. By the way, I don't think I mentioned, but this doesn't, it doesn't work with lava. Things like water, lava, liquids basically, I don't think you can use. So it's not a big deal, we just need to go and collect lava and put it down at the top again. Which, fortunately, there's a lava pool in here, over there somewhere. This should be the last layer, I think, once it finishes with that. Oh no, there's more? Did I cover it up on top? That might be what it is. Oh yeah, the little, like, surrounding area thing. There we go, is that it? Yeah, that's it right there. Okay, beautiful. Just like that, we've replicated what we already have back at spawn. Don't know why these aren't showing up like that. I had to right-click them with my wrench. There we go. But anyway, I've got a bit of work left still. We're going to clean this up, and I will get to work filling this with lava. Just so, kind of like last time, we can get this filling. Actually, it didn't ask me for a water wheel. I must not have gone down far enough. So we'll have to power it with a water wheel. I'm going to fill it with lava. That way this can all start filling the couple tanks that we have. And then after that, we should be good to transform this area into essentially a boiler power plant. That should give us the power that we need at the new area. See you in a few, citizen. Oops, I forgot that we didn't cap this. Whoops. That should be a good temporary fix. Yeah, we're kind of flooding the area down there. Looks like no harm, no foul, though. Anyway, this is all full, and this time we filled every source block. I didn't do that at the one back at base. A couple of you mentioned I probably should have. So this one is completely full with source blocks. Everything is filling up nicely, and we should now be able to start thinking about boiler power. And I don't think I'm mistaken with this if it's steam engine that we're using. Yeah, so we'll need fluid tanks. Connecting a shaft gives kinetic output. And you basically just need heat, water, and boiler space. So you can use campfires, it's not very efficient, and it's not what we're going to be doing. That's what we're going to be doing. Blaze burners, and we'll feed it lava. So I'll head back home, grab all the stuff we're going to need, and then we'll get power. There we go. I've made some extra fluid tanks, and apparently this is what we need for a steam engine. Block of copper, andesite alloy, and golden sheet. And I'm thinking we should maybe shoot for 9 of these. I'm kind of thinking just start with a single boiler, because we could always expand in the future. So yeah, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll also need 4 empty blaze burners, and we'll have to go fill those, of course. The blaze burner appears to be on fire, but not active. That's very strange. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and off. There we go. Didn't have to fight any blaze. That's always nice. Now I think we're also going to need a mechanical arm. Yep, one of these, because I don't believe we can pump the lava directly into the blaze burners. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong there, but I don't think we have it in this mod pack. So instead, we'll need a mechanical arm to pick up buckets of lava and place it directly into the blaze burners. And actually, we might be able to double check that. Let's see what Beardy has set up over here. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. Mechanical arm, buckets, and lots of power. We'll be doing a much smaller version of this, essentially. Okay, good to confirm. Here we go, we've got everything we need. Precision mechanism, brass casing, some brass sheets, andesite alloy gives us a mechanical arm. What was I just thinking we'd also need? Oh yeah, I'm guessing we'll need a spout as well, which is copper casing and dried kelp. This is so we can fill buckets with lava. There we go, 1 spout. As always, I'm sure that we're forgetting something. And before you say buckets, I do have some buckets already, but I think we'll just go start setting things up, and we'll realize what we forgot when we get there. Actually, it might not be a bad idea to bring a stressometer as well. That way, we need goggles, get more detailed information. I was just thinking we could use it to see how much we're generating once we get this set up. Yeah, why not? How hard could it be? So how do I make one? Oh, there we go. Andesite casing and compass. Okay, so that creates a speedometer, which is not what we want. Current speed, yeah, we don't really care about that too much, but apparently we can change that into a stressometer, which we can. That's what we want. There we go. Okay, let's head back. I suppose it might make sense to take care of the entrance and decorations before we put in a boiler, just because I won't know, you know, where to put everything if I'm not sure what's gonna look nice. Yeah, we may as well do that now while we're thinking about it. Let's head over to our builder's hut to grab materials and get organized. There we go, got plenty of slabs to work with, a few pillars, and maybe we'll get some stairs as well for accents, you never know. Okay, that should be plenty to start with. So there's going to be a transition here from this type of flooring so that it moves to being just the border. Then we fill with the spruce slabs. And I kind of forgot, in case we ever need to get down here, I was thinking maybe I use trapdoors here or something that we could open up. In fact, I am smart, so I brought extra. Aha! Don't give me that, citizen. I have my moments. Not that this is even gonna work, probably, because if I do all of that... yeah, it's not even gonna work. Doesn't matter. I'm calling it a good idea. Doesn't have to be an idea that actually works. It just has to be an idea. I had it, therefore it's good. That's the way the world works. Welcome to the Empire of Me, Population 1. Anywho, we got some pillars for this side, and actually, what do I want to do? Something like this. Oh wait, it's gonna have to be a certain height. We'll wait over here, because the boiler is gonna have to be a certain height to make this work properly. Also, we need to think about expandability, if that's a word, because if we're starting with 1, I'm guessing, well, we could go further into here, we could go further this way. So if we're starting with 1 here, I'm guessing we would just say, well, I think we could get away with going this direction. So we could always just push it further that way if we need more. But honestly, we could probably fit 4 in here or even more than that, so I don't know that we'd need that many more. And if the lava is right there coming down this central line this way, We'll probably have our first and only boiler for the beginning right here in the middle. And then counting, it would be blaze burner, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 before we get to where a ceiling would be, which is actually enough space to fit 9 of those on. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Then we had an entrance here, but I'm actually going to move it over here. That way it's not awkwardly in a corner. There we are. We'll have to fix up the outside eventually, but for now, that means we can cover this one. There we go. And it's not even right now, so I think I'll do one more just to make it even. We'll probably make this taller too. This is not a permanent little thing that we've got right here. Gonna need some work, that's for sure. Now we need some walls and a ceiling. Do another deep slate border around for the ceiling. Then we can fill it with spruce. And earlier I talked about the fact that we didn't go to the Nether, and one of the reasons I wanted to go was for lighting, and here I am using a bunch more torches. I might run back real quick, get some glowstones or something to put in here. Yeah, let's finish the ceiling and then I might do that. There we go. Now we just need to fill in the walls and we will have ourselves a working room for a boiler. We're going with some stripped oak and then just filling with cut tough bricks. Widen out the entrance a little bit and add more on this side, and that should give us more of a look of a complete room rather than a hole in the wall, which to be fair is kind of what it is. We'll probably do more with this part of the entrance later, but I just want to have it so that the way in is at least covered with something. There we go. I don't want mobs, so I'm leaving torches, but I think we are going to run and grab some better lighting for this room in particular. And it's not because I'm sick to death of torches. It might be because I'm sick to death of torches. Anyway, we'll make this fast. I'm going to go drop off some of the stuff in the shulker boxes. Probably just get a ton of glowstone. Well, hold on. Copper bulbs. Oh, those are blaze rods. I wouldn't, well, it's a lot of copper though. Maybe a few of these? That might actually be easier with that blaze spawner over there. Well, either way, we gotta head back. Let's drop off our stuff and then come to a decision. Yeah, I could use a heal on my elytra anyway and some more levels, so we may as well go fight some blaze real quick. Back at the burner, hopefully. We can't really break anything around here by doing this. I don't see how we could. Might need to remove some torches. Yeah, that was it. Hey, buddy. Thank you. Not the fastest working thing in the world. There we go. Wow. With looting 3, that works pretty quickly, getting these blaze rods. Hey, what are you doing out there? Nope, I'm gonna be in trouble if I let you out into the whole, friendly area. Man, I can't see a thing when I'm doing this. There we go. I think that's plenty. 21 should be good. We'll put these back and see how much copper we have. I think I brought it all with me, actually. There might be some here. Not much at all, actually. But I don't always target copper when I go mining. I bet we have some down here. Yeah, I think I just leave it for the most part. So let's grab everything here, head back up, make some of these lights, and we can finally get rid of some of the torches. Kind of forgot that we ran into a geode at one point too. Hello. Yeah, just what I saw at first glance, we're already over 4 stacks, which is probably enough. There's even some at the entrance, jeez. Yeah. 7.5 stacks. Melt it all up. Oh no, I accidentally just let the cat off the seat. No. Come here, copycat. There we go. You stay there. Hey! I clearly am putting you on this seat. There we go. Jeez. Okay. Should probably get around to taming the cat at some point. Nah, that's what a smart person would do. Okay. We can get good amount of these, actually. Maybe we start with a half stack, just so we don't use everything that we have. But we'll bring the extra with anyway. Okay, let's head back. Oh, neat. It looks like when it rains, it snows up on top of the mountain. That's pretty cool. Got a little tiny snowy area up here, which, obviously, I just didn't think about the fact that it would actually snow when it rains. I'm a fan of that. And now, we can actually use this entrance, which means I should close up the back, shouldn't I? Well, I could do 2 things. I was going to close it up, if you remember. We talked about that. But I could also just get some glass and, do a big old window here. I might do that. We'll leave it for now. What I should be able to do is open up some spaces in the ceiling. Just going 1, 2, 3 in diagonally. 1, 2, 3. And then if I'm remembering correctly, because I very rarely use copper bulbs, but if I remember correctly, I think these are the ones. Oh, it's offset weird. Whoops. I didn't think about that. No, I need that back. Maybe it would look better if they were popping out a little bit. Yeah, that looks better. But what I was saying, I'm pretty sure with redstone lamps, you have to leave the redstone on. on. Like if I was using a lever, I'd have to leave the lever there. I think with copper bulbs, and this is, I'm sure, obvious to everybody, I'm more explaining it to myself. I think with copper bulbs, after you turn them on, I could just remove this, and yeah, there we go. It just stays on. So that is preferable to the redstone lamps because I don't have to leave a redstone signal on there. Which once again, I'm sure all of you knew, but quite often I am behind the times because once again, I am an old man. There we go. Means we should no longer need any of these. We will put one in here as well. And I don't know about over here, because I might actually put a wall up here anyway. Something maybe right around here. And again, with like some windows or something, just so we could see in and check out what's happening in the back room. Actually, this might work. I was talking about how this wouldn't work if I do that. And yeah, I mean, I could do that. It's a little bit awkward, but that works. Anyway, kind of been distracted. We need to work on this boiler. Let's get the stuff. Mainly that, so we'll take that one. I'll also take that, and that should be good. Okay, now first up, as we were talking about... Oh, I'm, so dumb. I think I did this last time in my last Create series, didn't I? I don't know why, but 4 blaze burners always seems appropriate to me. We don't need 4. We need 9, just like the steam engines. And through the power of editing, Legion's mistake is fixed. Whoa, look at that. I've got 10 blaze burners, which is hopefully one more that I'm actually going to need. Anyway, why don't we set it up over here? Because, yeah, I was thinking 4, which once again, wrong. This is much bigger than it was going to be in my brain. So we'll definitely do 1 here, and then... You know, who knows? We could always do things like pump the lava further along and just build another one in another room somewhere else. We could schematic cannon this same setup elsewhere if we need it. But for now, I think the one that I have in mind is going to be plenty of space. Or plenty of stress. I can't talk. You know I can't talk, citizen, and you know what I'm talking about. I don't need to be fully coherent for you to know what I'm talking about. We know each other well enough. Anyway, so what we wanted was this full-sized 3x3 fluid tank type dealio. And that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4 tall. It's not going to be the max size that we can get, obviously. But as I keep stating, mainly for my own benefit, because I'd like to believe it, this should be plenty of stress, plenty of power. And we've got these 9, so we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are our steam engines. As you can see, that converted it to a boiler. Now we need to pump lava here, get a mechanical arm to put it into the blaze burners, but we also need water, which I'll probably just put right behind it here. Yeah, let's just say we have like a little trough over here. I've made it impossible to put water in here. Look at this, because stairs, it's just going to do that. These are slabs, so it's just going to do that. It's entirely impossible for me to do anything. We'll do that. Ha! Thwarted you, game. The part with the water should be easy enough, except that I need power. That's always the issue. I've got power over there. I could just run it all the way along, which is probably what I'm going to do, because I'm going to have to run the lava along anyway, so we'll do that. But first, we will get a pump going that way. I do think we need one in the water. I could be wrong about that, but I think we do. That's going the correct direction, so once we power that, that will be giving us the water into the boiler, which we need. This just looks odd to me right now, so let's put these like that, because I do think we're going to run the power up and out of here. So those 3 are all leading up, which is good, because yeah, we're just going to go straight up here. And as I mentioned, we'll just kind of bring the power probably on chain conveyors all the way up to the top where we need it. Okay, next up, lava. Lava. Nope, no. So we'll just bring this all the way through here. In fact, that's going really slow. I wonder if we need faster power for this pump over here. We could try it with this one and see how it goes. Trying to be smart and think ahead about where I want certain things. Say we wanted a bucket of lava right there. We would want a spout. Nope. Spout above that, because it's going to fill. So we would actually put a bucket there. It would fill it with lava, which means we want another tank of lava right next to it, which would be right here. I don't know if you need a fluid pipe or a pump. Yeah, you need a pump. Okay, so we have to pump stuff into it. This is one of the things I always hate about setting up new areas, is that all the things to generate power need some amount of power itself. Might actually be able to send the power from there over here. So yeah, we'll figure that part out later. But that looks good. It also means we need to be bringing in the lava from right here. So we're underneath that exact same tank. That's going to be coming along this way. And there will have to be a pump somewhere in between here because it's not going to make it all the way. Probably right around here, going that way. There we go. Now I'm just routing power over here real quick. There we go. That should be very, very slowly pumping water in. Did I bring my goggles with? I think I did. Yeah, let's throw those on. There we go. So we've got no water. It's not coming in yet. Is that wrong? Do I not need that there? Yeah, there we go. There's the water. Puddle collector. Nice. But I don't think, like I said, I don't think it's anywhere near fast enough because look at this. Water input rate 4 millibuckets out of 10 per tick. Yeah, I do think that'll have to speed up. So we'll get to that eventually. I just want to do a proof of concept. I'm looking at this because I'm trying to imagine how we get the rotation of buckets going properly. And I think mechanical arms are pretty smart. So for example, if we were to put a brass funnel up there and filter it for empty buckets, I think we can tell the brass arm take full buckets of lava from here, put it in the blaze burners, and then deposit the empty buckets here. So there's always kind of a circle of those going. And of course we'd have them coming out there. Hopefully that's enough space for everything to happen. And in fact, I think I'm gonna make a speed controller and put another water wheel beneath all of this rather than trying to link it into that one over there, because I want to speed it up and power this, and the mechanical arm. I'm hoping a water wheel or two can handle all three of those at a higher speed. So let's get that set up. Let's say maybe 128 for the speed. The powerhouse. Uh-oh, what does that mean? Oh, maybe that... Oh, there's a little bit of heat, so it's actually running. Interesting. Okay, well, that's good. I'm not quite getting enough water in there. We'll see if that changes when I get the heat in. And I've already overstressed it with one water wheel. Okay, let's reconfigure things. All right, there's 3 water wheels. We'll try that. And lava should be coming through. Flow discovery. We're just making advancements left and right. Okay, so now this is filling. We've got a lot more speed coming through all of this. We need power to that, of course, as well as mechanical arm. There's power to this. That shouldn't do anything yet because there's nothing for it to sort of inject the lava into. But at this point, everything is powered. Well, except for the arm when we put that down. So I think we're ready to try that. So just to remind myself, right-click to assign them as targets. Right-click again between input, which is blue, and output, which is yellow. So I think what we want is input from here, so take items from the depot, and then we'll be putting them into the brass funnel, but also all of these. And I'm hoping we can scroll off of it for a second because I'm gonna need to do this, get that one. Oh, it doesn't like me doing that. Okay, might have to go underneath and do it that way. Open all that up real quick. All right, let's try this again. Take from here, deposit into here, all of these. We want to put them there, including that one. And then if I just put it back here, I'm hoping it can reach everything. So let's just say right there. Organizotron, Combustatron. Getting all these advancements, I love it. Okay, now if we power this, like so, we should be able to put that there and then, like that. No, so close. I could do more water wheels, but let's see what speed it runs at. If we go to 96, that'll work. But I do think it needs more water. Either way, let's see if we can get this to work properly, which really should just be adding buckets to the item vault. Wish me luck, this is the moment of truth. Let's start with just a few. I don't know if there's an easier way than kind of just chucking them in there. So we do that, and then... Oh, wait, did it work? No, it's just grabbing them. Okay, can we filter? So for example, if I grab this and... Ooh, I'm a bit worried about this. Am I gonna just place lava down when I do this? No, that didn't work. Okay, how do I get it to stop doing that? Do I do forced round robin or prefer first target? No, because that's the first target. How do I fix this? Because it's trying to fill it. It's just this is going too fast. Okay, so I took power away. Now it's putting all of the lava buckets there, fine. What happens if I do that now and it takes one? Yeah, now it's starting to power these. That's what we want. But when it uses those 4, it is putting them back in. That's really good. So now we do that. It took the last one. Is it going to take the lava? No, it's going for the empty bucket first. Weird. Maybe it just needed an ability to start like that because it does seem like it's able to keep up with it now. It's just preferring to take empty buckets, which I don't like. Oh, maybe we should have selected these first and that second. Yeah, let's try that. So we say take from here, and then we do all of these first. Deposit them there, and then last put them there. Then when we put you down, we can say prefer first target, which is these. Either way, those are all running, so this, I think that'll keep up. And that's already 65,000 stress, which is great. It just needs more water. So this either needs to speed up or I need a second pump, which should be easy enough. And of course that overstressed it. All right, let's get one more water wheel. I think that'll fix it. It's always a solution. One more water wheel. Ooh, secret emerald back here. So if we put you here and you there, yeah, that fixed it. Can I by chance go up to 128? No, of course not. Let's get it to 198. And how are we looking? Hey, that's all the water we needed. 2 pumps did the trick. So now we are at 147, almost 150 SU with just this one setup. And I'm pretty sure a max size windmill is around 8,000 SU, just to give you a comparison. And this gives us nearly 150,000. That is incredible, which means I'm happy to close this. And of course, the real test is just to see if it holds up, if this is going to keep going. Because now, every time one of these runs out, this is going to have to keep throwing the lava in. And given the size of this, I mean, it's already full. As long as we don't use this lava for anything else, this is going to be fine. Which means if we need more lava, we might do an infinite source eventually. I'm not quite sure about that. But for now, this is great. 150 SU right at the beginning. I love that. And like I said, we can keep going. We can expand this if we need to. In fact, we could probably fit one right next to it if we needed to. Or go back on that wall and put one on the other side. But either way, I'm very excited about this. I think this is going to last us for a while. All we need to do now is route the power up through the top. I think I left some of my things in here. Yeah, I wanted the stressometer, and I thought I brought chain conveyors. Maybe I didn't. We'll grab those in a second. And just so I remember, what we need is chain conveyors and then also something to close this up, so probably a lot of glass or window panes. And I think if we just put these on the bottom and connect everything to this. Can I turn it? Yeah, I can. There we go, like that. Now we can just see the stress right there. All right, let's go get those things from spawn that we need, and then we can route the power up through the top. No, I definitely did grab them. What did I do with them? Didn't use them all. I'll just grab more. Yeah, we also wanted glass, and I have an idea for that. I know a place where there's lots of sand. Hello. Let's cook all of this up, and then we'll head back. Oh, hey, buddy. Yeah, feel free. The nerve of some people. There we go, lots of glass. I kind of want to try these. Ornate iron window. We'll turn those into panes so we get more bang for our buck, and we'll head back. Okay, so first of all, we want this going out the top, which means these 3 are going to have to go. We'll get everything connected to a single point like that using the chain drives, and then we need to dig it out from the top. I think it's this spot right here that we're standing on. So if we dig down, yep, perfect. Beauteous. Now we go up. Oh, one thing, I wonder if we should do a speed controller to have this coming out at full speed. Yeah, I've got one left. Let's do that. One of these here. Get you on top of that. Bring it up to full speed. Bring it over this way. Actually, it'd probably be easier if it was off to the side. Do that. One of these. We turn it around. There you go. Now we go up and out. And that looks much better. Much, much better. And my thought was, we do something like this where we bring it up, we've got our chain conveyor, and then, like I said, we can send this along anywhere that we need it. But this is perfect. We now have, I just can't imagine that we need a lot more power than this. So we are good. We are good for a bit, I would think. I would hope. I really hope. I don't want to do more of these, like, immediately. But look at this. This is looking great. We do, however, still need to fill in this back wall. How do we want to do that? Ooh, it's loading more up. Let's check. Yeah, it seems to be happy with this. I think we're good now. I still saw it put an empty bucket right from here onto there, but I think as long as it can keep up with that spout getting 1 or 2 at a time, we should be fine. So let's just, yeah, let's kind of hope for the best there. If you, if you see what's wrong here and you want to let me know in the comments, that would be great, because in my mind, I thought it would prioritize the ones with lava in, and it's not doing that. So if you see something I'm doing wrong here, let me know. Okay, let's get this part closed up. We'll get a stripped oak frame around the area, and I don't expect to have to go in and out of here, so I'm okay just closing it completely off. And I think we'll do just a couple different segments, or whatever you want to call it. So we'll separate it with the diorite pillars. Then we'll add in some cut tough wall, thinking a shape like that, because then the windows can go in between all of that stuff. Just make sure I like that. I think it needs more definition out here. That helps. We might want to get some fences too. But either way, let's see how these windows look. Get those added in here. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. There we go. Yeah, it needs a little bit more extra something. So I'm going to get probably fences and I don't know. I'll see if I've got anything else. Connect those on the edges. We'll put some more fences here. I think it just needs more color, more complexity. I brought stone buttons. I never use buttons, whoops. But I think it'd be a nice way to just do little things like this. And I'm kind of straying away from create available stuff. I know I'm sure I could use copycat panels and things like that right now. I also know we're trying to get away from torches, but I am going to put a couple out here. Then how about shafts right up at the top, and then connect all of those with chain. There we go. No. There we go. Okay, yeah, that looks more complete now. Just a little bit extra. Like, it's too plain when you just have the one thing, but when you add that extra bits, if I remember, it wouldn't hurt to get brackets on those. But yeah, that's great. Now, if you look at it from a distance, just like, oh, something's going on there. That's pretty cool. The might of industry. All right, I'm happy with that. And from the inside, yeah, you'll never really see it from the inside. It's kind of right up against this. But that works. I like it. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that. There's a separate one for engineer's goggles, so I can keep those on. You can't even see them, but I could have my helmet on and they still work. That's cool. All right, I need a quick break, and it just so turns out I'm recording on Foxy's birthday, and it does look like he's online right now, so let's go say happy birthday. Ooh, look at this. Conduit. Hey, Foxy.
Oh, Legion's here. Hey, buddy. How you doing, bud?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I heard it's a special day today.
It is, yeah. It is a special day.
Do you know why it's special?
Is it Christmas?
No, it's Thursday. Garbage day.
Oh, yeah, Thursday. Woo! Garbage day.
Hooray! There's a conduit down here. This is great.
Yeah, so to make it easier for me to do this, you see. There's slightly less drowns, and I can see and breathe without having to wear all that scuba gear.
Very nice. Hey, I heard you talking a minute ago on your stream about the netherite gear. I just got some, and I have an extra template. Would you like...
Oh, do you?
Would you like an extra template as your birthday present?
Oh, would I?
All right, I can go grab it if you're interested, and you can do your duplicating.
Very interested, thank you.
All right, I'll be right back.
Amazing. Thanks, bud.
Yep, I am back.
Hello, back. I am Foxy.
Why can't I... Why am I not swimming? Why am I just hovering?
Just sort of floating around. Good job, buddy. You're going to throw that to me. He's going to go up there.
There you go. It's behind you. Many happy returns. It's up here.
Oh, so there.
Floating.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, bud.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, that saved me a job.
Hey,
like bastions.
When I went to look, the first bastion I found in the first chest, I found that.
Are you kidding?
Yeah,
I
was
assumed they'd have all gone, like Stam and Chosen and everyone would have just got them all, so I was expecting to have to travel thousands of blocks in the nether.
That's exactly what I thought. And that was my experience with the Elytra in the end, and I was not looking forward to another one. So,
no, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks, bud.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's looking nice around here. You said this is to cover up your tracks and everything for the boat?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to obviously add some lumps and bumps in with some gravel, throw some kelp and bits and bobs down, make it look a little bit more underwatery and nice. And it doesn't look like, a quarry anymore. It just looks like the bottom of a lake.
Well, yeah, there's no hole to get down to your workshop anymore.
There's no workshop anymore.
That's right, yeah. I'm gonna be moving some of my stuff probably pretty soon too.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, Nautilus shell.
Oh, yeah. Good. Excellent. I don't think we need that nether block anymore either.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering why that was there. I saw a witch spawned on there the other day, and it was just a solitary witch standing in the middle of the lake. Very sad.
Oh, yeah. It was there because it was how I got on my boat, because I had to fly onto it. So I'd just hop onto that and then be able to fly onto my boat.
Ah.
Hello.
Handy. Copper.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't need that. I've got plenty of copper. So what are you up to today, Mr. Legion? Are you building anything fantastical?
I am finishing up an episode, and speaking of moving, I picked a spot, I think, kind of near where you're setting up your permanent base. Cool, well, I'll just grab a couple more of these guys, and then I will probably run back and leave you to it.
Okay, bud. Well, thanks for popping in, and thank you very much for my present. Greatly
Absolutely.
Appreciated.
And enjoy the rest of this stream. Nice seeing everybody. We'll talk to you later.
See you later, buddy.
Bye-bye. Well, he looks like he's having a lot of fun. We'll leave him to it. And while I was flying around, I thought of something I wanted to do, mainly because I think it'll be fun. So we got the power up on this chain conveyor, but we haven't hooked it up anywhere else yet, mainly because I don't know where I'm, like, making anything else. But I want to guess, and there's a very good reason. So let's just, you know, kind of put one along the edges. So, for example, we could put one over here, jump up this way, chain conveyor on top, cover that up, and there you go. Do another one over here, and you see what I mean. They'll kind of wrap around and then go up that way. And once again, this is for a very good reason, not a silly, kind of not really necessary reason. There we go. Now, big question, do I have enough chain to connect all of these together? Okay, that's 16 chain. That's really not too bad, so I think I should have enough, that is. There we go, 18 to that one, and bring it back over to this one. There we go. And now we've got power all the way up there. That's so cool. Hold on, take a look out here. Yeah, so that's what I had in mind, kind of wrapping up around this way, going up here. We could even have it wrap back around and do a full circle if we wanted to. Don't really need to, but we could do it. Now, as I mentioned, there's a really important reason to do this. And it is, of course, so we could go for an awesome ride up here. Whoa, hey, no, what happened to the wrench? There we go, okay. That is so great. I don't know why it shows me running every once in a while, but oh, we're going back down. So we have to be careful with that, but that was what I was thinking. I was getting kind of tired of going up and down the normal way, so, ooh, we can make one of these to the house we built too. That way we could just ride this down. How cool is that? I love this so much. All right, so now shift. Aha, perfect. Okay, yeah, let's build one to the little builder's hut. That way, when we're here, all we have to do is grab onto this, and it would bring us all the way down to the builder's hut. Actually, I wonder what happens if it takes a turn. Or can it take a turn? Or split is what I mean. Maybe it doesn't have to. Let's move you, tree. And these are my last two, so this will have to be it for now. Also, this one's going to be dangerous. Look at that. It's like right over a cliff. All right, so if we go to here, then we would want to come all the way down to here, get power down at this side, but also just away here. Last one, get these connected up. Hiya! All right, now we can test it. So say we're down at the builder's hut, we want to get back up to the portal, but I don't have any rockets. Now I can jump, grab on, fly all the way up on this super fast. Wow. Yeah, this isn't going to get old. I'm absolutely in love with this. I still don't know why he does I do the running thing there like that. Oh, and we're here. I know, cool, right? Man, there is so much potential up here. Just looking at what we did there. Actually, this one, well, that's where the power is coming from. I was about to say this one we probably wouldn't need because it awkwardly goes off in that direction, but that's actually where the power is. We could always change the configuration in the future if we need, but that's really cool. All right, now this is important. I'm going to be looking for your feedback here. I've probably mentioned little tidbits about what I have planned for this area, but as I said, I'll need your help with this. So what we've got so far, we've got the builder's hut down here in the valley, along with the little opening showing where the power is being generated. That's coming up right here. But my vision for this in the future is sort of a small-scale roam. I guess you could think of it that way. So the reason I chose this is because it's a lot of hills, or it's one hill, but it's a lot of little tiny hills on top of that we can sort of replicate maybe things like the Capitoline Hill, the Palatine Hill, all the different sorts of areas of Rome. But I'm looking for other ideas because there's so much cool things we can do with this. For example, the shape of it almost looks like a Colosseum. So right in the center, there could be a Colosseum area with the tops of the hills being things like, you know, the Forum or a palace for us or things like that. Under here looks great. That could be maybe the new Vulcan's Forge because it almost looks like you're descending into the underworld here, especially, I think it does. Yeah, it does dip down further there. So I'm trying to come up in my mind with something we can do with this area so that it all fits together. It's a little bit further apart than back at spawn, but one cohesive design. And it doesn't all have to be on the hill, by the way. We also have this little area right over here. We can build next to the builder's hut and make a little plebeian village down here. We're right next to the water, so we could make something like a docks area with some of our Roman ships. And of course, there's the surrounding area back here where, again, there's more area off the top of the hill where it could be smaller things or factories or things that you wouldn't necessarily want in like a palatial type of area. So I'll be looking to all of those comments and just trying to figure out what is the outline going to be here. I'm counting on you, citizen. Ooh, it appears we're on top of a ravine, too. I'm just trying to do a little bit more looking around and see what's around here. It's going to be a lot of lighting up to do in underground areas, I'm sure. I was just about to wrap up, but it looks like Stam is on, and I think he's handing out free trees. And I'm sure that's not a misunderstanding.
No worries. Oh, there's Legion.
There's Legion.
You don't want to buy some trees? Do you? No? He doesn't want to buy trees.
Oh, there you are. No, I heard you were handing out free trees.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
No,
just
no.
Tell him it's your birthday.
Only to the birthday boy.
Tell him it's your birthday.
Yep. Yeah, it's my birthday.
See you later, guys.
I'm leaving.
Have
No,
a
it's
rest of your
changed,
days. I'm
Legion.
going to end my stream now. If either of you are streaming,
only have
I
to
can
buy it
raid you.
once.
Is anyone streaming? Are either of you streaming?
No.
Nope.
No.
Oh,
Well, I
okay.
mean, I could go live, but I don't think I will.
Right. Okay. Well, okay. So I'll just end my stream in a minute then. See you later,
Bye,
guys.
Foxy stream.
Thank you for the present.
Bye.
But
can
really
buy-
though, those.
Oh my god, you have netherite.
Yeah, just got
Oh
it.
my god.
I did see those trees though in Beardy's episodes, and they look really good.
Oh yeah. It's changed now though, so you buy the right to use a schematic.
So just the one schematic.
Yeah, you buy it once, and then you're allowed to make more of them. Because I mean, theoretically, you could make more of them now, but you know, sportsmanship and all that stuff, you know.
Yeah, so probably bad form to just go find one of the trees out there in the world and make a schematic of it.
Oh yes, no, that would be highly illegal. Highly illegal.
Going back to court if we're doing that.
Yes.
Where are the prices?
Oh, over here. And then you see in the corner, you can see which one it is. I do need to figure out a better like interface for the shop, but you can see, if you look at them, you can see pine small, pine large, spruce large, yada yada. Not even the name, it's the yellow
that's
text.
not. It's not bad. Yeah,
Some
I think
of them, it depends on the size of them, and then you buy them once, and then you can make more of them yourself.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think once everybody starts buying these, you should do pretty well, I would think.
Yeah, and then there's gonna be more of as well.
Very nice. Well, I know I just picked the spot where I'm going to be building more of a permanent base. So when I start decorating, I will be back definitely for some trees.
Very nice. Love me some trees.
Oh yeah. Well, cool. Thanks for showing me around. I will be back, I'm sure.
Yes.
Very good. All right. We'll see you later, Stam.
Doodles.
Bye. Okay, cool. So yeah, we will be back. Some of those trees look great. But back to the topic at hand. I'll just give you one last reminder. Send me in comments about what your thoughts are for this area, because that's probably where the next several episodes are going to be focused. Building all of this up, making it look more, like I said, like a small version of Rome, and also just setting up the different factories. Like I think probably the first couple things we're going to be doing is just moving what we already have over here, but that'll most likely be compressed since you already saw me do it anyway. I don't want to do like a double episode where we do the same thing again. So we'll move workshop, storage, iron, andesite, gold, carrots, all that sort of thing. That'll probably move over here, but we'll need many more things. So give me those ideas. We have big plans today. You'll remember that last time we got set up with a lava farm and steam power at our permanent base location. And I love to see all the comments I got in response to questions I was asking about what we should do with this area. If we go into FreeCam and look at the whole place, you'll see that it's rough, but it has a lot of potential. Some of the comments were talking about these, the chain conveyors that we have set up to bring power around, how they could be turned into more of like an obelisk structure or a big column, and I love that idea. Unsurprisingly, many of you agreed we should turn this into like a Palatine Hill or Capitoline Hill, even the 7 hills of Rome all the way around. So there will be a lot of work we're doing on top of here, and it's going to be, you know, a forum and markets and workshops and all that sort of thing. Also, unsurprisingly, that will take a lot of prep work because it is very rough around here. You'll also remember we got schematics of a lot of the things we built already back at spawn that we'll need to replicate over here. And finally, a few of you mentioned we made a nether portal to get us back quickly to spawn, and a lot of you asked why not do a train line instead. Mainly because I'm familiar with the nether portals, not with trains. It is something we'll learn, but I'll have to look into that and get it figured out. To begin with today, I was thinking we could do some shaping around here to get things ready for additional structures and probably at least put the iron farm in over here because I do believe we're going to need a lot of iron going forward. Particularly because I believe in order to get train track, you need either zinc or iron, it looks like, so we'll need a lot of this. But many other things too, we're still going to need it. So that makes me think we should choose a spot to put the iron farm, and I don't think I need it like prominently featured anywhere. In fact, I was almost thinking we could choose an area and dig a hole in the ground. Very surprising, I know. But I like the idea of a lot of the factories and things like that either being inside structures or underground with a structure on top of it, so you could just go down and, you know, get whatever you need from there, or send the items upward, or even downward if our storage ends up being underground. Yeah, we also need storage here, so yeah, you can tell. Lots and lots of things to do. For that reason, I'm thinking we do a little bit of terraforming and getting areas ready, maybe even right around here. Because if I could put the iron farm underground right here, we could start building structures right on top of it. So I have a lot of things to prep and get ready and terraform and all of that sort of thing, so I'm going to do that, and then we'll bring you back in. Let's do it. Oh, what's this? Docktown, relax and enjoy. Large laggy boats can be seen operating this area. Very nice. I love that. We're just grabbing some stuff back at spawn. Alright, we've got that. Let's head back. I grabbed some drills and things because I do think we're going to start right here, and I'm just going to dig an area out because we'll be doing something up here that I don't necessarily want, at least not an iron factory. It might be other factories. In fact, it might be ones that use iron as a part of it. But anyway, under this area, we're going to move the iron and actually probably andesite factory down here as well. So let's pick a spot and set this up. So here's the things that I brought with me. Let's get some drills set up so we can dig out an area underground. I'm not sure if this will be enough space, but if it's not, we can take our other mining drill and just expand the walls. This is just to get the initial sort of depth that we're looking for. Okay, yeah, that will probably need to be bigger, but this, like I said, this will just be the initial depth, so I think that'll be all right. And of course, we'll need a rope pulley to run this. I'm only putting one chest on because I kind of don't care about gathering the materials that are under here. We've already got enough of that stuff, but it does need to be glued together. And my hope is that this will be as easy as connecting this to a chain conveyor and then getting it hooked up to one of the existing ones, but I don't know if you can do that, so we're going to find out. But this is ready, so now or never. I guess we'll sleep first and then we'll do it. Okay, so can I connect this to this without everything exploding? It says can connect, so I don't see why I wouldn't be able to. Perfect. It is going the wrong way, but we've never let that stop us before. We just take that, go here, and wow, that's going fast. Okay. I should have decided how deep I wanted this before we started, but let's say a good amount. We could always put in a new floor if we wanted higher up, because there's the iron farm, or not the iron farm, this is the lava farm, so we could probably go at least as deep as that, so they could connect up if they need to. Underground tunnels, that's probably good, right? Yeah, let's grab that, bring her back up. Beautiful. Yeah, I'll take some of this stuff, the rest, nah. And that is kind of all I needed this for, so I guess we just disassemble it. But we also need to remember to get rid of the glue. Easy stuff. This is gonna be messy. Oh boy, yeah. I could have made this a contraption in case we need it again, but honestly it doesn't take more than a couple minutes to put it up, so no matter. Now we use the other mining drill to expand it, make it a bit bigger. Then we can move in the iron and andesite farm. Let's say maybe 10 blocks in each direction. That should do the trick. And hopefully I can count that out properly. Let's find out. Alright, did I get it? 8, 9, 10. I did. Ha! I can count. Ah, I can't count. That was 11. Oh well. Hopefully this will remind me to just do walls up to this point. Ah! Leave me alone. I'm trying to count. No! I forgot we need lights. You really are supposed to be reminding me of these things, citizen. Get out of here. Hey, I got 10 anyway. Nice. Alright, perfect. Now just the corners and we're in business. What? I used lights! Are you coming from up there or something? Unacceptable. That should be plenty of space. And if we look, that's a lot of space, and it's just right here, so we could even have... Oh yeah, there are skeletons up here, so they're falling down on us. But anyway, you know, we'll probably have elevators going up and down from here, but that should be good, which means we just get the materials and schematics and we get things running down here now. Oh, we need power down here as well. Up we go. Alright, I've got my schematic cannon stuff, and I just realized something. We had an older version of cobble generation working, and we wanted to try to update that. I guess either way, we need to empty some of this out. I don't know about the cobble. I might turn this into a contraption because I don't feel like trying to get 30,000 cobblestone somewhere else. I suppose I could run it real quick and just use it all up. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. I think it was just this one here starts it. Yeah. But we need to edit this so that it doesn't turn back on, right? Or I guess I could just get rid of that clutch up there. No more power for you. There we go. So we'll let it burn through all of this. It should go pretty quickly. Then we can start disassembling and getting it moved to the new area. And all of this put into storage. Alright, that's the last of the andesite, but we do need to clear out a lot of flint. And I don't want to keep any of it, if we're being honest. So we're going to do this, the old reliable light of fire filter for flint. Actually, I don't need to filter at all, because it's just flint and rotten flesh. So we turn that around, and we get rid of everything. This stuff I probably will keep. We've got, wow, 2,700 iron nuggets left, so we'll have to move that into storage. But we're making progress. No, I didn't get impatient. What are you talking about? This is the way it's supposed to work. There we go. And that is everything completely cleared out. And at the end of the day, we've got about 3.1 thousand andesite alloy and about 3,000 iron ingot. And about the same in iron nuggets, so, I mean, we're not doing bad. And since we don't want to be wasteful, I think it makes sense to take all of this apart. I do have these schematics, so we can recreate it exactly as it is. I don't know that we're going to, but there's no point in leaving all of this here. Ooh, maybe I leave this here. I think lava might start spilling out everywhere if I don't. I could fix that, but I mean, come on. That would take seconds of effort. There we go. Looks weird now that it's all taken out. And the same goes for the iron farm. There we go, just about gone. It does free up a lot of space for us here if we need it. Oh, I nearly forgot. I meant to put up some new artwork at the baths too, but we need a good spot. Maybe right as you enter, right here. So if I do this, gotta remember how to do this. There we go. Resize the frame. That should be good. And this is an image by Avon, or Avon. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, so apologies about that, but look at that. Suds up at the Roman bath. And I think that'll work nicely as you're walking in. You can see that. I love it. Keep them coming. These are really great. Hello?
Hello? Where?
Samuel?
Where are you? Yeah. Stam?
In the baths.
In the bath. Oh, this is the baths.
Yeah. I'm disassembling it actually, all the factory bits. I'm almost done. Not the bathhouse, just the factories that were in it.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Moving out, huh?
Yep, got schematics of everything, but I'm not sure it matters because I might just build it from scratch. It was iron and andesite alloy, but yeah, bringing it over to a new area.
Oh, nice. The new area is actually what I'm here to talk to you about.
Interesting.
Because I think I've flown over it, and I have a little proposal for you.
Okay, let's hear it.
Do you wanna head on over there?
Yeah, sure.
Well, but I've got to make sure it's actually your stuff I saw as well.
Well, I've got a
more of just a nether portal when I was there.
Yes, yeah. Well, anything that's there currently is underground, and that's actually, now that you mention it, I do have a shortcut in the nether, but everybody else I've noticed is using trains, so I'm thinking about potentially doing that, but we'll see.
I mean, I'm using the nether shortcut myself. Oh, so this is okay. So that's why. All right.
Yep, right over here. Yep. So not much happening yet. The only
there's
thing.
more than when I was here.
Yeah. The only thing so far is I set up. That's actually the reason I have these here, and I never do it. I really should. But
well, it's a bit of a slow way down. Oh, it's a little house now.
Yeah. So just a little builder's hut that I set up first, and then the power is coming from in here, which there's no entrance on this side. It's actually on the other side.
Oh, I see. Is this Beardy power or?
No, I didn't want to have to bring Beardy power all the way over here, so I just set up my own. Beardy doesn't know about it yet.
Told him. I see. I just told him, you know what? Here, have some diamonds. Bring power to my new base.
I should have done
cheap.
that.
Only 32 diamonds, and well, I mean, you do have to pay for the power tokens, but not having steam engines in your base. Oh, the lag save.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Although nothing's here yet, so I haven't experienced any lag, but I'm sure it'll happen.
Yeah, it's mainly FPS, but, you know, it's fine, it's fine. Anyways, you did mention trains, and that is actually, like, why I'm here. Because if you follow me and just head north a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a little further than I thought, but no, there it is.
Ah.
There is a rail line.
And I assume this is your area here?
Yes, so this is my... actually, just foliage area and firework rocket factory, yeah.
Got it.
Not my main area. This is just a little temporary stop along the way.
Hold on, you've got intruders. We can't let this stand. Mars Exulte!
Anyways, yeah, this is my area, and this train line is what I've built, so technically mine. Anyways, what I wanted to propose, instead of you having to build your own train line, I was thinking maybe you'd want to hook up to this one, where I think around where this bridge is might be the closest spot to do it. Save you building a few bridges as well.
Let's see here. Yeah, that's not too far off. Just across this one bridge, really, would all be all it takes.
I mean, people love bridges.
True enough.
And isn't, Roman stuff known for like building those big bridge aqueduct things, kind of like bridges.
Aqueducts, yeah. Which I haven't set up any yet, and I need to do that.
Exactly. So you can build a train aqueduct. Surely that's a thing, right?
I'm sure. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to think about it when I make a train because, you know, I'm not doing anything that looks too modern, but I will make a Roman version of a train for sure.
Oh, I'm intrigued to see it. Anyways, if you want to figure out a way to just hook up here, hook up at the other bridge, hook up... I mean, this curved piece of track here would be a little hard to hook up to, but there are some diagonal pieces right over there by the power pole that you could hook up to. Depends a little bit on, well, I mean, how easy it is to hook it up, but it should be fine, I think, maybe. But yeah, no, if you want to hook up there, and all I ask is, I built a tunnel back at spawn connecting the end of this train line and like the train station. It's a little on the small side in the roof department mainly, and it need to go up like 1 or 2 blocks. So you know, to connect to the rail line and extend the tunnel. So right over here, actually right next to where you're set up, there is this train bridge, and then there's the tunnel, which does also need some end caps. I have not got around to that, and it is a little, well, for my trains it's perfect, but people have told me I have small trains.
How dare they?
Yeah, how dare they?
And it's so is it just the height, or is it also the width that needs to be?
The width is fine. I don't think anyone has trains wider than 3 blocks and then like a trapdoor, or a max a half slab. So it's really only the height. I think Beardy's hits the roof, and then, well, Chosen's is the one that needs to go through it, which is why I actually need to raise it. And maybe your train. I have no idea how tall your train's going to be.
Yeah, neither do I, but it'd be good to know it could be taller. Yeah, I think that should be doable. I wonder, even if when I did build a train, if it could have something on it that...
You could definitely put some drills on top to just carve away the top layers and then rebuild.
Deployers.
That's what I did originally with...
well, no,
deployers, you could use deployers as well. Yep. That's
I don't know, though,
did
with
for his tunnels.
Would it work with the pattern switching that you're using?
Yes and no. You could give them schematics, and it should work.
Oh, I see.
I don't know if that works on trains, but it does work on deployers, just on contraptions. So it should work.
Oh.
And then you just have to position that, or you just use a schematic cannon to raise it. That's what I did.
I was just gonna say. Yeah, maybe even just a schematic and then just move it up and clear it out.
Yep, something like that. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that should be pretty easy to do.
Okay, that's good.
Although, what sort of time frame are you thinking?
Oh, no time frame at all, really. Whenever you get around to it, just do it at some point.
Okay. Yeah. How many blocks higher do you think it needs to be?
2, 3, max 3, I think.
Okay.
I reckon 2's enough.
All right. So 2 or 3 higher, maybe if we want to be safe, but that should work. Cool. Yeah, I think that's doable.
Good. And best of luck with that.
Yeah, thanks. And you mentioned Chosen coming through here. Do you know where he's at? I don't think I've seen Chosen much at all, and I keep not catching him.
All the stuff west of spawn is pretty much his, except a big building, which is Eggs. And I think Eggs base is somewhere over there. I just don't know exactly where.
Okay, I don't know that I'm looking at my map. I haven't really been west, hardly at all. So maybe I'll go explore.
It's probably one of the most expansive areas, so...
Got it. Okay, I shall find him.
Yes.
Cool. Well, thanks, Stam.
Well, thank you. And best of luck with trains eventually. Bye.
Sounds good. See ya. Let's see if we could find Chosen. I'm assuming we just follow the rail line, and yeah, there's a lot over here. Hello. Chosen. Hello. Mr. Architect.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going good. I am, as you can see, putting chickens on a wall.
That is a very worthy accomplishment.
Yes, it's great. It's a trophy wall. Anyways, what's up?
I was just talking with Stam. He said he came over to talk to you. He was telling me well, first of all, he asked if I wanted to join to his rail line, which I think I'm going to be doing, but also he said his tunnel is a little bit small, so I'm going to be making it bigger, and then he blamed you. He said you were the reason that it needed to be bigger.
Well, I mean, it's his fault. He built small trains. They're cute, but they're small. That's fine.
No, but I just came to see what was up. I haven't really been out west much here by you, and I was just taking a little look around.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of development, a lot of construction out here. Yeah.
And I'm also noticing what's on your hands.
I've been playing with the XP a little bit too much. It's kind of rubbing off on my hands for some reason. I don't know. It's really sticky, honestly.
Okay.
Didn't
you? Yeah. Last time I saw you, you had. Was it mud or? I really was hoping it wasn't manure.
We'll call it chocolate. We'll call it chocolate.
Okay. Well, yeah. that makes me feel better if it's chocolate.
There's still chocolate. It's just underneath the apron. Yeah, it's definitely there. Underneath the overalls. Yeah.
Okay. Have you considered this? I don't like to, talk about personal hygiene with anybody, but have you considered a bath at all?
I haven't.
I don't know
if nice though.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've been over by Spawn by my area, but recently I put in a Roman style bath, and if you are looking to clean up after these chicken wall adventures of yours, that might be an option for you.
That would be nice. That would be really nice. Wait, what's the catch?
Well, yeah, I'm not Stam, so I'm not gonna, put you to work or anything, but you've got a lot going on over here. Is there anything, seeing as I'd be sharing the bath? Well, that sounds a little bit weird. Giving you private access to the bath. Is there anything new you got going on? I mean, you're talking about XP on your hands. I wouldn't mind a little XP.
Yeah, I definitely could do XP. I got plenty of XP. Yeah, you could get like the first share of XP. That'd be great, right?
Yeah.
Wait, but it is going to come at another cost.
Uh-oh.
What's a good selling price for like a stack of enchanted blocks? I mean, does like a diamond for a stack sound good? I mean, I'm trying to come up with an idea there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on how hard it is to make. Like back at the Golden Carrot shop, I did a diamond for 32 just because it takes a bit longer with all the gold, but also it looks like you produce things very, very quickly. So it depends on how difficult it was.
Maybe a diamond is good for a stack. I think that might be a good. But yeah, a bath. How much would you want for a bath? I mean, I would love to wash some of this stuff off. I mean, I think after I'm done with all the hyper experience stuff, I can definitely take a dip and then like I'll leave you however much you want. How much you need?
I mean,
let me stacks of blocks.
Stacks of blocks. I think a bath is a pretty simple thing. If you just want to leave me a stack, that would be fine. And then if you ever find yourself needing to get cleaned off again and you want to donate more, that'd be perfectly fine with me.
Okay. That seems fair. I'll probably do that. I'll throw in some blaze rods as well. How about that?
Hey, that'd be fantastic.
Perfect. I need to get rid of these blaze rods.
Is that a byproduct you're making, is blaze rods?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Oh, are those yeah, those are blaze spawners in there. Okay, that's why I was hearing all the noise. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, and all the fist punching. You want to see back here? Here, look.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yep. And then yeah, they all like the crushing wheels are producing XP, but the deployers every time one of them dies produces a guaranteed 3 of those every operation.
And they're just getting pushed in by the belts and they happily kind of just fall into their doom.
Yep.
Well, that is very impressive. I can see how you're kind of solving XP forever with this.
I'm hoping. I'm hoping. But anyways, I'm about to not only be generating this XP, but how's Fortune 4 sound?
Fortune 4?
And how's protection, fire protection, blast protection, and projectile protection all on your gear sound?
Impossible.
It's not. What about infinity and mending on a bow?
You don't know how many comments I've gotten in the past with my hardcore world, because I had to replace my bow several times with infinity. Everybody asking, why don't you just put mending on it? Why don't you just put mending on it? Because you can't.
I can now.
Wow.
I am going to. But yes, yeah. I will definitely get the bathhouse going. I have got chickens to, I don't even know what I would call this, to organize.
Yeah, the chicken wall.
The wall of chickens, yeah. I'm going to have eggs.
Chicken
a lot more eggs. It's a weird time to show up, honestly.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure I want to ask why you need so many eggs.
I really don't. I don't know. I just like, I'll just add enough. Too many.
Well, yeah, yes. You definitely look busy, so I'll leave you to it. I've got I'm moving some of my farms from spawn over to my permanent area off to the east.
Okay, well be sure to look after today. I'll clean up, I think, after I get all of the enchanting done, and be on the lookout. There'll be some XP sitting there for you.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, bud.
Yep, we'll see ya. Well, that was interesting. Now we have a way to connect up to an existing train line, which means we're not going to have to do as much work. We did sign ourselves up for a little bit of work with Stam, but that really shouldn't be too bad. And I also don't plan on getting to it this episode, so no worries. It's also kind of an unlikely thing that we're able to get some experience just for use of the bath, but I will take it. Give Chosen an opportunity to clean up in here. Anyway, we were just about done taking out the last bit of the iron farm over here. So I will continue to do that, get this cleaned up, and then we can head back over to the new area. There we go, all empty. Everything is in my shulker boxes. And like I mentioned to Stam, I am just not sure if I'm gonna use our schematic cannon to bring the exact same thing back over to the new area. I kind of think I'm not start from scratch, but I might do a new design. Let's get over there and we'll see. Now I was kind of thinking, like I said, a couple changes to the farms. And there's a lot of area down there. Part of me was thinking, why didn't we just make a cobblestone generator kind of in this chute that goes downwards? there'd probably be an elevator coming up through the middle, but off to one of the sides we could have a larger vault generating cobble that gets sent downward, and as it gets sent downward, it gets processed. That way, when we got down here, some of this area could be more specific things. So for example, by the time it gets here, it might be iron ingots or even iron blocks or things like that. Then it could be sent off into other areas. The same cobble could be used to make sand or, you get the picture. It could just be used for multiple things. I may do that and I may not, but I do want to use that idea at least for the iron. So I think what I'll do is go into Timelapse. We'll get it all set up so that the iron is brought down from up there all the way down here, a little bit more efficient than we had it set up before. And then we can talk about next steps, probably getting things set up on the surface level. See you in a bit, citizen. We'll talk through a bit of this setup after the cinematic. So let's get in a quick Roman fact while we work through the setup. Born Gaius Octavius in 63 BCE, Augustus Caesar was the maternal great-nephew of Julius Caesar. Upon Caesar's assassination in 44 BCE, Octavius was named as his adopted son and principal heir in Caesar's will, inheriting his name, estate, and the loyalty of his legions. This propelled young Octavius, then only 18 years old, into the tumultuous world of Roman politics. Through brilliant administration, clever alliances, and no small amount of ruthlessness, Augustus became the first emperor of Rome and reigned until 14 CE, when he died at the age of 75. We'll take a brief break from the cinematic just to say this is working fantastic. I believe I made the necessary changes to the cobble generator, so the biggest thing you'll notice is the blocks don't actually break and show the animation of them kind of flying down into the inventory below it. Now they just show like the cracks, and then a piece of cobble is deposited into whatever inventory is below it, which is just a bunch of funnels down there. So that's working great. We do have a threshold switch like before, so it should stop if it does get full. Right now, I added so many crushing wheels that it's keeping up and it's not filling up. And we also have a smart chute to collect the iron nuggets and the flint as they go down into the inventory here. We're currently getting rid of the flint and then immediately getting our iron nuggets made into iron ingot. So that's working beautifully. However, I currently have no way out of here aside from flying out with a firework rocket in my elytra, and it doesn't look great up here. It's just a hole in the ground. So that's all I wanted to mention. I'm now going to move on to go gather materials to do a little bit of shaping up here to make it look a little bit better, and then put a structure on top. So I'm off to prep for that, and you're going back to Timelapse. Enjoy, citizen. I wanted a somewhat flat area available to begin building a structure to cover the iron farm, so I placed stone around the hole with a staircase leading down towards the grass. I like the combination of limestone, tuff, and diorite for Roman temples and structures, so I stuck with it for this build. I got the foundation and stairway up in place, and began thinking about what I wanted for the structure. Unsurprisingly, I figured columns were a must. I spaced them out a bit with stairs at the top and bottom for support, and created a simple stair and block perimeter above to hold the roof. I decided on using granite slabs for the roof rather than stairs because I didn't want it to be too steep. I was pleased with how everything was looking so far, so I decided to take a breath and step back to see what we might want to add now that the basic structure was in place. Things are looking much better than a hole in the ground around here now, he says, even though there's still a hole in the ground. So yeah, two things still strike me. One, we need to get an elevator in here because I want a way down there that's not trying to fly up and smack my forehead against that. And number two, it is better. It's still a bit bland. I think I need little embellishments all over the place. So those are two things I need to work on. Right, Piggy? Right. Oh, we have to go back too and check on the shop. I haven't checked, and I saw name ideas for our pig back at the shop. I need to grab embellishments for this place anyway. We might run back, that way I can refill the shulker boxes, and I need to get stuff for elevators. Yeah, let's run back real quick. Oh, by the way, too, well, no, I'll show you when we make the elevator, because I don't want to fly up, but that's been working. I think last time I checked, we had something like 2,000 iron down there. Not too shabby. Alright, let's go check the shop. We do need to pick up a bunch of stuff while we're here. Alright, let's see what we got. Ooh, 22 diamonds. Good job. Really working on those sales. I will take those, thank you very much. Somebody has been eating their carrots. Well, I'm a fan of that, and yeah, like I said, I saw a bunch of name ideas for pig here. I don't know that I have any name tags. I need to eventually get name tags so we can officially name all of you. But I think the name I liked the most was Biggest Piggus, so that's what we're going with. You are now Biggest Piggus. If you know, you know. Alright, let's go grab our stuff. I'm making some girders and brackets because I think those will come in handy. And then of course we need an elevator pulley, a contraption controls, that's a bit difficult to say, a couple redstone contacts. As far as embellishments, we haven't used these yet, the valve handles, they look kind of nice. And do I have any of that stuff? Not really. Need some more copper sheet. Bonk, bonk, bonk. That should be good. We can get 10 of them. Between those couple things and what I already have in all these shulker boxes, I think we can do some damage over there. And I'm nearly certain I'm forgetting something, but I don't think so. We've got the elevator pulley, the contraption controls. Oh, we need glue. That's something we'll need. Do I have glue on me? I might, actually. Yeah, I must, because I don't have it in here. There you are. Yep, we're good. Back we go. Da 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 da. Now the question is, do we leave it as it is here, or do I make an actual sort of nice looking shaft on the way down that has polished cut limestone as an example going all the way down? Because we usually don't do that. I think it might be a good idea if there's room. Got quite a bit of this, and this. This is one of the corners here, so if we start with that, right up against the wall, this is where it'll be a bit awkward, because we get right up against the cobble generator. Yeah, this will be a bit strange, but you'll get a view of this on your way down, at least. Then we just kind of fill in the rest, really. Hey, what are you I have torches down here. I keep trying to convince them of that, and they don't believe me. And weirdly, I think the door will come out right here, which will be a little bit awkward, because you're just coming right onto this, but that's okay, I guess. There we go. I think that's it. Now, we just set up the actual elevator, and since I already know we're going to need a redstone contact down here, we may as well do that. And I needed 3, didn't I? I think I might have brought what I need, I hope. Because we need 1 here, 1 up there, and then 1 on the actual elevator. That's right. Ah, well. So just remember, citizen, it needs to be right there at the top as well. So, if it's right there, we need it right here. Like that, I believe, yep. Please tell me I brought redstone. Yes. That saved me a trip. So now you go here. Good. Now we just design our actual elevator. Simple floor. Might be able to use chutes as a part of the decoration. And actually, so I remember, I think this needs to be the door. So we'll do things like this. Follow with metal girder on top. So far, this is the only part of the temple. Yeah, I haven't decided. Is this a temple? This might be the temple to Jupiter. Or Zeus if you're feeling Hellenistic. Probably a good way to found a new province. Honor Jupiter. You know what I mean, citizen. In fact, this almost makes it look like this is an older temple, and then somebody came in with, like, industrial era gear to excavate whatever's happening beneath it. Ooh, I like that. We'll also want an andesite door. That way it could open on its own, I believe. These don't really connect up to anything well, so we're not going to do that. We're trying to think outside the box, citizen, and yeah, nothing's really connecting up nicely here. Don't like that. Might just go with that, nice and simple. We'll have to get something on top. Maybe the windows will go up here more happily? Yeah, that looks a bit better. Actually, will it let me do that? No, it makes them connect. I was hoping we could do something like this where they all come through and do that sort of thing, but then it doesn't matter if I shift or not, they just keep connecting. Well, we'll put one here and one back here, almost like it's some kind of window like that. There we go. That's a decent elevator. Now we have to make it an elevator. Oh, I forgot about this. You can go here. Boop. Now, the glue. Start from down there to up there. And actually, these I don't think are technically touching, so we might need to do something like this, just so they're all connected. Now we can connect all of that. Get our elevator pulley somewhere up here. Bring a metal girder across. That way, we've got something to connect this to. And power is over there. We could probably sneak some in right up there. Yeah, we still have a bunch of this stuff. Oh wait, there's some right back here too. So if we want power coming right here straight across, then we'll probably want... It would work best right on top of this column. We might just have to do something different with the girder, but I like the idea of having this right here. Then we do that. We see if we can connect over here. Hooray! It connects. Yeah, that was what I was curious about, if these could kind of split, which it looks like they can. Now, we might have to remove a couple things right here, so it doesn't look too bonkers. Maybe you, and you. Yeah, I think we can get away with that. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, because now this comes out like this. I'm replacing that. That means we're probably going to have to move this to the side. So we'll bring it over by 1, put you right here, get you connected up. Bring shafts out along the side of the girder, make them look a bit nicer. And then, everybody happy. Beautiful. Also, can we put brackets on these to make it look like this is connected? No, it won't let me do that. Weird. Okay, so that's powered. I forgot to right-click it while I was up there. We need to do that still, just to get this all assembled. At least it should do that. Right-click? Hooray! I'm so smart. There we go. That's what we want. Elevator contact. And then we want a couple buttons because we need to leave you right there in case we need to call the elevator. And then we need to... How do I edit you? Oh, it's these ones. We have to click the contact. That's right. For now, we'll say Temple of Jupiter is up at the top one. Okay, good. Temple of Jupiter. And then if we go to 0, we should be brought down to the bottom. Pretty please? Hey, it works. Look at that. And then here's our other contact. And this will be... I have no ideas. We're going to say basement for now. Nope, just one basement. There we go. Well, look at that. It works. We've got our elevator shaft heading down. Iron farm, which I completely forgot to check again. But if we look, we've got a little over 2,700 iron ingot. Not terrible at all, really. That's running very quickly. Okay, we are pleased with that. We can head back up. That door closes, brings us right back up quickly. And that is beautiful. It's looking very good, citizen. Now, as far as other bits and bobs around here, still doesn't quite fit into its surroundings. It is a little plain. So why don't we do a couple extra things around here? I was thinking this needs more of a handrail on the way up or down. So if we start with blocks and then swap for the walls, we can do something like this. I have an idea for pathways, and in fact I think it's probably the next thing that we're going to do, so I don't want to do too much down here because I don't know, for example, if there's going to be just an area down here like, you know, a garden or something, or if I'm making pathways and they'll be connecting up, you know, for example, down here by the builder's hut, the power station down there, will we have pathways, I don't know, coming around this way, up the side of the mountain, right over here? Then would that connect by coming around this way to here? So we wouldn't want to make a garden because it would go right through there. Then it keeps winding up around the side, going up over this way, all the way up to the nether portal. The reason I want to do that is because right now we're kind of just picking spots and building things like this, but I wouldn't mind knowing where, you know, the road that leads to Rome actually leads to and from. That way we can build structures off the road or off the path rather than just picking random spots like this. I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but it helps me to talk through it. I should have brought vines. I didn't think about that. Why don't we also put fence on top of here? We'll get to those pathways in a minute. I just want to put a few more things around here. Add a bit of depth, a few more colors. You know the drill, citizen. Oh, we need lights too, don't we? Might be able to make more of those copper bulbs. By the way, I saw comments. You mentioned that they're gonna get weathered. I kind of realized that. I just didn't think about waxing them. We might come back later and wax them, but for now I'm pretty lazy, so we're just gonna do this. Yeah, we might be able to make a few of these. We can get 4 of those. Oh, it took 3. Wow. Yes, we can only afford 4 of those. Maybe that's not the bulk of what we're gonna use. I might just put him up in that spot. That yeah, there's 4 of those then. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which means everything else, you guessed it, we can make lanterns. I think there's a frog light shop up somewhere now. So eventually we'll be checking that out. For now, let's get some lanterns up here, a couple down at the bottom, just to pretend we're at least like halfway safe. Then we'll grab ourselves a lever and head up here. Or a lever, if you're feeling fancy. Okay, copper. Oh no, I can't put it there. It's complete like 4 corners of a block, not a block. I'm a dingus. So what do I do with these? I don't know. I'll use them somewhere. But for now, I want some random fences around here. Just like over time, people have been hanging things from these, or bits of construction ended up being exposed. We also got these valve handles. I forgot about that. Let's, just sort of accent these here and there. Yeah, see what I mean? It's starting to come along. I think we need something up here. This looks pretty bland. And I have an idea. I've been using andesite casing as scaffolding because you can break it down so quickly with your wrench. It just seems a lot easier. Even than using scaffolding, which is strange. All right, let's put a valve handle on each side. There we go. Then shafts, not that way. There we go, that way, down the middle. And then this is where these brackets could come in because I think, yeah, we can put them like that. How does that look? Not bad. Actually, this might be where those copper bulbs could come into place. If we do it like there's 2 of these being held up there, do I want 2 copper bulbs here, or do I want one on either side? Like the outsides. Let's do pipe in the middle, like that. And then copper bulb replacing this. Get that turned on. There we go. Same thing on this side. Gives us a little bit of extra light. And now that we're done and we hop down, yeah, that looks much better. Putting the punk in Roman punk a little bit. It was just like, you know what I'm talking about. It was just really like monochromatic and not a lot of depth to it before. Now it's just getting that complexity that I like. Could use some green if we find some vines or if we bring vines back. I know we have a ton at the bathhouse actually. So I'm happy with that. I do want to work on pathways though, because I don't know how difficult that's going to be. I plan on using, in fact, I might be able to look into it here because I've got so much stuff with me. Because I'd like to look into these mechanical rollers. Really neat things. I've used them once before, but as it says, it can clean up terrain around tracks. Now I don't know how trains and tracks work yet, but if I'm not mistaken, these also work with mine carts and rails, just like the usual kind we use. So it can clear pathways through, but also if you give it a material, it will clear, but it'll also put something down beneath it. So like a path that you would want to have, the way you want it to look. Yeah, so it can be on other types of contraptions. Okay. Hopefully that's fine with a minecart, but we'll find out. The next one, there's kind of two modes. One is what we just saw, destroying and putting down a path. The second is a fill mode, and this is, I think, the one I've used before, where if you have, say, a path above the ground, you can fill everything beneath it with probably dirt or gravel or something easy like that. I think that'll come in handy because it's very rough terrain around us. And I'll probably want to set a pathway that I like and then fill around it so that it looks more natural in the environment. So let's see how many of these we think we're going to need, and then also mark out a pathway because I don't really know what I'm doing yet. So it's electron tube, andesite casing, crushing wheel. And luckily we've got quite a few of these things, except do I not have crushing wheels? Did I use all of them? Oh, they're there. Okay. Whew. Thought I used every last one of them. There we go. Probably, let's see. I want kind of a wide pathway. So say we had a path that was 3 wide, just an example. Then we want one on either side, because, you know, it would be flanked by some other kind of block, so that would be 5. And then if we want to fill a little bit around that with grass and dirt, then that would be 7. So that might be what we're looking for. And we've got more, so we could always make more. Okay, now we'll need a cart assembler, a redstone torch. We will need a furnace minecart, some chests for the inventory, then some rail. We could actually probably make a bit more of that. Yeah, that's no problem. Okay, let's run a test with this. So I just dug through here. It's kind of awkward on this side, just a little weird hill. So if I wanted to try the clearing out mode of these things, I'm wondering, can I just clear a path right through to this and stop here? Only one way to find out. Well, I was going to put the rail down, but I guess we actually have to build this thing first. I wonder if it picks everything up as it goes, or also how tall are these? That looks right. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And if we look on top, we've got what? Roller mode, clear blocks and pave, straight fill below, slope fill below. Okay, good to know. And paving material. I don't want anything yet there because I think I just want to clear it. For now, we'll just do one chest at the back because I'm going to see if that picks things up. There we go. Lock rotation. See if we got that right. We did. Huzzah. So now, what worries me about this is if we're doing a pathway and then this happens. and this, and this, and this. I'm pretty sure with a train, it goes more on like a sloped, gentler angle, whereas if you're on a minecart, it's gonna go all the way through. So that could be an issue, but that's why we're doing the test. So we want it to get all the way out to here, and hopefully just create an opening here, just kind of pave its way through. And I don't know if I mentioned, but part of the reason for that is because I'm hoping what we can do is make sort of a new pathway up along the side of the hill, and use fill mode where needed to kind of make its own support structure underneath it, if that makes sense. But this is kind of where it would hook up in my mind. I could be completely wrong about that, but first, let's just see if this works. So we've got you here. These should all be set to the default, which is just clearing a path. And I'm hoping it can go up the 1 or 2 inclines over there if I give it a little bit of coal. So here you go. Hey, kinda. Yeah, it kinda works. Look at that. Now what's gonna happen? Ooh, it's not gonna turn. Hold on. Yeah, that's an issue. So when I did lock rotation, that actually wasn't right. I want it to be able to turn, right? I don't know. I mean, it kind of works. Look at that. It's not terrible. The downside is it looks like it's breaking the rail, which it really shouldn't be able to do. Let's see if it makes a difference if I don't lock rotation. We're learning, citizen. Always face towards motion. Pause actor while rotating. Lock rotation. I think always face towards motion. That probably makes sense. Yeah, just out of curiosity. What would happen now? Off you go, fella. So now, are you gonna make it up that hill? Because yeah, now it's actually turning, which is kind of nice. That's what we wanted, but there, yeah, it's just gonna break it. Okay, so it can't go up hills. That's probably where the train track comes into play, because I think it would work. So now, there's our question. Do we try to figure out at least how to simply use a train rail and get a path set up, or try to do our best to use the kinda not ideal mechanics of this one to make it work? Either way, we can clean this up. I kind of feel like we should at least try it with train tracks. We're not going to go any depth into trains because I want that to be its own episode, figuring out trains and building a really nice one and all of that, but I might just see if we can get it rolling. Rolling with rollers. Because this is cleared out somewhat. If we need to, that'll work fine. We can connect up to that area. But like I said, I think it's just going to take something more to have basically a brand new pathway leading up all the way around the side of this mountain and clearing everything out and laying path. And yeah, that's quite the undertaking. So we'll probably need to head back for this because we very briefly looked, but yeah, we'll need a slab, deploy, smoosh. Yeah. Okay, let's head back to the base briefly. And I never do this, so let's go up this way. Haha! Away we go! This is never not exciting. Wait, it just turned us around. Oh no! We're stuck in a loop. I think this is where we got turned around. Is that right? No, there we go. We got it. Huzzah! I love that. Fortunately, we already have a kind of setup here that it's not exactly what we need, but we can modify this pretty easily to make track. And we'll need another deployer to do that, as well as another smoosher. Then we just get all those added here. So I think that was it, right? Stone slab, iron nugget, smoosh. Yep. So we need stone slab. There we go. That should be plenty. Iron nuggets. We'll put the nuggets up in here. There we go. Because that should then go down into here. Give it that. Do what we need. And I think all we do then is throw the stone slabs into here. Hey, look at that. We're making train track. Well, that's not so bad. So I guess we'll let it do that for a while. I don't actually know how much we're going to need, but I don't want to have to come back and do more. So we'll try to be safe. Now, if this works, I plan on probably using tough as the border to the pathway, because we've got a decent amount of that, but the pathway itself, I was almost thinking we could use something we haven't used yet, and that is something we can purchase over at the shopping district. And I think it was back here. Dirty little discounts, 75% off. That's so funny. Oh, somebody might have got all the mud. It might be out over here. What is this? Packed mud. I think that's what I was looking for. Right? Because I was thinking of doing this, mud bricks. And yeah, that's just packed mud. So I wonder how much of this we could get. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what? 8 stacks? 5, 6. By the way, who do I give this to? Do I take it into the shop? Yeah, it might be Mr. FoxyNoTail in here. That is incredible. Alright, can I give this to you, sir? There we go. Packages here. Yeah, that's all my packed mud. Okay, so maybe we use a bit of that. And it looks like we can come back for more if we need more. But I just thought that would look nice. We'll put these in here. We can't put those in there. Okay. It's like nested groups. You can't put a cardboard package in a shulker box like you can't put a shulker box in a shulker box. Unfortunately. Look at that. Tons of train track, but I know we need something else too. And I don't know what it is because I don't know how to use trains. Probably a station? I don't know. Place a station near a track. Maybe I don't need one. Well, to create a new train. Yeah, we would need to use it to assemble a new train, I think. Bogey, using train casing on tracks. Okay, train casing on track. So I think we need this. So train station, we need train casing and a compass, train casing... Dirty sheet. What is going on? There's new things I've never heard of. Oh no. You told me this would be easy, citizen. Okay, brass casing, sturdy sheet. What? Oh, maybe I'm not going to do this. This looks like a pain. This is why it should be its own episode. I mean, could I do it? Yes, absolutely. But this is annoying. I don't want to do this. Okay, I need to think, citizen. Give me a minute. Okay, here's the plan. I'm going to get some of that powdered obsidian that we need for sturdy sheets. And then if I can find in somebody else's workshop that they already have the setup to make these things, then we'll do it. Because somebody's got to have it, right? I'm not going through and doing all that myself. You can't make me, citizen. So we'll grab some obsidian, take that to our crushing wheels, throw that in here. That should go through and give us some of the obsidian back and 7 powdered obsidian. Let's throw it through again, see if we can get 10. Oh wow, just gave it right back to us. Neat. So we got powdered obsidian. In order to get train casing, we need sturdy sheet, which is powdered obsidian. That goes through a spout of lava and then 2 smooshers. Somebody must have this set up. I'm willing to bet. Let's go find it and utilize the kindness of the community. Stam does lots of trains. MrBeardstone does lots of trains. That is for precision mechanisms. That's not what we're looking for. Nothing in that one. Not what we're looking for, but it looks like they might have a waxing area here. Good to remember for the future. Nope. More of the basics, but not what I'm looking for. I'm getting the sinking feeling that everybody probably made a ton of sturdy sheet and then just never needed it again, and then just stopped having that as a part of their workshop. Alright, fine. We'll do it ourselves. But I'm not pleased with you, citizen. You promised me somebody else would have it. So we'll get a spout. I'm hoping I can take it mid, like, I'm not setting up the whole process, so I'm hoping we could hover to the iron farm. I forgot more pipes. Spray it with lava, bring it back over here to be smooshed twice. This should not be this complex. What do you mean it's super easy? Seems complex to me, but then I've never done it before. Okay, I probably should have brought a depot. Will it not work? Actually, we had that one pipe we left over here. Yeah, you. This should work. That there, this here. No. There we go. Get it going over here. Quickly remove this and put this here. Did it work? Yeah. Fill it up. Okay, so, well, let's just do 1 to be safe. If I do that, what happens? It turns into something. Unprocessed obsidian sheet. Okay, this will work. We just do this. Can you not? Oh, is it still filling? Yeah, I think it's filling. There it goes. And there we go. And last one. There we go. Give me all of those. Ooh, they don't stack. That's annoying. Oh, we've got a package too. 2 packages. Wow. 6464 blaze rod and 6464 block of experience. Thank you, Mr. Chosen Architect. I hope you enjoyed your bath. We'll come back for those later when I need them, but that is great. Now, mechanical press, we just put all of these in the smoosher. It should go by, smoosh each one, and they'll be nearly done at that point. Then we take them, put them through one more time, and that, I don't even remember what we're trying to get anymore. Yeah, sturdy sheet. Yeah, okay, so train casing is what we're looking for, so it needs to go onto brass casing. Got it. Oh boy, the sturdiest rocks. A new advancement. Let's, we've got 5. Let's only do 5 in case we need sturdy sheet for something else. Oh, do I have shuffle on? Yeah, I was wondering why it was doing that. I must have accidentally put shuffle mode on. Okay, so now we go boom, 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 boom. The locomotive age. And we pick it up. Good. On train station, we just needed a compass. That's nice and easy. Boop, 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 bop. Get that. One of these. Get 2 train stations, because I think we'll need them. Then, I think for bogey. Yeah, that's not a thing. I think it was just as you... Yeah, create new bogies by using train casing on tracks. So that was it. Which means I think we might have all the things we need. Got all this. Got train station. We got train casing that goes on there. We have to disassemble the minecart contraption because, yeah, it needs to be different now. Let's do that first. Put that there, get this down, you here, and then unglue it all, and take it all back. Oh, by the way, it did pick up stuff as it was going. That's good to know. Neato. Okay, let's get everything here, bring it back over, see if we can figure this out. You're gonna tell me how to do this, right, citizen? Probably makes sense to do a short test, kind of like we did before, just so I don't spend a lot of time marking this out only to find out it's not really gonna work. So lots of room here. As an example, if we wanted to connect up here, and it'll probably go multiple directions, because if we started down here and somehow came up here in a path, went across here, we could go this way over bridges, but it also might want to turn this way to go around the back. So either way, we would need to get a path up here. Maybe that's our test, is just trying to get a path from here up to there. Actually, that might be kind of a sharp turn going up there, so what if instead we went down around here? There would have to be a support structure underneath it, because I wouldn't want to fill all that with dirt. Man, this is complex. Actually, maybe we could hug the side. Maybe we could come along here, hug this, go up and around, and get up there. I'm sure it gets easier as you go with this, planning this stuff out, but so far, a bit difficult. Right now, I'm marking out what I believe would be a sort of template for the elevation change that I would want for the path, because I think the train track can just sit on top of that. What I'm not sure about is will it be able to make these kinds of zany turns that I'm putting in? Well, let's find out. So I started it down here. It's going to hug really close to this side, or the wall of this first hill on the, what is this, the south side. So we'll kind of hug that, go all the way around here, and then when we get here, it connects up to this pathway and comes right up this way. Will it work? No idea. I don't even know how to use this train track, so if I click here, will it know to connect these up? Like if I click here, how do I make them connect? Click on an existing track first, and then second track. Okay. Click on you, and can only turn... Oh, can connect. There we go. So let's see, how obnoxious is that? Yeah, kind of obnoxious, but let's go with it. Okay, then you go to... cannot create sloped S-bends. Okay, that's good to know, but I don't really know what that means. Turn too sharp. It's not turning at all. Oh, do I have to just face a different way? Yeah, this is going to take some getting used to. It's pretty weird. Turn too sharp. Something tells me this is going to cause problems, because now I'm not going to be able to turn here. Well, this has been an enormous pain to try to figure out, but that's kind of as close as I can get it, and you can tell we did pass this by. So my thought is, if we want to do a path here, we can manually do a bit to, well, if this works. If this creates a pathway, then we can manually sort of connect it up via a stairway or something like that. But that took absolutely forever for me to figure out, just because I'm so not used to the mechanics of this. But that being said, I'm going to go clean up a couple of these things, and then we'll need to build the train a bit different than I was thinking initially, because I was going to center it, kind of like we did with the minecart contraption, but now that's not going to work, because I had to get very close to the side of the hill. So we'll have to weight it off to one side, but that should be fine. Okay. Now, we need to figure out trains. And we also need to realize I probably should have also made train controls, because I don't know how we would even do this without those. But either way, we can go back for that. I want to set this down here. Wait. Oh, right click. Looks like it's going in that direction, which is what we want. We put it down here. Bound target to track. Okay. And then we just put one of these train casings down. That didn't do it. I swear that's what it told me to do. Open the UI and switch to assembly mode. Okay, that might be why. Create new train? Train assembly. No bogies. Use train casing and highlighted track to create bogies. Remove blah, 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 blah. Yep. Okay. Now... No. You lied to me once again. It says highlighted tracks. I don't know that anything's highlighted. Not working. Interesting. Create new train. Close window. And then nothing works. It doesn't work. Okay, let's just try this again. Train station. Down. Successfully bound to targeted track. Create new train. Assemble train. There's nothing there to assemble. Ooh, okay. Now there's a new... That wasn't there last time. There we go. Okay. Small bogey. It's nighttime. I need to sleep. Now, it doesn't really matter how this looks because I'm gonna disassemble it pretty soon after we're done. But like we said, if we're going up this, I mean, I'd like to have the track centered until it gets to like right here, and then it'll need to be more weighted to the left. So if I did that right here, well, it might still work. I could start the track out here, go along this way. Yeah. So let's do that. Pretty much everything off to this side. Get some chests put in because I will be eventually putting down some blocks. And glue it all together? Question mark. There we go. Now what happens when I build carriages attached to one or two bogey? No, that should be fine. Assemble train? No structure attached to bogey 1. Resolve this and retry. Okay. Do I have to actually glue it to it? Glue it to it. Maybe that's why. Let's try that. Attach at least one forward-facing train control block. Oh yeah, that's right. We do need those train controls. Forgot about that. Let's go make that and a seat. Then we can probably assemble this. Okay, back in a moment. All right, there we go. Train controls, we can grab that. Then I don't know if you need it or not, but we may as well grab a seat while we're here. Grab a seat. There we go. Hopefully that's it. So we've got train controls. Is that the right way? Really hard to tell. I don't know because there's nothing on it yet. We're going to assume that's the right way. And we're going to put a seat right there. Get that all glued together and see if it likes it now. Assemble train. Hey, all aboard. We did it. And I'm very clever, so we're going to name it Pathy for now because we're just making paths with it. Okay, now this worries me. Actually, I didn't do... Probably should have done all this stuff before I assembled it. We can always reassemble it, but for now, let's just maybe run it and see that it can make it all the way up. And I also don't know how to drive a train. I'm sure that's not the right term. Yeah, let's just take this for a test run. Ooh boy. Hey, look at me! Conductor Legion. It just put a hat on me. I didn't put that on. Where did I get a hat? Alright, either way. What do I do? Right click. Now controlling pathy. Am I? So if I go forward... Whoa! Okay. Yep. So we go all the way around here. Might run into that tree. That goes pretty quick. And okay, so we know it does something. It is breaking a few things. Ow, I just got hurt. But not a lot, which is probably good because I want the path to not really go inside the hill. But that goes up. We hit this. Looks good. We broke through some of that. And I think that's the end of the track. Go backwards. I don't want to fall off. Okay. So it works. That works. Now we need to pick the, am I not, I'm not on the seat anymore. What happened? Anyway, we need to fill the chests. Yeah, I'm getting pushed by that stone. That's what it is. Okay. And set the filters on the rollers. Yeah, well, let's figure this out. But first we need to get you right there. I think that's it, right? Yeah. Oh boy. How do I stop controlling contraption? There we go. No, not create new train. How do I edit this train? Station, open all. Does it need to be like forward a bit? Just looked it up. It said you might have to use space to properly pull into the station. So if I press space, hold, it said something, but I didn't see it. Hold space to approach track station. I can't read that. Arrived at track station? Is that what that says? So does that mean now I'm at the station and I can edit pathy? Yeah, disassemble train. Whew, there is a lot to figure out with this. Also, before I forget, this kept knocking me out, so we probably want to dig a bit of this out, and then hopefully we can get by without too much to do. Okay, that should be fine. And now we want the ones on the ends, the very side ones, to, well, this will be on the inside. Sloped fill below. I think both on the outside, we want to slope fill below with dirt. No, not all of them. Does it have to all be the same thing? Or maybe I do that first. Maybe I go through, they all slope fill with dirt the whole path. Then I come back and I switch it to clear box and pave, and we do the what I was thinking with that. This might be risky, but I'm willing to try it. I need a lot more dirt. And I thought I brought more. I guess I didn't. Well, let's see what that does. Assemble train. Looks good. 293 dirt. That won't get us very far. But I do want to see if it works. So if I say now controlling pathy, push forward. Yeah, it is working. And I'm already out of dirt. But you can see what it's doing there. So we'll do that all the way up this way and create a new path. Because we're smart, see? I don't know if that's true. Back to the station. Alright, I'll go get some more dirt. We'll fill out this whole thing with a dirt path. Then we'll make a better looking path on the very top of it. We've got a plan. Get ready for a bonkers time-lapse, citizen. My replay mod did not like the fact that I had a train here. Not one bit. So unfortunately, this whole time-lapse includes the train looking like a kid trying caffeine for the first time and downing 6 cans of pop, or some other quirky and relatable simile. Anyway, I was able to stick to the plan, using the rollers to fill dirt underneath the track that we set up, followed by tough slabs, and finally mud brick slabs in the configuration that we talked about. The pathway stops somewhat abruptly, but we'll have plenty of time in future episodes to get that extended where needed. I'd call that a decent proof of concept. I did run into 1 or 2 issues. I cleared off pretty much this entire hill over here of dirt, and somehow I still ran out. This takes a lot. So right at the end here, we don't have any dirt. I'm probably going to have to fix that, especially if we're continuing this path around, which I think we will. I did remove the train and destroyed it because it's easy enough to make, and I don't even think you can pick them up and put them elsewhere. You have to keep them somewhere. Like, you can't keep them in your pocket. This now leads up to here, but this is a bit odd. I don't like that at all, so we'll be fixing that up at some point. I'm just not quite sure what I want to do yet. So for now, we're going to leave it. I have a lot to do. I mean, obviously, I'm probably going to put lighting and stuff along the pathway. We might decorate it in other ways, like put plants and things like that along the edges. But I'm glad we figured it out. We at least know this works. We can use those rollers to fill with dirt and then arrange them in such a way that they create a path. Also, you can at least tell someone lives here now. There's something. Now the only thing that's left is lots and lots of cleanup back at the base because these are all just overflowing with basically junk. So let's go clean up. Lots more to do here in future episodes, and I'll be counting on you for much of that because you'll let me know what I missed. Please and thank you, citizen. Alright, that's kinda a little bit more organized, but before we wrap up, I noticed something out here. Look at that! New village! Let's take a look before we finish. Look at this, there's little houses down here, there's stalls. Looks like we got a fish market going on. I wouldn't necessarily want to eat that one. Underwater bits and bobs, very nice. The fisherman's hut, this is great. And behind me, Ropy's rope shop that sells rope. Very impressive. Looking at all this, I'm sure that it was Throlash that built this, not FoxyNoTail. Yep, 100%. But yeah, man, this looks great. Cranky's mining hut, very nice. What's this? Legion's side of the dock this way. Okay, apart from the big sign, Foxy did that. Nope, that was Throlash. So this appears to be saying that I'm supposed to do what is over here on this side, but I already have a lot of work to do. Ugh, maybe that'll be a future episode. We do this side of the dock, add to the carrot shop. We'll see about all that. Either way, everything looks very nice down there, and we'll definitely need to prioritize for the next episodes because we need to create a train, hook up to the train network, continue building the permanent base, improve that tunnel for Stam, and like 300 other things that I'm already forgetting about, I'm sure. Big plans today, citizen. Recently, we've been working on the new base location, and we have a few things set up, but one of the things that really has been bugging me. We have to keep coming back to see Copycat to get things out of our storage here. And I also have to carry around lots and lots of shulker boxes just to get anything done. So because of that, I think it's time to set up permanent storage, much larger storage, at the base. So we'll need to head back over there to get started. But before we do, here's a question for you. What's the typical problem with an Imperial treasury? That's right, they're always trying to steal me Lucky Charms. Wait, that's not right. That's right, barbarians are always trying to steal our treasury. So for that reason, we're going to disguise it. It won't look like a treasury. And I do have a plan, but it's going to take a lot of prep work. So before we head over there, I'm actually going to break into some of this stuff that we got from Chosen last episode. And that is lots of blaze rods, as well as experience. Ooh, look at that. Now, how do you use these? Because I actually need to fix my Wings of Daedalus. Can I just, maybe I put, ooh, wow, look at that. That looks cool. Do I just break it? Does that give me experience? No. Ah, nugget of experience. You can turn it into that, and then I use these. Yeah, there we go. That healed up a bunch of my stuff. Neat. So that was one thing, get healed up. And the other was use the blaze rods to get some more of these copper bulbs. I think these will make nice lighting over at the base. And a stack should do for now. And these we should actually wax so they don't oxidize or whatever. And I thought somebody had... Is that what this is? Yeah, I think this does it. Let's just, to be safe, we'll put one through. That goes through this, honeycomb block. Makes it waxed. There you go. So that just means that it's not going to do this. Weathered copper bulb or oxidized. I think it lowers the light level too when that happens. So let's get all of these waxed and then we'll head over and get right to work in Timelapse. My plan here was to mark out a circle that I thought would be big enough for our project today, and then dig away any of the dirt and stone down to the floor level. Simple stuff, so while we work on it, we can knock out our Roman fact. Roman arenas, that is, the fully enclosed elliptical amphitheater that we all know and love, were a distinct Roman architectural invention, differing from the semicircular Greek theaters. The most well-known arena, the Colosseum, had an intricate network of underground tunnels and chambers called the Hypogeum, which housed gladiators, animals, and machinery. It also featured trapdoors, ramps, and even elevators to dramatically bring combatants and animals into the arena. Not a bad bit of work. Still quite messy, but this should be enough area for what I have in mind. And I've been intentionally vague so far, but a few of you have probably guessed what's going on here. We're going to make a sort of arena-looking structure here, or mini coliseum. And then we'll build storage into the sides of it inside. From the outside, you won't really be able to tell that it's storage. We're hiding our wealth. And I have a few ideas about how we're going to do that, but obviously we need a structure first, or at least the beginnings of one so we know what's going to go where. And the point of this was just to mark it out, know what area it's going to be in, and how we can build it into things. Like, probably going to build it into these walls a little bit, and then the front face, that's where you'll see most of the structure. Also, look at this. Turns out we're pretty close to the basement of the temple up there. And by the way, yeah, I actually spent some time between episodes moving the gold farm over here. That's why it looks a lot busier. There's a lot more going on. Same kind of thing we did back for the golden carrot shop. It's just all set up here. And now over here, we get gold ingots deposited, so if we need to, we can bring the gold back over to the golden carrot shop if we need to refill. Or who knows, maybe one day, we can have a train deliver that stuff for us. But yeah, thought I'd mention, I moved that over here. But now that this is done, I have another big job to do. I need to collect lots of materials. I don't know what I'm building this out of, and I only have a vague idea of how I want it to look, so I'm going to spend some time collecting different materials to build the majority of this structure, or at least the foundations of it, and then we can decide how we're setting up storage and how we're hiding it from those greedy barbarians. Alright, let's do it. I was thinking some sandstone might go nice here, and I was actually just about ready to run and find a desert to collect a bunch. And then I remembered, silly Legion, this is Create. And guess what we're making in abundance for our gold farm? That's right, sand. So if I just stand here, I'll pick it up as it comes out, and I should be able to, yeah, just turn that right into sandstone. So I will do that for a bit, we'll get a bunch, and we can start building. I think what I'm gonna do is use the cut sandstone slabs to, well, I'm not exactly sure what I want the central area to look like, but a lot of this I'm going to just sort of fill with the sandstone, because I want that to be the main theme, and I also want it to be able to connect up over to this. So maybe right after the dirt, we move up to this layer, and it will sort of act as a transition between the, you know, sort of green grassland look over to more of a desert, like arena in the desert type of look. Yeah, so let's start by getting that taken care of. There we go. We're starting to tell that this is, you know, looking like something, but we do need a design idea. I haven't really thought too much about it. What I was thinking, we'd probably have storage as in item vaults along the back. We've got space already. This opens up into a pretty big cavern that I didn't know was here. So we might have all of that along this back wall, and then the sides is probably where we'd have seating and stands for the arena, and then some sort of grand entrance out front. I'm not sure about the mechanics yet, but we'll have, like I said, the storage in the back and then something in the center here, or even maybe at the entrance, almost like it was the person selling tickets or something to the arena. You would go there to get your items and it would just sort of deliver them from the back. But we don't have to worry about that just yet. What I think I'll do next is maybe get the item vaults put in just so I know where they are, and then how we want to cover them, like with the seats and the walls and everything else. So we still have a lot of work to do. Let's grab some materials and get to it. There we go, just made some more item vaults and got tons of stuff. I'm sure we'll be back, but this should be a good start. I don't think I'll put all of the item vaults down yet, by which I mean I'm not going to make them full vaults. I just want the front face of each so I know where they're going to be, and then we could always just dig out the back and put them into here. I don't think we'll need to see any of the back area of them. So for example, if one area here at the back, we have a vault here. Looks like we could probably fit one more on top of that. Yep, there we go. And then obviously, since this is circular and the walls will be circular, it probably isn't going to fit very happily in other places. But for example, if we do the same thing, one gap here, so skip one, then do this, we'll kind of be on the edge of this, but I think that's fine. So we'll get another one put down here. There we go. That is already going to be more storage than we have back at spawn, but I also don't think it's enough. In fact, we might just put 2 more next to each of these, and that would be 10 full-sized vaults. And then in the future, if we need to, we can move on to this wall, but I think that should be pretty good to start. There we go. That's what I'm thinking for initial storage. Now, closer to the end, when we're setting up the mechanics for all this, I'll dig out the back of all of this. We'll expand these so they're full size, but for now, I'm more concerned with what is it going to look like around here? What sort of structure are we building? And because I'm pretty sure you won't see any of these walls by the time I'm done, I'm not going to leave them like this because that's a little bit too bare, but I think what we might do is just cover it with like spruce planks or something like that. Because like I said, I have an idea that means I don't really think you're going to see any of that. It's actually probably not a great idea to bring this down. I'm still doing it, but I'm wondering if this is a bad idea because I might have needed that as like a guide on how to build the walls. Well, too late for that. Actually, this should help with that. Yeah, I think I got it right, so that should be good. I'm going to fill the rest of these with spruce planks just so we have something against the back wall, and then we can start thinking about building the structure itself. See you in a few, citizen. I've kind of been building this a little bit piecemeal, because at first I thought I'll make this walkway up at the top and then we can build something on top of that, but then as I was doing it I said, well, maybe we should do the entrance first, that way we can get a design aesthetic down. And by the way, I don't know what it is about it, but I really like the cut sandstone with the mud brick. I think that goes well together. And then I was thinking if we could get this set up with an entrance, it's copied the same way on the other side on here, we would need to figure out what goes between or betwixt once we get up to the walkway. But that way, if I could have this sort of design going all the way along until it reached this part, because that's kind of all you're going to see from this side. And actually, we might want to get rid of this hill so we can see it a little bit better. But we'll see mainly the front. And then back here, this will be more like the stands and things that are covering up the storage. There might be a little bit of something up here, especially where the walkway is, but this will be the majority of what you're seeing over here. So I do like this. I like the way this looks. I need to come up with something for up above, but I think I'll continue with this. We'll get this wrapped around to meet right around here, or maybe we'll stop right here. That way it can transfer or transition from the mud and the sandstone into the spruce. Yeah, I've got some decisions to make. I'm going to keep working on it, and we'll see what we come up with. And what we came up with started by bulking out the main entrance a bit, using the existing sandstone and mud brick design, followed by stone brick and deep slate closer to the top just to give it some slight color variation. You can't have an arena without proper seating, so we got that set up next. A few rows of stadium seating made of sandstone with tough pathways fit on either side, with columns in the back outlining storage. I also started bulking out the side walls with more mud brick and sandstone, as I thought it would be a good idea to have a space for some balconies on the second level later in the build. Finally, I added the upper portion to the main entrance using similar materials with a larger sloped roof covering the smaller one we already built for the first level. A few hours later, and we've made some decent progress. You can probably tell it's not done yet, but there's a reason I paused right now. And the big one is, I think now would be a good time to actually set up the storage mechanics and the rest of the vaults, because I don't want to build things over that without knowing that it's all set up in a way that I can actually get items out. So we'll be setting up the storage with the packagers, the frog ports, the stock links, all that sort of thing. Then we'll probably go back around and do the detailing that's going to finish it. But like I said, so far I'm liking how it looks. You probably saw more than I did in the time lapses, but if we pull back out, yeah, built right into that little depression around all of the hills. I really like that. So that's all looking good, but there's a second reason. Like I said, it's been a few hours and I need a break from this before we continue working on it. And there's a good reason to take a break. You might have seen in the last episode, we worked with Stam to make a deal to use his existing train line if we helped expand one of his train tunnels. It needs to be a little bit taller so that all of the trains on the server can fit through. So for now, we're going to take a break from this and we'll come back and work on the storage, but I want to go work on that tunnel for a little bit. So we'll bring all this stuff with us, and before we even get started, a few times now in several episodes, many of you have asked why I didn't put mending on super glue or just mentioned, hey, you know you could do that, right? So now seems like a good time because we're going to need the super glue. So let's head back, get mending, and get working on this tunnel. Yeah, I was worried about this. I just came to do some trades, and it seems like this isn't nearly secure enough a place for villagers. That's alright. I think I can go steal some of Chosen's villagers for a moment, and then get emeralds for mending. Hey friends, who wants a few sticks? There you go. That's all we need. Yeah, it's only 14 anyway, so we'll grab one of those. Get some books. Thank you, sir. And super glue with mending, there we go. And of course, it's no longer super glue, it's Roman glue. Much, much better. All right, now there's one or two other things that we'll need, because you also may remember from last episode, I talked about potentially using a schematic cannon or something to change this tunnel around. But a few of your comments mentioned just using a piston instead, and I think I'm actually going to try that. Because with Create, you get these piston extension poles, and you can extend the range in which these go and use that to push things. I've never done that before, but it looks simple enough. So we'll get a few of these, then we'll get a mechanical piston, and we're just going to make it a sticky piston. I don't know if I'll need that or not, but may as well. And we'll also bring a hand crank. Now before we go over there, let's just test this. So normally, that wouldn't do anything, right? Yeah, okay. But if we put some of these on the back, and then do it, nope, other way? That way. Yeah, then we can push it as far as we need. Pretty cool. All right, hopefully this is all we'll need. So let's head over and see if I'm correct about that. And I already forget where the tunnel is, but I think, is it this one here? Yep, this is the one. So we will need to glue, I'm thinking we move it up right around, probably from this layer and up. We move all of that up that way. We just grab some additional stone brick wall and polished tuff wall, and we should be able to fill in the rest of it pretty easily. Bringing it taller by 2 or 3 blocks, I think Stam said, and I think we should just do 3 to be safe. The thing I'm not sure about and we need to test is when it goes up, will it just replace the blocks above that are there, or are we going to have to destroy them? I'm not exactly sure, but it shouldn't be much of an issue either way. So let's see if we can do a little test area. So we want to start from right here and then bring it up to this side and then glue it one more time and bring it back over to there. So we should have everything for this first section. Nope, I did that wrong. I just glued the same spot twice. Whoops. Let's try this again. Over to there, maybe? Yeah, that's all we want. Okay, moment of truth, I guess. We're going to see if we can nudge this up 3 blocks, and then we just have to do the rest of it, which I guess might actually take a while. That's a big tunnel. What did we sign ourselves up for, citizen? Okay, let's get that turned. Actually, we should do it like that. Then I think we have room to put enough poles. I don't know. This is a test anyway. We just want to see if this will work. Okay, so it's all glued together. It should grab onto it and just push it right up. I'm a little bit nervous. I do not want to break this tunnel. Ooh, actually, yeah, in fact, before we do this, I think somewhere... Yeah, I've got my schematic stuff with me. Let's make a schematic just in case I screw everything up. We'll take it from the same spot, get this moved out, just make sure we get all of it. That way, if we unintentionally destroy everything, we'll still have the schematic and we can build it that way. And it might include this. There we go. We'll leave that part out. Okay, boop. There we go. Should be safe now. All right, moment of truth. Goes up 1, 2, 3. Now it's touching. Add a few more. Let's just go 1 and see what happens. Whoa! That is really cool. It worked too. I think it... Ooh, what happened here? Oh, I didn't get... hold on. We gotta bring it back down. Oh no, what did I do? Yeah, I screwed something up. But how though? I didn't think I missed anything. Let's put it back up 1 again and see what went wrong. Yeah, for some reason that's not going with, and I don't know why. It's in the glue. Alright, we'll just have to fix that afterwards. I want to just bring it up all the way. So that section is done. We can get rid of the glue. Maybe because I double glued it? I don't know. We'll take this stuff back. Yeah, strange. I don't know what happened there. This one, just this one line got a little weird. Should be easy enough to fix though. So it's supposed to be up at that level. Make sure we get these turned on. There we go. Okay, hopefully we don't have to do that every time. So I guess the next test is how much of this can we move at one time. So for example, if I grab here and selection area is too big. Okay, this, yeah, man, that's gonna take a while. How big is this tunnel, by the way? Oh my goodness. This is gonna take a while. Oh boy, okay. Well, let's see how big of a selection we can do. Is it just, well, a little bit more at least than a single section. Looks like it's that right there. 23 blocks. Okay. Tis what it tis, citizen. I guess the next test is, can we do this section, get it all glued together, and then glue it to an additional section, and it's still all gonna move as one? Because I don't think we want to be doing it one at a time, as it were. Alright, that's 2 sections, well, technically 4 glued together. Let's see if we can manage that. By the way, I'm glad that trains don't appear to be running right now, because that would be very dangerous if we just are standing here when a train comes. Alright, let's just see if we can go... I'm thinking maybe when I stopped, that was what the issue was, so I'm just gonna go all 3 at once. Here we go. 1, 2... Oh, why isn't it going? Oh, is that on a slab? That might not work. Let's try it over here instead. That's where we did it last time, so here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Did it work? I think it worked. Okay. So I think what I'll do is just keep expanding. Like if this was 2 full lengths of glue that we could get, next I'm going to try 3 and then we'll do 4 and we'll just see if we hit a barrier with that. But this shouldn't be terrible then if we can do it that way. So I'll get to work. I think it makes sense to move to Timelapse unless something goes wrong, then you'll be the first to hear about it, citizen. But wish me luck. And oh no, Skeletron! Might need some new lighting as well in here. But yeah, wish me luck. I'll see you in a few, citizen. There he goes, an innocent legionary doing a favor for a server mate. In no way is he causing trouble for anybody. There's nothing he's missing during this work that would come back to haunt him later. Oh, wait a minute, what's this? Wait, how is pushing the tunnel up also pushing the terrain above it? It's not glued together, and I saw blocks breaking rather than moving. Oh no, please tell me it's not heading for Chosen's Mall. Ooh, that's not good. I had no idea that happened yet, by the way, so the next 5 minutes or so of the video, I'm completely oblivious to what happened. Okay, so we're getting there. but there's a couple of unfortunatelys. One of them is this stretch right here. I don't know why, it just will not stop misbehaving. I cannot get it. No matter how I glue it, no matter how like small of a chunk I choose, I cannot push this bit up. And I don't know if it has something to do with what's above it. I don't see anything different here. Maybe the gravel affects it somehow, or I'm simply not sure. But it's being difficult, and it's not too big a stretch, so just unfortunately I think we're gonna have to do that part manually. But also, the other unfortunately, this continued to happen pretty much the whole way down. So that one row, I don't know why it does that. It seems to do it intermittently. Like that one moved fine, but these ones are just a block too low for some reason. I don't know why it's doing that. But either way, we're gonna have to move those parts up manually, and we're gonna have to do that entire section manually. So you guessed it, back to time-lapse. I went through the rest of the tunnel correcting the little issues that remained, still unawares that I shifted terrain up into Chosen's mall unintentionally. And yes, not only did it move walls and the roof, it also moved some components inside that broke the entire shop. Which also explains why that one section wouldn't move. I'm guessing because I was pushing on too many create components and useful things up above. Ugh, let's head back over to Oblivious Legion. Oh boy, that was awful. Could be that I don't know what I'm doing, but yeah, that was way more difficult than it should have been. You may or may not have seen it in the time-lapse, but that last portion, that was going to take forever. I missed one here. So I just ended up turning it into a minecart contraption and moving it that way. It worked, it was fine. But the rest of these things, that was so annoying that they just wouldn't move with everything else. But obviously we're not done. The hard part is done. It all is finally moved up. Now I just need to go get a metric ton of stone brick wall, polished tough wall, polished deep slate, and I think that's it. Whew, yeah, this is a much bigger job than I thought it was going to be, but I'm glad we got it done. So let's go grab a ton of stone, deep slate, and tough, and then come back and finish the job. Hopefully what I brought with will be enough to cover all of this. I kind of think we're going to run out of stone, but we could always go back for more. Also, it's a bit strange. This episode, I feel like I've been doing mainly larger projects that take a lot of time, but there's not a lot of opportunity for talking. I feel like it's been mainly time-lapse. I haven't really started editing this episode yet, so I'm not sure where I'm at in the episode, but it does feel like I haven't really gotten that far yet. All I know is Stam better appreciate his wider tunnel. No, not wider, taller. I can't imagine how long this would have taken if I had to do it wider as well. Yeah, I used barely any deep slate, so I really didn't need that much. So I guess now we'll move on to the tough. And that would be polished tough wall. I think that's all we'll need, yeah. I should have just left it as it is and see if Stam said anything. Like, just open to this and, you know, dirt everywhere. Be like, yeah, no, you just said make it taller. You didn't say anything about replacing the materials. But let's be honest, that's probably just going to open us up to another court case. Be more careful in the verbiage of legal contracts or something like that. Gotta read the terms and conditions. Yeah, looking at this, the amount of stone wall we're going to need, that is gonna be a lot. Fortunately, it's also easy to make because all I'll have to do is get the 10 gazillion cobblestone we already have and cook it up for dinner. Alright, there's all the tough. We will start with about that much, get it all turned into stone brick wall, and see how far this gets us. Somebody didn't light up all the areas behind these walls because I keep hearing a lot of different caveman noises from behind it. I don't know why I chose caveman. I could just as easily have said zombie, considering that's exactly what it is. But you never know. There could be a caveman back there. Thawed out from the permafrost or something. That's entirely plausible. I'm just realizing right now that this probably would have been a great time to figure out that wand of symmetry, because I could have been finishing right now instead of just about being halfway done. Eventually, I need to get that figured out. Seems like a useful tool. Alright, that's halfway, and oh, we've actually got a decent amount left just from this first inventory. Maybe we'll have enough. And that's all of it? Yeah, I don't know. It'll be close still. But we shall do what we can. Oh, I think we're gonna make it. Is that it? That's it. Hello, train. Ooh, a little over 2 stacks left. Look at that. That is one complete tunnel. And that is a lot of bad guys. Ooh, yikes. Wow, look at that. We really need to light up that area. Ooh, baby goobers, yuck. Anyway, that is done. That is one complete tunnel, 3 blocks higher than it was. Seems like such a simple thing, and yet that's, I don't even know, probably like 3 hours of my life gone right there. But we held up our end of the bargain. But that means we're done with this. We can brag later to Stam that we completed it, and we can get back to our other tasks. Off we go! It was at this point that Chosen pointed out to me what had happened. and he was able to quickly fix up the areas I had broken, as I was offline at the time. A true scholar and a gentleman, that guy. Yeah, now that I know what was going on, that actually is fairly obvious what was happening. Oh man, I am so dumb. Well, I guess the only thing we can do is learn from our mistakes. So I apologize, Chosen. I did not mean to unintentionally destroy pretty much your entire mall. I'm very, very sorry about that. And I think overall I'm gonna blame Stam anyway. Wouldn't have happened if we didn't have to move his tunnel ceiling up, so there you go. But let's do what we can for Chosen, citizen. If you haven't yet, go check his channel out. And of course, subscribe to ChosenArchitect, especially if you want to learn mod packs. The man's a wizard. Now, fairly shortly, we are gonna have to get back to this. Setting up the storage, setting up a new stock keeper, making these vaults much larger, all of that sort of thing. But before we do that, I had mentioned doing something with these, because right now they're not very Roman, not overly pretty, and we did have the idea to turn these into an obelisk of some kind. So I just brought some random stuff, and I want to see if, I'm thinking like kind of contrasting black and white sort of look. So I want to see if we could do something kind of nice looking with this. And actually, it's probably easier to do one that's a bit more like flat land right there. So maybe deep slate brick, some tile, and some stairs, and then diorite brick, maybe pillar, and then also some stairs. Okay, now what can we do with this? It should be taller. If I'm gonna make an obelisk, it should be taller than this. And I want it to be wider at the bottom and then taper down to a point up at the top. Ooh, speaking of a point, go down here real quick. Oh, by the way, a lot of you commented, more than I thought. Which, fair enough about this, a lot of you mentioned how when I called that the Temple of Jupiter, a lot of you saying this should be the Temple of Pluto, for example, because of all the wealth we're generating in the basement down here. And that's fair enough. I'm really worried about renaming the temple from the Temple of Jupiter to the Temple of Pluto. Because I already said Jupiter, and what happens if, you know, we're gonna get struck by lightning or something if we basically say, nope, never mind, psych. So maybe just between you and me, we'll kind of secretly say, yeah, this is down here, this is the Temple to Pluto. It just looks like the Temple to Jupiter up top. But anyway, the reason I came down here, all the gold that we've been generating, I think we take a bit of that with us, and we could probably make quite a few of these, because that might make a pretty cool top point of the obelisk, a block of gold. Okay, so if we wanted to start at the bottom pretty large, we'll start with some of the deep slate tile. I am going to have to leave a torch in here because who knows how enclosed it will be. Maybe some stairs leading in. Switch to the brick. This will look like it's holding up on those stairs. Then as we get closer to the chain conveyor itself, I'm thinking we switch to pillar surrounding it and then go wider just by a little bit. And I am just kind of going to accept, because the chains will always be going in different directions on these. We'll probably have some clipping there, but I'm going to do my best to, like I said, widen it out and hopefully avoid most of that. Oh, we'll bring it along. Yeah, that's gonna hit right there. Well, actually, yeah, there's not really a way around it. Then we start tapering down again. Yeah, kind of just something different. And it definitely looks a bit more imposing than just that. And up at the top, we'll put our gold. Yeah, that's not too bad. Also, I guess technically they don't have to all look the same. I don't know though, would I like them all to be the same, or should I swap it and, you know, change up the design as we go? Yeah, let's try a different design on this one and just see what we think about that. There we go, a little bit different on that one. And I'm also realizing one issue potentially with these is if you do want to hang on it by your wrench and try to, you know, ride along on it, when you get to this point, I'm like assuming you're just going to smack your face into the brick wall and it'll just knock you off. So yeah, potential downside there. Well, I guess there's one way to find out actually. If I were to grab onto you and head over this way, yeah. Well, you just kind of innocently fall off. No harm, no foul. All right, let's do one more here. And there's design number 3. It's absolutely a slow transformation, but this is no longer just the solitary temple on the hill. We're starting to see it transform into more of a permanent base, and I like that. It's still going to take a while. There's a lot more to do, but we're getting there. I was just off gathering some materials, and my hope is that this should be what we need for things like stock links and frog ports and all that sort of thing. And then I don't know whether this will be enough item vaults. Yes, it's a lot, but it takes a lot to fill up this many. So I'm going to see how far I can get by basically digging out behind each of these, and I already forget, I'll check when I'm back there. I can't remember how many. I think it's something like 9 back you can go or something like that to get a max size vault, that is. So we'll have to dig out behind it. We'll have to fill all of these to make sure that they're the max size. And then we could begin setting up the stock links and everything to get them connected all together into a single inventory system. And actually, I would like to check, well, how am I going to get out of here if I fill that up? This one has to be dug out too anyway. We're starting to dig into the unfriendly area. That guy's aiming at me. Hey, watch it. He's not watching it. He just keeps shooting. I don't even have my bow on me. You're lucky. Anywho, so yeah, how many can I go back on this? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Whoops, this is 9. I think that's it, but just to check, if we go here and do that. Yeah, see, it starts a new vault at that point, so 9 is as far as we can go. And it was over a stack, just over a stack for 1, and we have 10 of them, and 9 left, so I think I'm just going to be, like, just short. I'm also realizing it would have made a lot more sense to start these from the back rather than the front, but it's fine. Who's even counting? Now, hold on. 2 further back than this one. 1, 2, so we started here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 7, 8, 9. Beautiful. So we just go through, do that for each one of these, run out of vaults, run back, make more vaults. You get the picture, but I'll let you know when all of these are filled in, and we can get on to next steps. These are starting to become a bit of a nuisance, so I think we are going to have to clear a couple of them out, just so we can keep moving, and not look at the Enderman, obviously. Dropping torches whenever it opens up, but it's really not doing much. And this is why, because this vault is going to go out to here, and if I was going to step out here and do this, one of those skeletrons definitely would have been very upset with me. Is it a good idea to hang all of your worldly treasures over an enormous cavern like this with just dirt holding it up? I would argue yes, because they'll never see it coming, citizen. Gotta be smart about it. Oh boy, this one's precarious too. More people for the party. And here's the last one. There we go. Okay, I am excited to have permanent storage here and much better storage. So let's get started setting this up. We will need, I believe, 12 packagers. That'll be 10 for all of the vaults, but then also 2, 1 to receive things out of storage and 1 to put things into storage. So we've got 12 of those. We will need, let's see, how many stock links are we going to need? I think at least 11. We might need more, but I know we'll need transmitters as well. So let's get a bunch of those, and then, yeah, let's just get 12 because we can. And then one of those we'll use to make a stock ticker, followed by, I believe, same, 12 package frog ports. We'll also need to bring power over here, and we have a couple options. I could connect to this or that one over there, bring a chain, what is it, conveyor. I was about to say chain drive, caught myself. Or since we're so close to this, we could route it from down there, but I don't think I want to do that because I have like threshold switches and stuff to turn power on and off. So why don't we connect to this one? We'll bring it down right about here and then down right in between these two. And we can always clean this up later, but for now I think we're just gonna pretty simply get this connected up here, right down to this one, and then from that one right down, we'll say temporarily right here. I'm gonna have to do something to make this look more, you know, like it belongs, but for now that'll do. Connect to you, right over to this one here. There we go. Now we've got power leading into the arena. And I think we'll have to have one here and one down at this level running both left and right, and then one leading out here. But first, let's just get everything set up on the vaults. And I probably should have paid more attention to what we did back at storage at spawn, because I don't really, it wasn't too long ago, but I don't remember exactly how I had this set up. But I'm pretty sure what we want is a packager on each one of these. And then on top of each, we will have a frog port. I don't know if it matters. We called the other ones LV storage, so maybe this one will just do LV main storage. I don't think it would matter if they were named the same thing because they're so far away, but just in case, we'll be safe. And actually, I just realized my mistake. We can't do that yet. We need a target for them first, so we do have to set up the chain conveyors before we can do this. Also, does that mean there's going to be an issue with keeping these columns here. Can packages go through? Probably safer to get rid of the top one. That way we shouldn't have any issues. So right about there should be good. And I'm also realizing now maybe it's not a good idea to have this connected directly up to those, because what if packages decide they want to like head up that way? I don't know that they would do it, but that is probably something to be avoided. So, because of that, I think we're going to change this. We should probably actually just have one that's between both of these. Rather, I was thinking having one running above and one running below, but I think that would just be redundant. I don't think we need it. So instead, we can put one here and one over here. Then we just need to power those, which again, I don't want to do by conveyor, like, you know, as in chains leading in here. I think we'll just bring it into the wall and then lead it up here, and that's probably where we can just connect up to that one. Easy enough. Slope too steep. Okay, we're getting this figured out. There we go. So now that one is powered, which means we should be able to connect this one over here. And that will be what we use to basically access each one of these packagers. So now we can put down the frog ports, which now that I can actually remember, I think we click here. Cannot connect downward. Oh, okay. What do you mean I didn't think this through? Outrageous. All right, this might be a little bit ugly, but I just want to see if this is possible. Basically, can I do like a Z pattern where I have 4 of these and it goes, I guess it doesn't really matter which way it goes, like bump, down to that one and then across. That is the question. So from you up to, nope, uh-oh. I thought something like that might happen. Okay, it looks like I need a minute to think about this. I think the problem might be these. We don't want them connected that way. We only want them connected by chain. Maybe. I don't know. We're about to find out. Yeah, so that worked. I'm guessing that was the issue. Yep. Okay. I think it would be fair if somebody didn't like the look of this. I actually do. I mean, we're gonna, you know, get supports and stuff like that for it, but I like the moving chains. I like everything about them. And like I said before, you're really not going to see much of this because there's going to be like some kind of wall or design up here. I'm not sure what yet. But maybe now we can get the frog ports in. I keep saying it. So if we do now from the top up to this one, that works. And again, LV main storage. And then for if it's a bottom one, well, let's first do this. There we go. Now for those, we want you connected to this bottom one. Perfect. And by the way, I'm pretty sure we don't need to use frog ports. Like I could just have these packagers going out onto belts or into chutes or, you know, whatever like that. But I really like the frog ports. Okay, those are all connected up. Now remind myself about stock links. Okay, yeah, so I think all we need to do is get each one of these on a packager, new link network started, and then we right click that one so it's tuned all to the same network. And then we just put these on all of the packagers. And really all this is doing is telling any sort of inventory management that we set up that this is all a single network. I want all of these vaults connected and considered the same network. There we go. Now eventually we will get, well, actually that's what I forgot. I forgot a seat because we need somebody to sit here to start the network. But we'll need a stock ticker, which actually I think I need to right click this to the network first. Yeah, tune to this network. Then we'll put that there. Good. Then we just need a seat with a mob or something sitting there and our chests. So I think I have to run back to grab the seat, but we are getting close to finishing this. Or making it functional anyway. Okay, back in a minute. Okay, got the stuff we need. Now to remind myself as well, the one that I drop things off in will need a sign that sends it to the storage. It also needs to be powered. And the other just needs to be labeled with the frog port to receive. So that's pretty simple. Or at least I hope so, kitty cat. Let's find out. Okay, I'm setting this up very similar to how we have at the spawn base, because I don't want to confuse myself too much. Is that gonna work? Maybe. Actually, this could probably go behind so it's not taking up the space there. I'll connect it again, put it back here. Because of this one, what was it? I think this is the one where we need the sign, right? Because we want to send things to LV main storage on this one. And I think we also have to power it, so we'll have to get rid of that. It was like 3 seconds ago, and I already forget which one was which over here, but I think that's right. LV main storage, this is where we drop things off. This is where we would receive items, so that, grab from here, put there. Call that one LV main receive. This one we don't want to name because I think catch packages addressed to? Right, this would be only send packages. So this one sends them up there into the storage. This one receives, puts it into here. I think that's it. So I guess let's just grab a willing employee willing to sit here for the rest of their lives, and then we can test it out. Well, hello, sir. Oh, sorry, madam. Would you like to hear about the business opportunity of a lifetime? And more importantly than that, are you going to fit in this seat? So that seems like a maybe to me. Hey! I love your hat. It totally worked. Okay, so package address, send items to. I think what we wanted here was LV main receive, right? And then we need to test if this sends an item into storage, which it should. We've got it labeled down there. How would you like a cut tough brick slab? There you go. Whoop, okay, we sent it in, and there it goes. Just to check, we've got it in there now, and it's because it's in storage. There it is. Hey, we've got it. So, I mean, we still need to categorize things and do all of that sort of thing, but this is now functional, which is incredibly exciting. Mainly because it means I don't have to keep running back and forth through the Nether portal when I forget stuff, because a lot of it should already be here. It also means we can think about what we want this to look like. And part of I didn't really mention, but a part of the design idea I had, the front is mainly structurally done. It'll just be sort of embellishments and little tiny things we're doing out there. I thought these two areas on either side could be like balconies and stuff that kind of overhangs a little bit, add some additional seating up there, which leaves the back. And I think back on the top, we need to just build it up almost like we did over here, just a little bit of like turrets or something going along the back. And then maybe it makes sense to have something like a wall up here with a bunch of windows so you could see back through it. I'm not entirely decided yet. But either way, now that this is set up, I think what I might want to do is run back and forth a couple times. I'll empty out all of these and just put it into this storage, and then go back, grab some things out of the spawn storage, fill all of these, stuff that I think I'll need here, and just get this full. And we'll also do the categories for this. And then we can work on finishing the design of the structure. We have a plan. All right, let's get this filled up and then head back to spawn. Also, since we're here, we may as well check in with Biggest Piggus. You have 20 diamonds. You're doing a great job. And only 2 months left until you get your pay. 1 golden carrot. But yes, I will take 20 diamonds, thank you. I'll also take a refill of carrots myself, thank you. Just doing a bit of refilling while we're here. And then I guess we just start grabbing a bunch of stuff. Whatever we think we'll need, really. And for now, that's kinda just random stuff. Most of it we'll leave here, but as we continue to need things, we can come back over and just start moving it across. I think we can also stop walking around with so many shulker boxes, which is gonna be nice. And I don't know what I wanna do with them for now. Let's just leave them right over here. And we'll keep a few on us, because why not? But also, I don't think we tested this yet. I am going to need some wool and some brass, because that is how I think you make attribute filters, and that's how we're going to set up some categories. But look at that, it works. Beautiful. So there we go. We'll make, I don't know, 12 of these. And we'll do kind of what we did last time, like vague type stuff, like natural blocks. That seems fine to me. Then we'll just make sure that's working. No, it's not. Oh, it didn't take for some reason. Huh. Oh, you have to add it to the list. There we go. I knew that. There we go. Okay, I think that's probably good for now, which means I can take a step back and start thinking about what I want to do here. I do want a balcony area up here, so we may as well knock that out. I was thinking it could descend. Well, let's see, how are we going to do this? So comes to about there, then it has a level that goes down to here, and it's not going to be huge. It'll just be probably about to there, and then we'll have it start curving this way, yeah, kind of to this point. And again, this is just an area for some additional spectators, probably the ones that are a bit wealthier. They can afford the seats up here. They wouldn't dare catch them down with the plebs right here. Well, I don't know, what would be more expensive? Like ringside seats or up here? Probably a matter of preference. Okay, how do we feel about that? Yeah, just a little addition there. And then actually, looking at where these all come through, the spruce logs, it almost makes me think, why wouldn't we just increase the height on those a little bit and add some sort of covering or shade? Because if you are up in this area, you know, the sun beating down on you, you're probably going to want some protection from that. So maybe we do that, build the other balcony over here, and then increase the height of those and bring it above for some kind of shade or covering. This is how I work, citizen. I have no plan whatsoever. I just go and start placing blocks and see what comes to me. Okay, we've got that on both sides. Now, actually, something else came to me. What we could do, if we're going to cover this with something, we'd probably only go up about 2, well, let's see, maybe 3. because I wonder if I should think about what this would actually look like first. I kind of just thought something simple, like slabs sloping from this down towards the center. But it'll be easier to start from here because, well, I didn't ever finish this either. Man, it does come back to mess with you a little bit if you don't plan. Will I learn my lesson? No. And in fact, I'm not even going to fix that right now. Let's just do 1, 2, 3. Get some fences around this. That is going to hold up slabs. And then maybe out the back it just goes down by 1, but then we follow it through here. Although maybe that should be a bit more, like if we go down by 1 slab each time, it's going to be bonking people on the forehead right here. So maybe on this side, go out 2 each time. So it has something like that. I was a bit worried about blending the colors, like adding the wood with the more stone and brick and sand and stuff like that, but I think it works. Plus, it's probably true to life. There's a lot of parts of, Roman architecture that we only see the concrete or the stone or whatever's left, but there was a lot of wood included as well. It's just, obviously rotted away in 2,000 years. So with 3 of those in place, this is what I was worried about. How are we going to get this connected to that? And we'll have to do sort of a semicircle type of thing to connect them. But I don't always get those right. So for example, we could do that, and doesn't look bad. There we go. We've got some nice shade over here. And don't let me forget, we can schematic cannon this. I want to make sure we match it over there, so do not let me forget. You're going to let me forget, aren't you? Taking a step back. Yeah, I mean, you hardly notice really much difference. I guess from the inside you might. Yeah, so that's a bit better. Just more going on top. I like it. Thank you for the reminder, citizen. We will have to expand this a bit, and it's gonna take things that I'm not interested in getting, but that's okay. We'll just not put it in the schematic chest that we use, and then it shouldn't do anything that we don't want it to do. That should be everything. I'm gonna do something different at the back, by the way, so this is only gonna be for like right where the balconies are. Okay, let's see if we have enough to do this over here. And actually, I'm realizing right now I don't think I have my clipboard, so we're just gonna have to guess and hope for the best. It's not a lot of stuff, so I think we'll be fine. It's less than 16 logs, barely any fences, so that'll be plenty. And then just tons of slabs. Does that look like enough? Let's just use everything we have. Logs, fence, slab, yeah, that should do it. I don't know, we're gonna have to do a lot of changes to this anyway, so for one, we know that we need to mirror it. Nope, how do I do this? Control mirror, there we go. Then we need to move it this way. That actually might be it right there. Now we are running into the wall a bit, which might not be a bad thing if it just kind of builds right into the wall there. And then because I didn't put any of this in the chest, I just don't think it'll do anything, which is what we want. But everything else looks like it's connecting the way I expect. Okay, get that put in. We've got gunpowder. That looks good. Let's do it. Oh, it's removing the wall. That's fine. There goes the first bit. That seems to be... Oh yeah, because it does it layer by layer. I always forget, like, why it does it the way it does. Last one on top, looking good. And it does look like we had enough. Beautiful. Oh yeah, way more than enough. Thank you, Schematic Cannon, always a pleasure. And now we have that on both sides. We've got shade. As the senators watch from the balcony, the shaded balcony. So sophisticated. But now that we've got that in place, I think what I might do is spend a little bit of time in Timelapse or Cinematic, whichever you prefer. And I'll get the back figured out. I'm not 100% sure what I want. Also, it looks like I forgot a loose chain conveyor up here. We'll get rid of that. But yeah, I'm just going to try to figure out what I want to do here. We'll get something added to this. We will finish whatever sort of pathway design I had in mind, or will have in mind. And then we may even work on whatever's going to be covering up the majority of the storage bits in here. So I've got a bit of work to do. I'll see you after the time lapse. Work began by putting in a staircase by the stands, which yes, would have been pretty helpful earlier when we were building, but at least we're getting to it now. I began building up the back portion of the arena on the second floor by putting in some partial walls and turret-looking things around the pathway. This seemed like a good place for a sort of announcing platform, where the emperor or host could walk out and address the crowd. I did still want to cover up the storage bits below this, so I put up a wall and some weathered glass windows so you can partially see what's going on. I still think it's a good enough disguise to fool barbarians. Not the smartest group, those guys. I don't know, citizen, I'm pretty happy with how all this turned out. I just went around and did another kind of sweep, just adding little details like the lightning rods, the chains, a couple trapdoors with diorite, fences, additional lights where I thought I needed them. But if we free cam it, I do think that's looking pretty good. I can't think of anything else immediately that jumps out that I'm thinking, you know, hey, I really need to do that part. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. The one thing I did think of, I just dug this hole through the hills here. We need to get this trail hooked up somehow, go around here into there or something. But I'm almost thinking we get trains figured out first, just because it would be a lot easier to do the whole base. Like, you know, spend an episode setting up trails and pathways and roads and train track and get all of that set up. But, I mean, things are definitely coming together a lot more nicely now. Also, out of curiosity, what would this look like with shaders on? Ooh, that's not bad at all. The base with shaders is looking nice. It's looking tasty. What do you say we spend the rest of the episode doing this? Just like scanning around with shaders on, about, you know, 10 minutes or so. Let's just do this, right? I'm game if you are, citizen. Look at that. Wow. Nice. On another note, what are we naming the cow in here? That's our stock keeper for our main storage. If you can deliver me gold like Biggest Piggus again, you've got my word. We're going to name the cow. So leave me comments and let me know what you think about that. While I think about if there's anything else left to do, look, I don't know if I mentioned yet, but look over here under the bleachers, if you could sneak in. This is not designed or anything, but this does lead down into here. I know I mentioned, but I don't think I mentioned that I left this open. There's a secret entrance down here still. One thing we could do is make sure that this never really fills, and anytime it's getting close, we take some of these and go refill on golden carrots. We can't let the shop run out. But yeah, aside from that, I'm just going to take a moment to think what might be left around here. Yep, I saw you over here. Sneaky, sneaky. Look at that. Normally wouldn't be seen because the walls are supposed to obscure most of that. I could build them all the way across, but I kind of don't want to because I like the ability to sneak back here. Stage production's going on and that sort of thing. And then when I need to address the arena, we do it from out here. Citizens, hear me. Yep, love it. Since we are bringing gold ingots back rather than nuggets, I'm wondering if we could just really quickly automate turning them back into nuggets for the farm downstairs. Not like it's the hardest thing in the world just to turn them into nuggets, because I could just turn them in, I could put them right into this, and then it would work. But we've already got that attached. That is from this. So if I put that into that vault, I think if we power this, it would work. But to be safe, let's not send it right into the vault first. There we go. So put that into there. That, yep. Just shoots out some gold nuggets. So if we put that right into here and we go double check, this isn't currently doing anything. 7,378. We now have that facing into the vault. We'll put in 37 and there we go. Coming out as nuggets and making us new golden carrots. Perfect. We mustn't run out. Yeah, that's going up quickly. Good. So we'll put the rest in, and like I said, anytime we are just overflowing with gold over there, we just come over here, pop it in this barrel, and also, like I said, eventually, maybe we even automate that. We can have a train or a delivery truck or something come over and drop them off. Sweet! Also, since we're here, it's been a while since I've looked around the shopping district, and it's definitely growing, so let's maybe do a little perusal here. Man, there's a lot going on around here. I remember we looked at Stam's tree shop. Ooh, frog lights. And very fitting, we've got a frog salesperson here. Yeah, I want frog lights. Let's get a stack of each. That will come in handy. Thank you, sir. Well, that is very helpful. That's good to know. I've been wanting frog lights. I think it's been there for a bit. I just, haven't gotten around to shopping recently. Looks like there might be some new stuff going up. Mr. Redstones. Stone that's red. Makes perfect sense to me. Ooh, look at all this stuff. Very, creaty. And as far as I can tell, they sell redstone, which makes perfect sense to me. Nice, nice. Black market forge. Forge responsibly. Or don't. Good life lesson. Live, laugh, leave. I love that. Collect books. Ah, so this is what we were talking about with Chosen. Unbreaking 4 and mending. Protection 5, unbreaking 4. Oh man, this is tempting. Gotta remind ourselves we don't need any of this yet, but boy would it be nice. Feather falling 5 and depth strider 4. Wow. Efficiency 6 and silk touch. Actually, ooh, should we get this? We don't have a silk touch pickaxe yet. No, we're not gonna do anything yet. We will be back here spending a fortune, I'm sure. Fortune efficiency. But oh man, that is just a sight to behold. Wait a minute. Potato recovery. Okay. Look out for this bow. Mending infinity, unbreaking 4, punch 3, flame power 6. That is insane. And then Cake Slice O Enchanting. I'm guessing we'll need that. I don't really know how this stuff works. Power Forge. We'll figure this out at some point, but like I said, yeah, we're going to be back spending a fortune here. Chosen Powder Co. We've got a lot of different kinds of concrete powder. That's good to know. If we want to start getting colorful, we'll come back here. Well, hello, sir. Oh, I did not even realize this was a sniffer. I thought you were just a piece of furniture. In your own words, your story in the next issue. So it's a newspaper by Eggs, it looks like. And you can write for the Cog and Quill and get your story posted in our bi-weekly newspapers. So there's your QR code down there if you would like to write for the next issue. Boy, I'll take an issue. How do I take an issue? Well, I see a diamond down there. Do I just pop a diamond in there? Hopefully this works. I'm not really sure if that's the way to go it. Held item deposited. Oh! Ah, there you are. Hello. Very cool delivery system. So this is issue number 1, and it features me. Golden Carrot scandal? What? What began as a booming business has turned into a soggy scandal. The beloved Golden Carrot and Glorious Carrot Emporium, run by local entrepreneur LegionVee, under fire. Strange symptoms, dizziness, nausea, and uncontrollable dolphin noises after consuming the shop's famous golden carrots. The FBI fabricated block inspectors uncovered the root of the problem. Being rinsed in seawater, it adds flavor and depth and nautical whimsy. One victim described the experience as licking Poseidon's compost bin. Who's saying these things about me? Libel. Declaring a temporary sweets economy from Chosen's bakery until trust in root vegetables are restored. Outrageous. That is incredibly amusing, though. Thanks to Joey Dangerously for putting that out. That is pretty great. And then we've got another one over on the other side. That's a lot of reading, so I'm not going to read both, but very, very cool. And cool idea, Eggs. I think that's great. Is there anything else new that we haven't seen over here? Expresso or XP Resso. Ah, this is where Chosen's got the XP for sale. I still had plenty from when he gifted us some for use of the bath. Little outdoor picnic here. Lovely. Oh, what's this? Speakeasy this way. Regulars only. What? Okay, I might go look for that in a second. Speakeasy. Diamat. Yeah, I think we've seen the rest of this stuff. You've still got your bow. Are you able to shoot? Yeah, I think he does. You're, Ah! Yeah, he's still active. Okay. Angry customer, apparently. Ooh, right in the neck. Ow. Anyway, what's this? Speakeasy. It looks like it's saying around the corner, but on that shop, maybe it's upstairs? Ooh, or maybe graffiti. Is this something? Yeah, I don't know. I've circled the buildings. I'm not seeing anything. At some point, I'd like to find this fabled, speakeasy, but yeah, no such luck. Oh, well, that wasn't a bad shopping spree. We got a newspaper and a bunch of frog lights. So let's take those back over to storage, and then it's your job to remind me they're there, because I want to use them for our next build, but I will forget. Alright, there we go. Lots of frog lights. With our powers combined. I forgot about that one. That's such a good achievement. With that done, I'll remind you, I need name ideas for the cow behind me, so make sure to send me those. As well as your impressions of the arena. I'm pretty pleased. We'll also need to name that, so I guess I should be asking, give me name suggestions for the arena. And man, this episode took me a lot longer than usual. You probably noticed that it's late, so apologies about that, but yeah, it was very time-lapse heavy. Each one of those is probably like 3 or 4 hours pretty easily. But yeah, not to give you excuses, just, whoo boy, I'm glad we wrapped this one up. So, on to the next one. If you've been watching the videos of everybody else on the server, you may notice something that we are distinctly lacking. The Builder's Jetpack, something incredibly handy, surprisingly, for when you're building. Because then you don't have to do scaffolding or dirt or whatever to try to get up to larger areas that you're trying to build on. You can just use this, but you'll also notice, wow, is it expensive. We don't have any of this. I need a lot more netherite. Total, that would be 11. We need a second elytra to put into this and echo shards. But it would take forever to gather the netherite alone. I'd probably have to make my drill larger, we'd have to take that back to the nether, and then knowing me, I'd probably rush it and then end up getting my drill stuck underneath a lava lake. And then because I'd have no way to get it directly, I'd have to go brew up some fire resistance potions. Then I could swim through the lava and get the drill back, but then we'd still have to collect netherite. So at that point, we'd have to spend about an hour in the nether going back and forth, getting more ancient debris until we had 44 so that we could get 11 ingots. And that sounds like a lot of work. Oh, wait a minute, I already did all of that. Wow, thanks, Past Legion. Sometimes that guy is alright. Well then, I guess we can cook up all this ancient debris. We also picked up plenty of gold, so we can use that. And what do you know? We've got our 11 netherite ingots, one of which we need to make into a block of netherite. Look at that. Man. Okay, so maybe we're not so far off. Though we do still have 2 tasks. We need to head to the end and find an elytra. This time will be much easier because we already have an elytra. This may be more difficult. We need to find an ancient city that hasn't been found yet to get some echo shards. So let's start with the easier one. We'll head to the end, get another elytra. In we go. And I think last time this was the one that we found our elytra in, so let's head back to that location. And then I guess keep heading northwest. That seemed to be the ticket for us. And let's hope we don't run out of durability in our wings. We've got a lot of rockets, so hopefully it'll be all right. This is a little disconcerting. I can't see a thing. There we go. This is where we were before. Oh, we may have one here. Please don't be raided already. Dragon head's still on. That's a good sign. You can come with us. Oh no, the back is open. Yeah. Aw, man. All right, on to the next. And I think I can see the back of this one is also open. Yeah. Aw, poo. Maybe that's a good sign. Not open yet. Ooh, two right next to each other. And I hear shulkers. Oh, hey, buddy. Hey, there we go. That's what we were looking for. Could have been worse. Ooh, all right. Now we just find a way back. There we go. That's our way out. Can we get right in? Yes. No problem. Now the difficult part. Finding an ancient city. Take a nice dip first. Get the end smell off of us. There we go. That's much better. Put away all of this stuff. And then I had thought about it, and we'll need to establish a mine here anyway at the permanent base. I haven't done that yet, and we already have an elevator. Currently, it only goes down, to the second level of this, the basement, right down here, and no further. So I was thinking, why don't we just use this? I'll dig out an area beneath this. We'll bring it down to both iron and bedrock level, so that way it'll have 4 stops, and then we could spend some time down there, see if, I mean, it's not impossible that there's an ancient city beneath here, because, you know, it is a hilly area, but if not, we could always look around a little bit more. We will need a few more redstone contacts. I'll just get 4 to be safe. And then we get to digging, remembering that this is the spot that we need to put the contact in when we get to the level that we are looking for. Off we go. And actually, should we use drills for this? Is this going to take forever? It might take forever. All right, give me a minute, citizen. Excuse you, what are you doing here? And why didn't you go through the crushing wheels? That is the height of rudeness. I didn't bring chests because I kinda don't care what I dig up with this. Just get it connected up over here, easy enough. See if we're going the right way. We are, there we go. Yeah, that's gonna be much quicker. We're just following it down in free cam and look at this. Ooh, looks like we got a cave spider spawner over there if we need it. I don't think I will need it, but you never know. Uh-oh. We're just about down at the bottom and I'm about to incinerate all that stuff. Oh well, I said I didn't need it. And leave it to me to go right into a lava lake. Great. That's going to be fun to fix. But it seems like it's down at the bottom, so get it brought back up. Oh, you brought me a couple diamonds, I think. Yeah, look at that. Get rid of this stuff. I guess I'll take the diamonds. Now we need to dig this down and I guess fix the lava too. I think we want Y level maybe 15, 16, somewhere around there. This should work. And then we'll get a level added there. I think that's backwards. Like that. There we go. You shall be iron level. Boop. And we continue. This could be a bit dangerous doing this part. Ow. Yeah, that's a lot of lava. Now I am noticing on the mini-map, and in fact if I look at the map, that we do appear to have a trial chambers here, but unfortunately I'm not seeing any ancient cities. Ow. Little bit of a cheaty way to find them, but I'm okay with it if you are, citizen. Now can we cover this up? Did that do it? Do I need to do more? No, I think that did it. Cool. Now, unfortunately, that's where my door is going to go, but we might be able to sneak around this. Actually, wow, big lava lake down here. We could even use that for infinite supply, maybe. So let's not do much yet. That scared me. Just do this, get our contact in place, call it bedrock, and there we go. We now have access to our mines at the permanent base. But since we're being a little cheaty anyway, I'm just going to look around. Yeah, I don't see any ancient cities nearby, which is bad luck for us. It means we're going to have to head somewhere else. But this needed to get done. We did it. It's progress. At the same time, does this work? We have to see if I can actually get back up on the elevator. Oh yeah, it's coming. Hooray! Easy access to the mines. So I guess at this point, that means I'm going to be doing some exploring, and then we can bring you back in once we find an ancient city. This looks like a likely spot. Nope, 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 I'm not cheating. I'm not looking through the ground, not at all. Come on, citizen, I can't help myself. We have other things to do today. I can't spend the whole episode just looking. You may admonish me in the comments if you think I should not be allowed to do this going forward. But yeah, that's it right there. Not the safest way to go about it, but we're just digging straight down. And we are 100% not doing a warden fight. We did that in the hardcore world. It scarred me. I never want to do it again. Yep, don't dig straight down. Got it. We also don't know if anybody's been here yet, so, you know, this might not even be what we're looking for. Whoop. Okay, I think we're here. Yeah, we're here. Where can I land? There's some wool. Get on it. Whoo! Okay, now we just find some chests. There's one. I think flight can count as noise, unfortunately. But let's see if we can manage this. I also did not mark where our location was over there to get out. That's gonna come back to bite me, but let's see. Hey, haha, we're already done. Wow, Swift Sneak 3 and some Echo Shards? I'm a lucky boy. I kind of feel like we should look at 1 or 2 more chests since we're here. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Ooh. Oh, that's not good. Grab some stuff. So that's our first accident there. I have so much wool at the base and I didn't bring any of it. We'll just grab this one, then we'll leave. Sweeping edge, looting. I think I have that stuff, right? Yeah. Swift Sneak. I've already got 2 Swift Sneak 3. That's not bad at all. Okay, I'm happy. How did we get in? It was somewhere up there. Yeah, right there. Do you think we could thread the needle? I'd say it's worth a shot. Yeah, no time like the present. So, right there. Oh, we did it. Yeah, I'm not surprised, for we all roam. Well, that could have been much worse. Oh, look at this. We're by, this is Stam's place. And look, it's a happy gas. I haven't seen one of these yet. You okay down there, buddy? Just kind of hooked up to the base? Oh, you look happy enough. That's not surprising. Oh, that's so cool. Look at that. We've got to get this figured out, too. Not today, but wow, this is really cool looking. Look at that. Nice. That gives me ideas. But there's never enough time in the day. Ah, home sweet home. It is starting to be really nice because I can just come over here and do what I would typically do, which is empty out the inventory. I don't have to go back to spawn to do that now. Hey, so that's another thing. We need walls around here. Actually, I'll show you in a second. Between episodes, I actually set up guards, and they're apparently not doing their jobs. Are you? Let me sleep, and then I'll show you the rest. Oh, I thought... Yeah, I saw that creeper when I was sleeping. Yeah, take him out. What am I paying you for? What do you mean I'm not paying you? Why would I pay you? But yeah, I got that guy. They were trying to come and get up all in my business, so I just grabbed some seats and lined it over here. So now we've got 3 guards on the entryway. But they're kind of, yeah, they don't discriminate. Anybody that comes by, including me, they're Imperator. So yeah, we gotta sort them out. But yeah, some walls, some lighting wouldn't hurt. But anyway, I think we can make this jetpack now. But this guy's making me nervous. We gotta get rid of him before we do anything else. Ooh, there we go. Okay, let's see if I forgot anything. Redstone, that is easy. And by the way, the last episode is not out yet. I'm scheduling these because I'm taking a trip soon, so these are a little bit behind when I'm posting them, so I haven't seen any comments about the name for the cow behind me yet. So keep those coming in. Eventually, I will get this cow named. But yeah, like I said, I haven't seen any of the comments yet. Okay, Builder's Jetpack. The most expensive thing I have ever made, probably, in Minecraft. But fully worthwhile, one would hope. Alright, let's grab it. Builder's Jetpack. Now, it does also need fuel. Fuel is coal or charcoal with redstone and gunpowder, which kinda, I mean, that almost makes me think what we might have our build be today. Because charcoal and coal, that's easy. Just trees cooked into charcoal. Redstone, I feel like I get a ton of when I go mining, so I'm not super worried about that. Plus, MrBeardstone has that shop now. I can also buy gunpowder, but if we're being honest, it's not super difficult to make a creeper farm that just runs in the background and it doesn't have to make a ton. But just knowing that every once in a while we can go and grab some of our own gunpowder, I'm thinking that might be our build today. We'll see. Let's get this working first. So we've got some redstone, a little bit of gunpowder, and a little bit of coal. And with that, I can make... Well, you get 4 each, at least that's something. Let's just make it all. A little over a stack. So, no time like the present, I say we test this out. So swap it for the Wings of Daedalus. I did have to look it up. You need to shift... Oh, that looks pretty cool. Press shift and space. That should be what activates this. So here we go. Shift, space. Hey! Look at that. So now, I mean, you can see how this could help for building. Just anywhere I need to go. Just boop, boop. I can get at it. Don't have to build my way up. That is so good. Now, how quickly do we go through the... Oh, wow. Oh, that goes really quickly. Look at that. Fuel status, 40, 36, 33, 30. That goes down quickly. I mean, we've got a lot, but even so, wow. That, we're going to have to watch that. The jetpack fuel gets used up very quickly. And at least it makes a noise, so I know I'm using it. But okay, good to know. Let's bring it back down. We are going to have to keep swapping these, but that's fine. And that is great. I mean, like I said, the fuel gets used pretty quickly, but if we're automating it anyway, it shouldn't be an issue. Well, look at that. We've got a jetpack now. Once again, I'm a happy boy. I was thinking about a build idea now that we have the jetpack, and one that came to mind is, what if we had like a great watchtower or observatory up here at the highest point of the base? Because from a distance, at least on this side, you can tell that things are growing into, a little bustling town or a provincial estate, but it's kind of all behind the hill. Especially the biggest build so far, it's all kind of tucked away, which is what we wanted. But if you're approaching from this side, there's very little to indicate that this is a base. Plus, if we were to get attacked from this side, there's not really any way to tell the encroaching armies. Also, I remember when we were building the storage, there was this big cavern down here, and we could use the jetpack to light this up, because if we are going to do a creeper farm, we want to try to keep the mob spawns down here to a minimum. So, if we swap that out, do that. Whoa! Gonna take some getting used to, but let's, go through, drop some torches in here, and I think this was the same, yeah, this is the back of the storage over here. So we'll light this up, that should improve things. Then we can think about what we want to do for a creeper farm watchtower. Oh man, imagine doing this without the jetpack. Having to build little pathways or dig your way across. No thank you. Wow, we kind of already have a creeper farm down here, it looks like. This could get a little dicey. Nope, don't mind me. Just dropping some torches. Nothing to do with you. Eager boys down there. Oh, hello. What do we have here? Little Skeletron spawner. I mean, we could even add this to a creeper farm. Get ourselves some bones. Ooh, name tag. Yeah, remind me this is here. We might find a use for this at some point. Anyway, that should be a decent amount of light for now. So let's head back up and think about this build. And to me, this does seem like the best spot right up here. And I don't see any reason why we wouldn't just make it like in a layer type of fashion. So essentially we make the bottom layer, and then to increase the amount of spawns, we could just schematic cannon additional layers on top of that. I don't expect that'll look very nice. So once we're done, we'll come up with a design to build around it. And then something special for the top, we have to make it look nice. So yeah, I guess we start with the creeper farm portion of it right in the middle, and then we can schematic cannon more layers in. Let's get some building material. Fortunately, there's some pumpkins growing on our doorstep, and we are going to need a few of these. Now, if we're thinking that we're going to build up here, which we are, I might flatten this out a little bit, but what I'm more interested in beneath here, yeah, it opens up quite a bit, because I was thinking our first layer would be here, but if we're going to drop them down for like a kill chamber and collection, we might... Well, there's some space. I was going to say we might break through here, but I'm also undecided if I want to collect around here, which we could do. We could just add a collection area right down here. Or if I'm too lazy for that and I just want to send any items collected across over here and just directly into storage. That might also be kind of nice. Either way, that decision can be made later. For now, let's flatten off the top layer of this. Oh, we're actually going to need snow too. Will this be enough, though? I was planning on having to go find a snow biome. We might, I don't know, we might have enough, or be able to collect enough. It's like it was meant to be. We've got all the things we need just sitting around here. That should be a decent size, right about there, because then there's still a little bit of space on the edges if we're going to, let's be honest, probably make this into more of a circle. If you're new to the channel, I can very, very rarely convince myself to not do circles. Must have more circles. But either way, I think that's a good size. Now let me just make sure I got the right size. I think it's actually one too small. We need a little bit more around the edges. There we go. I think that's right. Let's just start building, then it'll become apparent. So we'll have fences around the middle because this spot will be for a very special guest. We want buttons surrounding all of this. Lots of trapdoors. And actually, we'll need this area beneath cleared out anyway, so let's do that now. That will be the kill chamber, so we'll come back later and we'll expand that, but for now this should be good. Actually, we may as well just set this up now. But what do we want to do? I kind of think... Well, we'll do both. I'll dig it out so that if we wanted to come directly access this, we could just make a little place to come in right about here. But I'm pretty sure it just makes sense to send the items directly down to storage. There we go. So little collection area down here. Chest to collect. Hopper leading into that, and then we'll just put it on all the sides with soul campfires on top of those. And of course our fence gates, all of which will be open so that creepers can fall through. Now if we put water, I think on these two corners, it should all lead into the middle. There we go. That looks good to me. But of course we want them falling in there, so we'll have to add our trapdoors here and here. And that is nearly done. Well, one layer is anyway. Next we want some slabs, mainly because we don't want any icky spiders spawning in here. And we just want a 2-block gap between each of the slabs because that should stop any spiders from spawning in here. There we go. Then I think all that's left is getting our special guest in the middle, putting up some walls, and then we're going to need a lot of trapdoors on the ceiling of this as well because it needs to be short enough for creepers to spawn, but no zombies and no skeletons. Okay, let's get it covered. And by the way, if you watched Stam's video on creeper farms, you can make these with cats. I opted for a different method. Both work really well, but this one is the version that is no cats, no redstone, no create components, just nice and simple. And actually, we don't want this turning on yet, so let's drop some torches. That might be bad if we catch ourselves in here with about 30 creepers. Oh, we also need to remember, because we're going to be doing this kind of compact, I only want to fill up to right there, because we're doing multiple layers. So as long as we keep these open, we should only need, like, this layer will act as the ceiling for the one below and the floor for the one above. Save us a bit of material. Oh no, I was one short, seriously? Wait, can I reach? Sucker. Okay, I think that's it. Let's grab this stuff and get our friend put in. Assuming I remember how to do this, I think I do. So we go snow block, oh no. Temporarily do this. Am I thinking of this right? Been a while. Pumpkin on top, then shears to carve it. Yeah, there we go. So there is our snow golem. And essentially the point of this guy, he should be safe in the middle, but all the creepers as they're spawning, he's just gonna chuck snowballs at them and aggravate them, essentially. Yes, you're very aggravating. That'll make them mad, they'll come and try to get him, but then they'll just fall in here and give me free gunpowder. That's the idea anyway. So, since this level is done, there should still be light coming in from above, so I don't think we'll have an issue. But I do want to get a schematic of this so we can start building up additional layers. Oh, no, wait. We forgot the trapdoors. Yes, we. If I forget something, you're included. You don't get to just avoid responsibility because I'm forgetful. It's not the way it works. Okay, how far will this get us? Because we need to go through every one of these, place these down, and stop the spawns that we don't want. That's always kind of a pain, but at least we only have to do it one time because the schematic cannon should take care of it for us for any of the following layers, but that looks good. Now we can grab a schematic. Strangely, we might actually run out of gunpowder building the creeper farm that we're building to get gunpowder. Isn't it always the way? Oh. It's already working. Hey, look at that. Ha! Oh, there you go. Maybe we'll get some extra while we're doing this. Okay, so we need... yeah, everything from the floor level up. We don't need any of the stuff below there because we only need to do the kill chamber one time. So if we start here... actually, that might not be low enough, but anyway, we'll get it to that one on the corner. Then can we push it down from here? Yeah, so that is now... kind of hard to tell. Yeah, that's where we want it right there. That looks good to me. Now we just get that put into a schematic, load that in there with gunpowder, and then I'm not going to do the clipboard. I think it should hopefully be simple enough that I can just count everything out. Not actually count, but just guesstimate. And I also didn't place it. That might help. There we go. So yeah, you see it fits in nicely there. Should redo everything, and that's kind of weird. Oh, it's going to put the snow block because of that snow golem. I forgot about that. But that looks right to me. So let's... throw that back in here. I started with a full shulker of stone bricks, so we know we're going to have enough of that. We'll just get a bunch of buttons because I don't need too many of those. We should have plenty of slabs there. Fences. Yeah, we don't need too many fences. I think just making a ton of trapdoors, that's probably the only thing I'd need to add. Alright, that should be enough. 7 stacks, yeah. Okay, I think we're good. Let's get a second layer, and then I am going to have to go in and add the snow golem. But that should be fine. Let's give it a shot. Boom. Looking good so far. Yep, we got the slabs. Why didn't it put down any buttons? Or does it do that last? I mean, I could always go and add buttons, that's fine, but weird. Why wouldn't it put those down? Everything else looks good. Yeah, we'll just see if it does the buttons last. If not, I mean, maybe it does because it's something that has to be placed on another block. I don't know. But we should find out right about... now, yeah, there the buttons go. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm pleased with that. Everything turned out the way I expected. Then we just go to the center, get our snow golem, which I'm hoping I can do just from up here. If I do that, yeah, nice and easy. Okay, so I'll add a few more layers. I don't know how many total, maybe only 4. Like I said, I don't think we'll need a massive amount of gunpowder. And then once that's complete, we'll make sure everything's working as expected. And then we can move on to decorating. See you in a few, citizen. things are looking good here, and it does sound like it's beginning to work. Oh yeah, you're stuck, buddy. You're not going anywhere. So yeah, there we go. We're going to start getting some gunpowder in here. Obviously, we don't want to leave it looking like this because that is not a first impression that I want for the base. It probably will be the first thing that everybody sees if they come by. So because of that, I want to build a massive watchtower covering it up. Also, at the very top, that could be an AFK platform if we do want to up the production a bit. And I looked in storage, I don't think I have enough of what I want to use to build this. So it's a good opportunity to go down and establish those mines. I also brought some extra things because I want to set up a sorting system down there, kind of like we have at the other mine. Oh, this hasn't been running because a zombie did go through here. Aw, man. Well, we're about to get a lot of gold then. What is not lit up enough? I don't really want zombies spawning around here. It's probably fine. Yeah, I was wondering why I wasn't making any more gold, and we had 9,000 terracottas stuck here, so that's the reason why. That's okay. We're gonna get a ton of gold now. Yep, here it comes. Okay, anyway, we are going to head down. Did I leave that down there? I don't remember leaving it down there. Well, we'll head down to iron level, get this established, and then do the same for bedrock level. And we may even put a sorting machine on each one, because it was a little bit annoying if I'm mining here, having to go down to bedrock and do it again, or, you know, just go down there to use the sorter. But either way, we need lots more space, and it looks like we're fine here. I still worry, like I'm worried I'm going to go into somebody else's area and demolish something, even though this should all be ours, because we're directly above our permanent base. Nobody should be nearby, but you never know. Okay, so let's see if we can put this here and get it moving forward. And this will be the first little bit of our iron mine. Uh-oh. Friends. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh yeah, you'll also notice that I added... Are you serious? Get out of here. I added these. I saw it on Foxy. Foxy was doing that with his mine, I think. So... or his drill, I should say. Just a nice way to get rid of some of the stuff ahead of time that I'm not going to use or don't need anymore. Oh boy, we're going directly into a big old tunnel. That's fun. And somehow we're hitting a ton of these. What is going on? Yikes. All right. Anyway, let's take this back for now. Oh yeah, hello friend. Cute costume, but you're no legionary. Goodbye. Okay, so we are gonna have to, we're gonna have to run around and light a bunch of this up. This is not ideal, but it is what it is. Let's light all this up. Then we can work on sorting, collecting, because actually diorite is one of the things I'm looking for. And then we can move on. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. That's right, I don't even need a shield. I have risen above shields. No need to put them here, because I'm just gonna go straight through them anyway, but at least on the sides. Don't really want creepers jumping down at me when I'm trying to mine. Speaking of, hey buddy, yeah. Leave it to me to find the most expansive cavern. But once again, this should control mob spawning underground and help us with our creeper farm. Oh boy. It is getting quite busy down here. I think we should probably push the mining drill through all of that. Ow. Ow. Okay, that guy's got flame on his bow. We're getting out of here. Yeah, let's just run through all of this first. I love to hear that sound. Mobs being trampled by the mining drill, and just seeing that, like they got taken out. I love it. Also, I'll mention it's a strange feeling seeing all of this iron and just going, meh, don't really need it. We've got the iron farm now, so it's just not a priority. But we will still need other things at this level, like the zinc and andesite and diorite, redstone. So, still a useful level to mine at. I can see little creeper toes down there, and he's not getting taken out by the drills, which is a little bit annoying, because when I pick it up, that's going to cause a fuss. Oh boy, that was a bit closer than I was hoping it would be. Just trying to light it up. Okay, that's probably good for now. We hit a place where we're not going through, like, existing cavern! I totally forgot about the creeper behind there. You are supposed to remind me about these things. I swear, what do I even pay you for? There we go, I think this should work. It's very similar to what we had before. I've just got some list filters on here so that things that I want go in this barrel, things I don't want get burnt to a crisp, and it's all just off one water wheel, so apparently that's enough. Let's see if I'm right about this, though. Oh wait, I just remembered something. I need another list filter. We don't want rail, coal, or charcoal leaving the drill, so we want to deny those, and put that here. So those should stay in now, because we need it to run the drill, obviously. But that should do the trick, right? Most of the stuff I don't want probably already exited via those funnels on the back of the drill, so I'm doubting we'll see a lot come through there. Yeah, very, very little. Oh geez, that fills up quickly. Okay, it's working though, and we always like to hear that. This will take a couple trips, even with shulkers. I actually don't mind though, because that means we're gonna have a lot in storage here, because it's still a little bit lacking. I didn't bring everything from spawn storage. So now the first couple mining trips that we take, we're really going to fill up over here, which is good. Yes, feed the frog. So after the mining and the cleanup, we do have a decent amount. Diorite was one that I thought we would use, and then also maybe the blackstone. We got a lot of that when we were in the Nether. But I also kind of wanted to use tough, and obviously I didn't get any of that because I haven't done the deep slate level yet, which means we might just have a little bit more work to do. And yes, I'm abusing the pants off of these schematics. I just think, why do the work if you've got them? I'm a lazy boy. Nothing wrong with that. Sloth is the mother of invention. I made a mistake. I already made a mistake. Whoops. Oh, this is bad. Okay, there we go. And I brought no water. I was going to try to get rid of this. I think I got it all. Yeah, this is going to be more difficult because, man, I just don't want to go forward at all. But even this way, it's not safe. But we're going to try it. I'm going to see if I can avoid this. Oh, boy. Alrighty. Cross your fingers. We don't run into anything too destructive, but hopefully this is okay. I hear more. I already heard silverfish. We barely got started. I don't even know. We continue. Yeah, why are there so many? This never used to happen. What's the deal with that? I'm blaming you, citizen. You've done something. I don't know what it was, ow, but I'm not pleased about it. I don't need more silverfish heads. I just said I don't need more and it keeps giving me more. No! I have to start a trophy room for silverfish heads. Anyway, we should be getting some tough now, so at least we should have what we need from a short amount. Hello, beautiful. And I will take any of this that we see. This is unbelievable. Does anybody know, like, the spawn mechanics of silverfish that can explain this to me? Because I don't understand what's happening. Okay, let's see if we can get a sorter down here. And I forgot gunpowder, didn't I? Yeah. You know what? It's fine. We're always going to forget something. At least we know what it is now. Okay. We want to rotate the other way. Get you over into the wall. Where's the water wheel? I definitely had that in the schematic. I'm not pleased about this. It's missing the belts too, if this is accurate. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. Let's get gunpowder. Then we can do this. We want to replace solid with empty. Yep, nearly there. There's our dwindling gunpowder, but hopefully that's been working up there while we're doing this. And we will have enough to last us the rest of our lifetimes. There we go. And I'm really not sure what this one's going to do because, like I said, I don't think it had the belts or anything on it. Maybe it just doesn't show when you have the schematic open, but it won't be that difficult to just rebuild whatever we're missing. So is it going to do... Okay, it is putting those there then. And that took about 2 seconds. Yeah, it's missing the water wheel. I don't know why. I also, I didn't bring water down with me. It does have the funnel, or the filters on it, which is nice. Are they accurate? Yeah, they are. Wow, nice. Okay, so we just get water, and then we're good to go. Oh wait, it didn't do the belts either. Yeah, so just a little bit strange. Doesn't quite get everything. I'm pretty sure I had it all. I did. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do this if I hadn't. And this is all awkward and weird. Strange. Okay, so if we put that right here, get under there, and under where? I know, I'm sorry. It's been a while since I've done that joke. And get you right about there. Every single time I go upstairs, grab something and come back, I'm gonna realize I'm missing one other thing. And did you decide to point out that I was missing the speed controller? No, you didn't mention it at all. Because you love watching me suffer, that's why. I'll be right back. At least we have elevators as an option. This would be the most obnoxious thing in the entire world if I didn't have elevators available. There we go. Everybody happy? Everybody good? Stuff comes out, it goes into there, it's going quickly, comes into here. We need our pit to burn stuff, and I think that's it. Well, we get there in the end. Now, I don't know where I need to place this thing. Somewhere in the area of here. Let's see. If I counted correctly, it should be right there. Yeah, perfection. Now I should be able to put it here, push it forward. That starts unloading. No? Oh, am I too close? Does it need to be here? Push it there, connects. There we go, that's what we wanted. And looks like... Did I not filter? No, I think I did. Yeah, there it goes. So deep slate all comes out. I've got plenty of that, I think. All the goodies come into here. That's what we were looking for, the tough. And we can take that all back with us. Beautiful. So now we have our mines, we have our tough, we have our sorting machines. Things are looking up in Rome. Let's head back up, put it into main storage, and see if we have what we need to start building this tower. I know, I'm excited too. We did indeed have enough materials to begin construction. I pretty much spent an entire morning working through the next few cinematics, which you conveniently get in about 60 seconds of bite-sized building. It also gives us an opportunity to talk Roman facts. Seeing that we're building a watchtower at our base, that seems like an apt topic. The most crucial function of Roman watchtowers was to provide early warning of potential threats. Positioned at regular intervals, along frontiers like Hadrian's Wall, they allowed guards to spot approaching enemies, whether small raiding parties or larger incursions. Messages were then rapidly transmitted from tower to tower, using smoke signals by day or fire signals by night, ensuring that garrisons in larger forts or legionary bases could be alerted quickly. That was my fact, but it looks like we still have some time left in the cinematics. Maybe we try a few dad jokes to pass the time? What do you call a boomerang that won't come back? A stick. What do you call a fish with no eyes? Fish. What do you call a sad strawberry? A blueberry. Okay, that's all I've got. I'm very sorry you had to go through that, but you handled it well. Let's get back to it. Well, there's a fair bit of progress. We're not done yet, but this seemed like a good place to pause. We're at the phase of the build where you've got basically just a bunch of flat faces and no detail whatsoever. So I'm thinking about that next, but I'm also thinking about the utility of this. Because up at the top, this could be maybe an observatory. If it had windows, is there a way we could kind of turn it on its would that be y-axis? So that if there's windows and it could turn, you could obviously check the landscape and see what's around you. So we might want to figure out some create components for the inside of that. But before we do that, we should probably finish this build. And I left these disconnected because I didn't want to just go from diorite to diorite in sort of a reduced diameter circle, if we can call it that. I have no idea if that's what it should be called. So I'm going to get the tuff out and we're going to see how it would look. Because I'm thinking this should help us transition between the two. And if we have this with some spruce, not really sure where, I just think this will work together. Does this look like it could hold it up or hold something up? That's kind of what I'm going for. Just, you're never really going to see inside here. Well, maybe, who knows? I might end up using this for something more than just kind of a cap for the creeper farm. But something like that, does that look plausible? A little bit spindly? Is there a way to bulk it out a little bit? Ah! Use these walls, do a little bit of that. Yeah, either way, we've got to do something like this at each level, so let's go through, do something like this, we'll see what that adds to the structure as a whole. And then the big one that we have to do is something with these. That is just very flat and plain, and I'm thinking windows, I'm thinking lights, things like walls and fences and trapdoors, lots of stuff like that. So we'll get to that, but first, let's connect all of the tower together. We're up at the top now, and I was just thinking, wouldn't it be nice if we could eventually get a beacon or something like that around here? Because imagine this whole structure, but then a light shooting up through the middle of it, and it looks like the light is what's holding up the entire orb up here. That would be pretty neat. Or I could even do something with, like, I just put lava dripping out of the bottom of that, and it goes all the way down this tower, and then we could open up the sides, put glass here, and then you could see all of that through. That way, it's almost like a lighthouse. If we're coming from a sea, you know, the ships are returning. This is a beacon lighting the way home. Got lots of ideas and very little time to execute them. Which, yes, I'm sure is a problem of my own making. For now, I think that's okay. I want to start adding details because it's bugging me that everything is so flat. So why don't we start with going through adding things like windows with lighting on it, accents around the windows. So for example, each of these is what? 7 blocks wide. So we could either have big window in the center or 2 smaller ones off to the sides. So hard to see them so far, but that's what I'm talking about when I say in the center. Or could probably get away with something like this and that. So it's 2 side by side. Right now it just looks like the tower is going, woo, like it's surprised about something. Looks like a character from a Mario game. I don't know what I'm thinking of there, but anyway, yeah, these are our options. I like the 2 side by side, but it might actually be better to just do the 1 because then we can build things up around the sides and not get too cramped with this. By which I mean, you know, maybe we've got walls here and then fences here, or even things like cogs or, you know, create type stuff. So that just gives us the room to do it. So you probably saw in the time lapse, I did schematic cannon each of these in just to save time. Maybe we'll do something similar. I'll design one entirely, and then we'll just use the schematic cannon to copy it onto the other 3. Also, pretty soon I think I'm going to need more jetpack fuel, which is good that this has been running because we will need the gunpowder. Speaking of, how's this been doing? Yeah, not too shabby. Look at that, almost a full row. I'm thinking some stairs make sense in here just to give it a bit more depth. And actually, I wasn't thinking about it, but this might be a good time for some copycat type stuff. Might have to do some testing with this. So for example, like what's a beam? Vertical step. What is that? A slice? There's so many options. I'm just curious what some of these would look like. So for example, if we have, what is this one? A copycat pane. That's strange. Why would it go that way? Can I put it like... oh, like a window pane. I see what they're saying. Okay. Not really what I want. So a beam. How does that go? That goes straight out. That could be interesting. It's almost like little mini logs if we do it that way. That's kind of nice. Not right there. We don't need one there, but good to know. Vertical step. That is, I think, more what I was thinking. If we need it to frame the outside of something, that might work. In fact, I may want something like that for... the outsides of these? I cannot figure out how this works. I'm just trying to add a little bit more to this, and I got them to do this last time, and now every time I put them down, it does that, and I can't figure out why. Copycat vertical step. This one, copycat vertical step. They are the same thing, yes? I'm so confused. Hey, there we go. How did I do that? Oh, is it holding shift maybe? That might be what it is. Okay. Anyway, so far, how are we feeling about that? I think we need something other than the tuff, because it just blends in too well with the tuff behind it. Might swap that out for stone brick or something. That definitely stands out more, it's easier to see. And then if we add some lighting into here... Can I light them both at the same time, by the way? Oh man, thought that might work. Okay, so something like that. We need a little bit extra for the sides still. But that's turning out okay. That's kind of what I was looking for. It actually doesn't look bad if we frame it with the spruce logs on the side. I'm wondering if I should do that. It's a little bit off down there, so I might have to change that. Or, at the same time, could just say it changes at that point to this. Yeah, that looks natural enough. Believe it or not, every once in a while I have a plan, Citizen. It's just, this is not one of those times. We're definitely in the wing it phase. Well, I say we do this, get the spruce on the sides that is, and then I'll figure out something to do at the top. I will replicate what I have right here at all the other windows just so we can see what it looks like all together. We'll decide if we like it or if we need more. Then we just schematic this onto the other 3. Okay, we've got a plan. Also, by the way, in case you've been wondering, yes, the jetpack is absolutely fantastic. I'm already not even realizing how much extra work this would have been, but I know it would have been a lot. Having to, anytime I want to make a change here, having a bridge to it instead of just fly around is just fantastic. That being said, I do only have 5 fuel left, so we better get a move on here. I'll go make more fuel in a second, but the question I have now is, what should I do with this? Because I kind of have 2 options to my mind anyway. I could just do like turrets, you know, like it looks like a castle tower, like it just has the little bumpy, so it could use stairs that just go ba-doop, 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 ba-doop all the way around, and that would be fine. Or should we put an actual roof on each one of these? You know, start here, come up to a peak, come back down there. Might look a bit silly with 4 of them like that. Plus, how, you know, which way makes the most sense that the front of the roof would be, unless it was all 4 directions. That's kind of complex. I don't know. I will go make more jetpack fuel, and I will think about it while I do it. I do need to go grab some more coal, but before we do that, I completely forgot to mention. During one of the time lapses, I went and finally made a Silk Touch pickaxe. So we called that Juno's Silk. Juno being the Roman version of Hera. So I thought that was a nice name, and yeah, I had to go get some more netherite as well. I completely forgot about that. I was thinking we might be working with windows and glass, and it was finally time to get one. So if you notice that we actually have 2 now, we have Jupiter's Delabra, Juno's Silk. Anyway, let's run and get some coal, more jetpack fuel, then we keep working. But looking pretty impressive up there. And yeah, there's nothing underneath it yet. You'll notice that as well. We need to build it downward to connect with the ground as well. So much to do. There we go. With what we've got, we can get, what was that, 4 stacks? Let's do it. Boom. That should be enough fuel for a while. I want to see what this would look like if I did just add, you know, the little castle-y turrets up here. Because there's a chance I'll like it, and we'll just go with it. Oh no. Oh, I'm still getting used to the jetpack. We're figuring it out. Maybe something like this, like you could walk out a little bit. Not quite a balcony, but not quite not a balcony. Of course it makes sense. There we go. I don't hate it, but I do think we want another color up on top of here. And I don't have any stone walls. Let's grab some of that. Boop, boop. There we go. That wasn't even over there. I think I just fixed it. And if we add that there, a little bit under here as well. There we go. That's not too bad. I think if they all had something like that on it, I have to wrap it all the way around with like it is here, but I think if we had that, I'd be happy. So now with all of that on, it's looking much more complete, and yeah, I'm a fan of that. I do want to put a floor in, because this might be a little bit dangerous and if anybody tries to come stand up here. And spruce planks ought to do. Couple torches. And we are happy. Let's just double check that. So comparing the two, the one over here where we started compared to this, I think that'll do. Kind of a shame you can really only see that one front face. I did the same thing on every side and you can barely see it. I guess it depends on how you're approaching it. Also, once more out of curiosity, is this gonna blow up my computer? Hey, it worked. So there it is so far at night, which is, yeah, kind of an indicator of how much I need to add lighting, but that will take care of a lot of it once we copy it onto other sides. And then we might need to add light to the center tower as well. Okay, still things to do, but first we have to schematic this into all the other ones, and I can already tell I'm gonna need a lot more material to get that completed. Yeah, I know, we were just talking about lights, buddy, just for you. I know you're afraid of the dark, don't worry. It's natural. Okay. Back to it. Fortunately, the schematic cannon works like a charm, so look at that. We've now doubled up. So I just need to do that 2 more times. Then we add lighting and window to the middle, and then I decide what to do with this. I have a couple ideas, but I'm not sure exactly yet. Right now, it's just massive floating orb. Looks pretty neat, though. Look at that. Imposing and impressive all at the same time. Why yes, just like me, thank you for noticing. I think we're gonna do the idea I had with the lava. And I just put this in the wrong spot, actually. I was gonna put, well, maybe not. Maybe we just have the lava stop there. I was gonna put a little catch thing here so that the lava didn't go all the way down and, you know, potentially if we're using this room, it wouldn't burn our little noggins. So maybe that is a good place to stop it. And then I'm just putting these ornate iron window panes here, so when you're far enough back, you'll be able to see the lava falling. And we just need to go through and do the same thing. Would it look a little bit too weird to have like a super tall window? No, I think that works here. There we go, there's all the windows in. By the way, all 4 of those are done now. I don't know if I mentioned that. I'm still not sure what I'm doing with the top, so for that reason, I'm not going to have the lava fall out of this. We'll just do it somewhere right up here. So, why don't we do that? It should fall straight down, no issues. Just landed that thing down there that we made to catch the lava. Do I have lava on me, by the way? Of course I don't. Got buckets. And somewhere down here is my lava farm. Da, 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 da. There you are. Okay, I don't see anything going wrong here. This always makes me a little bit nervous doing something like this, but once again, the point is that it's going to start falling down through all of this, and rather than filling all of these windows with lights or filling the middle with glowstone or the copper bulbs or anything like that, this should work in a similar fashion because it'll give off light, it'll shine through the windows, it'll be more apparent if we turn on the shaders in a second, and then it should stop right around here. So it'll go into that, but then it's not going to come down here, right? Pretty please? Yep. Okay, looks like we're good. And if we just back up a minute, this is looking pretty good. Did I need to do all of this just to cover up a creeper farm? No. But did I want something high up at the base that's more imposing and just makes things look generally pretty awesome? Sure did. And actually, speaking of the shaders, once again, will this blow up my computer? Ooh, bright, shiny. Yeah, so I think that has the effect that we're looking for. You do have to be kind of at a certain angle, especially for this window, to see the lava, but I think you'll pretty much catch it if you're most anywhere down there. But I am pleased. I think that turned out pretty good. Now I need to think about the orb. So give me a minute, I'll think about it, and then we'll see what we need to... I don't know, I want some kind of movement. I need to think about it, but we'll get this figured out. I'm looking at valve handles because I think that is what we want. Because then we can rotate, I'm assuming, the entire structure. Bearings have to be told not to disassemble? Well, at least I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to glue the whole thing together. I want to change a little bit of the design first, though. So we will need I think copycat trapdoor. I think that's what I want to use. And we're going to need lots and lots of gold. If only I knew where to get that. Ah, lovely. Hopefully a stack will do. If not, we have more. I'm not sure if we'll have an official entrance, so for now, I'm just going to open it up and we can drop in from the top. And I think we'll make a floor level right here. Okay, now we want to remove a section from each side, and that's where we'll put in our window panes. Seeing as this is a lookout, we actually want a way to look out. And as for the outside, I want these trapdoors to sort of outline the windows, but also wrap around. So what I was thinking is we put it all the way around each of the windows. And I could have used gold blocks, but I was worried it would stick out too far and just look a little bit awkward. So instead we're going to do this. Ooh, maybe we should use blocks here though. I don't know that I want those gaps to be there. Yeah, so for this part, we'll do that. And I might actually need a bit more gold, but that will be fine. But that's the sort of thing I'm thinking. I'll wrap around with the rest, and actually, yes, I'm realizing now it almost kind of looks like a very strangely colored Pokeball, but I don't hate it. Okay, how far can we get with the rest? Yeah, we need 8 more, I think. We were close. No matter. It's handy that you can actually fill in the copycat panel or copycat whatever as long as you're holding the other item in your offhand, because that'd be kind of a pain having to go back around to do it again. Anyway, now I think we need the whole thing to be glued together. And it would probably be more efficient to do this like gluing it in sections, but I'm just going to do one massive glue if I can. Actually, I probably won't even be able to. But if we build out to here and say there, yeah, I'm guessing we're not going to be able to take that and bring it all the way over. Yeah, it's way too big. Okay, well, we'll just do it in sections. Yeah, this is a mess, but I can't think of a better way to do it. I'm having a really hard time telling what is currently connected. There we go. I think it was the floor in here was messing something up. I don't know. For some reason, it won't take this section right here. It says blocks must be connected. Oh, I think the way I built it, they're not actually touching. That's not good. Maybe this will do it? It's a lot of guesswork going on right now. There we go. Is that everything? I think it might be. Which means it's time for a test that will almost certainly go wrong. Now, assuming that everything is connected, my hope was that we could just take a mechanical bearing, connect it here, put a valve on top of it, and then use this to turn the whole thing. But I don't know if it'll work because we're inside the glue right now, which might mean, I don't know, it just might not work. Always place when stopped, only place near initial angle, only place when anchor destroyed. I think we want that one because we want to be able to turn it on an angle and not have to worry about it like doing that thing where it stops in places. Also, I'm a bit worried about this, so we're going to take a schematic just to be safe. Now let's just get it all selected. I think that's it. Nope, not yet. That should do. Okay, ooh, I'm nervous. Because once again, the idea should be that when I click on this, right-click it, this bearing should turn the entire structure because it's all glued together. Is it going to work? Probably not. I've never done this before, but I really like the idea of it. Okay, there's only one thing to do though. What happens when we right-click you? Nothing. It just turns that block. Are we not all glued together down there? Maybe we're not. Somehow, this didn't get glued. Now is it all glued together? Now it might be. Except it looked like it was not, like, touching the one underneath it. So if I do this again, yeah, it's still going to do the same thing. Also, just double check. I haven't been moving anything, have I? No, it looks the same. Okay. Double check. This should all be connected. It looks like it is. Something's missing here. What a mess. We're going to try again, though. Please rotate the whole thing. Whoa! Okay, I saw we missed something, but ooh, that is disorienting. Is it back? Yeah, okay. Because when we do it, oh, we are definitely missing parts. But it works, which is kind of cool. Oh man, that is really disorienting. All right, we're gonna try again. And we missed more. One more time. Still, man, it is so hard to get everything attached. One more time. Oh, no way, did we get it? Is that everything? Oh, I think we missed one. We're so close. Okay, I think that's it. We now have a fully rotatable observation orb tower thingy. Yes, we need a name for this. I'm going to be counting on you for that. But if nothing else, I think it's really cool that normally you only have the 4 cardinal directions that things can be facing in. And now this is facing at angles, which I just think is a really nice touch. Man, look at that. That's imposing. And I'll be honest, this is a bit bigger than I intended when I started, but then things just kind of got away from me. I just kept placing blocks and this is what happened. Whew, we got it figured out. I'm pleased. Now we just wait to see if that much glue is going to crash the server and probably have to just disassemble it all. but that's a worry for another time. Okay, I'm gonna do some cleanup, and then we can decide if there's anything left for this episode that we can still fit in. Oh, actually, and while I'm doing that, I completely forgot I was gonna add some green stuff too, so I'll bring that up, but yeah, the rest will just be cleanup. There we go, we've got some leaves on there, the vines will grow and cover probably a decent amount of some of those, but I think that'll look nice. And I did remember one other thing we were supposed to do. I am far too lazy to come in here and constantly have to collect these, and man, that's working pretty good. So for that reason, I think we are going to automate it. We'll probably just dig right underneath that, and if we send it straight down, we can then have it come straight across this way and go directly into this vault. That way it's just in storage for us. So, assuming we want to come straight down from here, I'm probably just going to have a line of chutes leading down, and look at that, we can finally just get stone directly rather than cobble. That's nice. Ooh, hello. And we also need to bring power over here. So, where is the nearest power? We have some right here, and that should always be running. So maybe we just come in here, direct it through the wall, and then we can just access it from right there. That should do. I know, lots of shoulds happening right now. Can we just sneak in from here so I don't have to go back around? What is this? Actually, that's perfect. Connect up here, bring it along this way, and nobody's the wiser. So we'll say everything will go in via that andesite funnel, and actually we want it one higher. I don't actually know how far a belt can go. Like, can this all be a single belt all the way down? We are about to find out. Can you come all the way down here? No, I think I lost it somewhere around here. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay, no problem. That'll work. And we just connect you and you. Then that'll go right in. And actually, let's make sure we've got this spinning the right way before I even put that on. All right, how does that look? Yep, wrong way. So that would have just started emptying items out of here. That's why we do the test. We do not want to do that. There we go. This probably isn't going to work, but yeah, wrong way. If we do that, push it further by one and put you in there, that works. Okay. Couple encased chain drives, and that is looking good. So now we just have our funnel right there. That'll go directly in. We get really smart about this and remember to put down a bunch of torches. Then we go back through here, make sure this is lit up, and then I believe all we need to do is get chutes from this chest, which actually, let's dig this out so we can go alongside. Because I was about to start from up here, but I think if I put a chute here, everything's just going to shoot down prematurely and just kind of shower us with gunpowder, and we don't really want that. So instead, we can start our chutes here, keep them going all the way up. I don't even know if this is necessary. We might just be able to put one at the top and one at the bottom, or even just the one at the top, but I don't really want to risk it. So if we put you here, yep, gunpowder moving down, should end up on here when it makes its way. There it goes. Yep, here it comes. Going all the way along and directly into storage. Beautiful. That's what we like to see, citizen. Now, how do I get out so I can go check how much is in there? Think there's a way out this way? Yep. What are you doing here? Get out of there. All right, let's have a look. There you are. 1.2 thousand gunpowder. I would say that'll last us for pretty much, yeah, forever. Especially if it keeps filling at the rate that I've seen it. Which means today was a success. I'm also planting a couple of these over at the beach right nearby, because while it is really easy to go and buy our firework rockets, in a pinch it might be nice if we can make them ourselves too. Could even automate sugarcane, that wouldn't be hard. But I'm not feeling like it just now. And once again, I've got some cleanup to do, but I think I'll just leave you with a usual reminder to leave me those comments. I'm curious what everybody thinks about this one. It's a bit of a different build for me. This isn't typically the style I go with, especially that. But I've been getting into building the spheres, and I just think that's really cool. As always, there's a lot more work to do around here, and at some point, I just need to get to these pathways and do that. Because right now, you kind of have to fly everywhere, which isn't a problem, but I still want to complete this one, have it lead around the back, probably connect up with their new build. This one has to come along here past the guardsmen, go through that little chasm to connect to the front of the arena. Probably have another one go along the outer edge here as well, so there's a lot to do there, and also probably half of it's going to be train line when we get around to that. So lots to do. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you have any ideas that I can use to continue expanding the base, but as far as what we've accomplished, I'm happy with this. Once more, I gotta do this. Ah, shaders. It does look really bright with the shaders, doesn't it? Just realizing that. but things are looking good. Hold on just a minute there, citizen. Before we get started with anything today, we have to take care of something first. And I can't believe I didn't think of this. Last time when we made this tower, I thought I was super cool because I figured out how to turn it 45 degrees and have it at an angle instead of, you know, facing head on like it typically does. And many of you left comments rightly saying, why not just have it slowly rotate? What's the point of the 45-degree angle? It can just be constantly rotating. How cool would that be? So I'm thinking we turn... Whoa, that's always so disorienting. Turn this back. Probably a good idea not to keep this in here. Didn't break anything, did I? Yeah, that looks fine. Okay. And then I've just got a windmill sail and windmill bearings. I'm thinking we could probably use that. I don't know that it could be inside here. That might work, it might not. Is it worth trying? Let's just see. Can't hurt to just see if this works. So windmill bearing on top, just a random block on top of that. Put a couple of these on because I don't know how fast. I think turning this slowly is a good idea. And then will this work? Not enough sail-like blocks. How about now? Whoa! Oh, no. I broke it. How did I break it? It was exactly the same as before. Maybe it just has to be on top. We'll just move that over one, put this here. Same thing on top. Is that going to work? No. I don't know, like, what changed here? And I should have stopped this earlier. Alright, give me a minute, citizens. Clearly we've got to make some changes. I thought this would be easy. Oh, I almost had it. Now I'm going to have to wait for it to go all the way back around. I don't know how it got unglued. Like, we had this working, didn't we? There's another spot. So we're off to a great start this episode. I'm not sure what to do here because there are parts that I am 100% certain that I glue. And then I fix some other part and I don't unglue anything. And then the next time I test, something new is unglued. Almost like I'm using too much and it's deselecting or deleting some of the areas of glue without me doing anything, if that makes any sense. I'm rambling, but you probably get what I'm talking about. I cannot get it to all stay together. Let me know what I'm doing wrong, citizen. We'll get this thing rotating properly, but for now I'm going to leave it because something, I am baffled. I did this like 5 times. Oh, by the way, I had a look at all the comments about what we should call this thing. And there were a lot of good ones. I thought there were some really good ideas in here about naming the tower. And at the end of the day, I chose this one, the Helios Lookout. Helios being the god of the sun. And before you say anything, citizens, I know that's the Greek name. But the Roman name is Sol, and I don't know, Sol Lookout just doesn't have the same ring. And I get that a lot, pointing out when, you know, the difference between Greek and Roman things, but just so you know, the Romans did use a lot of Greek terms too. In fact, a lot of people in Rome spoke Greek as sort of a universal language. Latin as well, obviously, but also a lot of people spoke Greek, so I know I'm going to get the comments, I'm just mentioning it now. Helios is the Greek name, but we're going for it. Speaking of comments, I also got plenty about what to name our stockkeeper cow down here. Lots of clever ones there too, especially back at the base, the carrot shop, we have Biggest Piggus. So of course I got a couple comments about naming the cow, what was it, Incontinentia bovilis or things like that, so very clever, I do appreciate those. However, I decided to go with this one. We're naming the cow Darius, and that's after Darius, or otherwise known Darius the Great. So you've raised your stature, cow. Well, I don't have to call you cow anymore, you're Darius. Oh no, poor eggs. You see that down there? Actually, Stam is online. I never did talk to him after we finished that tunnel and, you know, also kind of destroyed Chosen's mall unintentionally. I don't want to talk about it. Let's go see if he approves of the work. Whoa. Things have changed since I last was over here. Holy moly. Well, hello, sir. Oh, Stamuel?
Hello? Are you in my walls?
Hello.
Hi.
Taking a look around.
Just floating in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Things look a little bit different than the last time I was here.
Oh, they do? How did it look last time? I don't
think any of this was here. It's been a while since I've been over this way.
Oh, so there was just a hole in the ground?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, right, yep. Yeah, it's a little different. It's my storage.
Okay. It looks like you can hold a lot.
Extremely temporary workshop, because I realized after I'd moved all my items here that my workshop was still at spawn. So I built a new one.
That'll work.
Oh, yeah. Just look in the barrel now, and I'm requesting it now.
Oh, wow. And that's coming from over there?
One of those vaults right at the other opposite side, one of the top vaults on the opposite side. Like right next to our frog port, pretty much.
Jeez. Well, how...
Do you want to see the secrets behind this magic?
Yeah, because I don't even see how it got over here.
Yeah, okay. So come this way. into the back walls. Or okay, onto the outside. To be fair, the exterior needs some work. So this is where it came from. It came from these portable storage interfaces. So if you just stand here and look on this belt, then I will go and request something.
Oh.
See it pass?
Yeah.
So basically, what these girders are, I can turn them off for a second. That places them down. These girders stretch to the back sides of all of my vaults. So if you fly up here.
So that's a contraption.
So the way that they work is, or the way the contraptions work, the portable storage interfaces will just put it in the storage, and then it will just take it out instantly. So it's pretty much an instant. You can make it even faster with toggling the funnels on and off, theoretically.
Right.
So yeah, it's pretty fast.
That is really clever. I like that.
It's fun. But what brings you over here?
Oh, well, I'm actually just starting an episode, and one of the things I was thinking was I never came by to see if the tunnel, raising the tunnel height was satisfactory to you, and also
you've done it?
unintentional. Did Chosen tell you what happened to the mall?
No. What did you?
Well, I can either tell you or show you. What do you prefer? If it's still there.
Well, I think I'd like to see this.
Okay, there we go. So
right here. Oh yeah, that's definitely taller.
Yeah, 3 blocks taller just to be safe. And
oh, nice.
One of the things that happened when I was working on this was when I got to right about here, because all I did, I just glued the area above and then used a sticky piston and pushed it up. And when I got about here, no matter what I did, no matter how I glued it, it just would not go up. I would push, I would change the way I was gluing it, the distance, all that sort of thing, and I could not push this area up. And I didn't realize until later, if you come over to this side, when I started, I was doing the testing and I pushed this part up and I didn't notice anything weird because before I started, Chosen mentioned, you might want to look above, make sure it's not affecting anything above it. And I did that and I looked and I thought, this looks fine. I don't think it's doing anything. What I should have done is gone a bit further back and then checked again, because if you fly up and look at the landscape above here, you'll notice pretty distinctly.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a line here, Legion.
Yeah, you can kind of tell what was happening by that. And if you continue seeing where this line goes, you'll notice it intersects directly with Chosen's mall.
Yep.
So after I did the work, and I hadn't seen this yet, I actually told Chosen, hey, I just got some stuff from your mall and it's not getting delivered. I think something's up with the mall. He went to look and he's like, yeah, half of it got pushed up by your work on the tunnel and now nothing works. So, but he was very understanding and quite the gentleman, and he was able to get it fixed. But I felt very, very stupid doing that.
That's funny.
Yeah. So it's all working now, and the tunnel's back.
Just like I even checked and everything, but I didn't go far enough.
Yeah. I checked 10 blocks or something and just didn't notice. And then I spent an hour or two, and if I had just looked up once, I would have seen that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad the mall works. I spent all my diamonds here, so.
Yeah, me too. So maybe it's worthwhile for sure.
Speaking of diamonds, you don't need trees, do you?
I will eventually.
Okay, good.
Yeah, because I haven't started the beautification process at my permanent base really yet, but when I do, I'll be using some of your trees for sure.
Good.
I also actually that's probably what I'm going to be working on today. Not the beautification, but trying to figure out how trains work, because I don't really know how.
Oh yeah, connecting up to the train tracks.
To connect up to yours, yeah, exactly. So
hopefully it's fun. It's fun. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'm
is there? There's not a, because I mean, obviously, I want to avoid any other occurrences like this. So, say I did connect it up to your train tracks. Is there a way that could go terribly wrong that I should avoid?
No, not really. I'd like add some signals. Just give me a shout and I can take a peek at it once it's connected up. It should be fine though.
Okay. Yeah, I will probably have you look at it before I even try to put a train on it at all, just to see if it's looking good.
Just to make sure that the signals are good so that when they intersect, you don't have trains coming from both directions.
Yes.
But yeah, that should be fine.
Okay.
You got this. You should just be able to find a point that you can hook them up to. You might have to redirect my track a little bit to make it fit yours, but yeah, just go ahead. It should be fine.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll probably design a train first, and then I'll start figuring all that stuff. But right now,
Sounds
I'm just
good.
going to practice by putting a train going in circles around my base, and we'll see if that
Yes.
works. Cool. Well, I'm glad the tunnel should work then, and
Yeah,
I'm glad.
this was fun to look at. I'm glad. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Well, cool. We'll see you later then, Stan.
Toodles.
All right, bye. Yeah, I think I was kind of hiding at the permanent base for a couple episodes because I was so embarrassed about doing that, but I'm glad we got it all taken care of. Anywho, I mentioned a Stam. Today is all about trains, and we made some of this stuff. So for instance, I have train track, train casing, what were I don't even remember what the other things were. Train controls, train station. I have a feeling we'll need more things, but we may as well bring what we have over to the permanent base. Also, we should have a look over here. No sales, huh, Biggest Piggus? Well, keep up the good work, I guess. We'll only dock your salary by half until you make some sales, because I am generous. Now, what we mentioned to Stam was that it might be a good idea to practice using a train by just essentially getting a track running all the way around the permanent base. For one, just to practice the ins and outs of trains, but also, I have a feeling we'll need an area to turn around a train anyway, and why not just use the full circle of the base to do that? And thinking of it, yeah, because this is what we were talking about with Stam right here. This is probably where we could branch off his train line, bring it across this river, bring it around here, and then I could just go around our permanent base and then bring it back the other way. I don't know if we'll get to that portion today, but I at least want to do the practice. I want to get something set up around here. Maybe we do some kind of train station, if that makes sense. And obviously we need to design a train. And yes, I have something in mind for that. So why don't we start with the track? Last time, I tried to use any little bit of train. Ah, my guards. Keep up the good work. Yes, all of you too, keep up the good work. Don't arm your weapons when you see me. That doesn't make me very comfortable. Yeah, the shooting at me doesn't help either. Anyway, this is what we were doing right here, this pathway. We used a train to get this, first of all, cleared out a little bit, but then also the path laid down. And that was using mechanical rollers. One of the things I had trouble with was the angles and the height of the train line as we were running it. Some of you mentioned one or two ways to make that run a bit smoother, essentially, so that's what I'm going to try as we lay this around the circular area around the base. So, where to begin? And I mean, in fact, we've got this wide open area right here, and it's near the water. I don't know if we would eventually want ships sending stuff out or how that would work, but we could start it right here and then have a train station connected. That way it comes around here. It's either going to have to hug this side of the hill or it's going to have to go out into the water. We're going to have to do some deforestation here to allow it to come around this way. Easy enough to come around the back because there's not much here. And then same thing on this side, not much here. We'll have to take down some of these trees, kind of hug the coastline, come back around into this spot right here. Now, one of the things I'm not entirely sure about is, do I need to clear that stuff first, or can I just lay down the train line and then just put stuff on the front of a train and that will clear it for us? Essentially just kind of bulldozing the area as it goes. Because I'm kind of thinking that would be a little bit easier. Either way, let's say that the train line's going to start right around here and it'll be level with the pathway. And does track take up 1 block or kind of takes 3 blocks? I want a bit of space between here, so, well, do I want more space than that? Do I want to build a platform over there? I might. Probably good to have a bit of space anyway. Say over here. Plenty of space. Now I was talking about the ways to make this a bit smoother, and it might even say it here. Place rows of track in bulk, click an existing track. Place second track, that's what we were doing. Turns or slopes. Try to make each turn equally sized. Holding the sprint key while connecting will create the longest fitting bend instead. That's what it was. A couple of you mentioned that to me. Materials in the offhand will be paved under the tracks automatically. Ooh, I did not know that. Well, I mean, so we could do that now. We could put things in our offhand and have it paved underneath, but technically I could just do that with the rollers anyway. We might just do that. We might just get the rollers out and kind of do exactly what we did here, just around this pathway. Yeah. Okay, so let's get this laid out, and so if I hold, well no, I forgot. We have to right click this, place track second point, hold left control for maximized turn. Okay, so you can see up there, if you look at the green lines, it's doing like a really steep drop off. But if we hold control, it makes it a lot smoother. I think I was looking for that last time and just didn't recognize that it was an option. So let's try to always hold control when we're doing that to give us a nice smooth bend on the track. And let's try to bring it all the way around the whole thing. Off we go. Yeah, so here's an example where it's going to actually go through the ground, which means we will have to probably put drills or mechanical rollers, something that can, as we do this, just kind of tear through this hill and create a new area for the train to go through. It is kind of nice that you can place it, though, pretty much wherever, and then it'll just go and just break through everything, as long as you create the right kind of train on it. We continue. I am 100% going to run out of train tracks, so we'll have to go back and make more eventually, but we're getting there. We've got to start here. It goes all the way around there. Now we just need to make it come back through the forest, and I haven't decided if we're going to go in the water. We probably will, because there's just not a lot of room here, so we'll go into the water, around here, connect back up. And then it should be easy enough if we need to up here, just separate it into 2 separate lines of track rather than a circle. But for now, this is what we want, and I don't think I even want to do this next one because I don't want to run out if I find a good spot. So we need to head back, and we need to make a lot more train track. Who remembers how to do that? Because I don't. Iron nuggets and... Oh, that's right, yeah. It was pretty easy. We made a contraption back at spawn to do that. I would like some iron, Darius. Or no, let's just get the stone slabs from you. The iron is in here. Did I never make a way to extract the iron from here? I don't think I did. I haven't needed iron. In fact, I probably have a ton back at spawn. But we're here, we may as well do this. Get this added over here. Do one of these. Of course it's going the wrong way. Why wouldn't it? There we go. That should give us plenty of iron. Oh yeah. How much do we even have? Yeah, like 9,000 total. Should be plenty. In fact, I can't see us needing more than a stack for now. At least we've got it when we need it. Yeah, I did have a bunch of iron back here. Oh well. Get some more stone, and while we're here, we'll actually make more stone. Get that cooked up, and then if I'm not mistaken, we should still have this set up. Yeah, there's still some up there. We will give each one of those a bit more. Then the stone slabs go in here, and if I'm not mistaken, there you go. That's our train track, so let's just get a ton. That should be enough for a bit, at least one hopes. Now, where did we leave off? Right around here, I think. Yeah, so we need to bring it down that way, and then I think I will bring it across the water. This is going to be a big drop if I can get it to connect. Ooh, there we go. It's almost like a roller coaster. Oh, no way. You can use free cam? If you select the first part and then go into free cam, it looks like you can do it that way. Wow, that's a lot easier. Oh, I can't place it though. Never mind. Ah, well. Ooh, that's not good. I just realized it's not going through the trees. Oh, I thought it would just naturally go through this stuff. It's not doing that? Oh, no. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to go back through and fix some stuff then. Like, is this just not? See, that one is. Why is it going through there? But then it doesn't connect here? I have to reconnect those. That's very strange. I don't know. Okay, it'll get a bit weird here because I'm having to go over the water and build these little temporary things. Hello? What kind of fish is that? It looks weird. Not sure. And we probably want to turn it this way, like that, and then see if we can get it to come all the way over here. Looks like it'll work. It's going to be coming right by this house. That's going to be a close thing, but it should be all right. Or I can move it over. Either way, I think we are nearly there. Oh, Mr. Eggs. How are you?
Hello. Coming to check out the neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a train line set up around the base just to do some testing. I don't know if I'm not going to hook it up yet to back near spawn, but I at least want to get a train built.
You like a good floating train track.
Yep, I'm eventually probably going to put something under that, but for now, it's just going to be floating in the air. What'd you think of everything else so far? What I've been trying to set up?
I like the first of all, what's the bowl or the ball in the sky?
I don't know. I think I just named it from comments, and I think we ended up going with the Helios Lookout. So I was just trying to build something to cover a creeper farm because I didn't like how it looked, and then it got out of hand, and I just kind of was going with what came to me, and I ended up looking kind of like a Pokeball a little bit.
Does it rotate? Because I see the...
Yeah, well, that's the problem. I started by... I just put a valve on the inside with a mechanical bearing, and I just turned it at 45 degrees because I thought that looked nice, but then I got a lot of comments saying, why not just have it constantly rotate, which is a really good idea. So I started trying that, but every time I do it, something becomes unglued. Like, the way it's glued changes every time I try to rotate it, and I can't get it all to stick together.
You know why, probably?
No.
Is your bearing set to only place when bearing is destroyed?
Probably not. Because now that you say that, I remember something about that with the valve that I didn't change with this one. That could be it.
So try that. And also, if you want it to be like just the ball and not have the windmill on top of it, You can put that windmill inside of it.
Yeah, I tried that first, but then I worried that's why it was breaking, so I moved it up top. I wasn't sure if that would work or not. Okay, I probably will do that then. I'll give it another shot.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Let's see. Yeah, it's missing a little bit over here and some on the inside.
That looks like I've got everything except for like 2 blocks over that side.
Yeah, those, and I think like those are the ones that I always just re-glue. Like every time I'll re-glue it and then they just. But honestly, you're not going to be able to tell from a distance. I might just let it run for a bit and see how it looks. Well, I think I'm going to finish that train track and then
I'm gonna let you finish that train track.
Yeah, then
you still have to struggle with trains.
I do, yeah.
But I'll let you get to it. If you need help, feel free to ask.
Cool, will do. I'm sure I'm gonna work myself into a corner at some point. Well, thank you.
Have fun, and
Will do.
I'll see you soon.
Sounds good. Yeah, so good point there. That could be what the issue was up there, so I might go back and do a little bit more testing with that in a bit. For now, let's just get this connected up, and can connect. There we go. That should hopefully be one train track all the way around. I kind of want, looking at this now, I kind of want to fix this. Why wouldn't it just go straight across to here? Was there rhyme or reason when I did that? Well, I guess there's a bit of a hill there. Yeah, because then I couldn't really go straight across unless I was going to build a bridge. So, or get rid of that, which I don't feel like doing right now. So I think we're going to leave it as is. Which means I don't think we're going to build the train yet. The train we're building this episode. But I do think we should build a train that has some utility that could help us out. Similar to what we did before with this pathway. I'm thinking something that has rollers on the bottom to place just, you know, whatever, stone or something. And then above that, just a bunch of mining drills or saws or something. That way, as it goes through, anytime it hits a tree, it'll just chop through that. In areas like this, it'll take out some of the dirt to make sure it's got room to go through. There's another spot I need to fix right there. Seems like trees are the issue. It can go through ground, but not trees. But then, look at this. It's going right through that one. So what's the deal? I don't get it. And I assume it's going right through all of that. Well, maybe not. I don't know. I'm going to go through. I'm going to fix up any areas where it looks like it's not completely joined. Then we'll get something built that could just sort of bulldoze through the whole area and lay down a simple track for us. Or, you know, something beneath the track. Alright, we have our marching orders. Okay, who remembers how to do this? Target track, put that there. Bound to target track. Create new train. See, I remember one or two things. Put that there. No. This is the part that confused me last time. How do I do this? Use train casing on highlighted tracks to create bogies. And there was no highlighted tracks. That's what I ran into last time. That was the issue, which I don't remember how I solved. Did I have to put it forward a bit and then back here? Was that it? That might have been it. Is that a highlighted track? No. Select track, PlayStation nearby. Done that. Switch to assembly mode. Then yeah, it should turn blue. Why are you not turning blue? There, then it does that, but create new train. There we go. Okay, that's what I wanted. And remember, this is not the permanent train. This is very, very temporary. This is our bulldozer train, which means we want those there. We want rollers underneath. Can I put you? Nope. There we go, like that. That should push through and pave beneath it. Or actually, is that too low? What did we do last time? Yeah, I think it's too low. They need to be higher. Boop, boop, boop. So actually, you go here. Maybe to be safe, we put drills behind it. I don't know if that'll matter. I just need maximum destruction. So something like that. Drills on the back, rollers on the bottom. That, well, I probably want to, I don't know. We should probably just do a test run anyway. And this stuff, I believe, all needs to be glued together. Get a chest in there just so we can collect some of the bits and bobs. And we'll put a seat down here. Train controls. No, not like that. Like that. No? Maybe it just has to be assembled in order to do it. Can it be assembled? Yeah. The bulldozer. Temporary anyway. Oh yeah, maybe it does work. And I didn't put anything in the mechanical rollers yet. I just want to clear it out first. And then we'll see about maybe laying down a pathway. But first of all, does this work? And am I about to destroy everything? Wait, am I sitting down? Yeah, there we go. Ah, there it is. Now I'm the conductor. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Will I destroy stuff? Oh yeah, I'm going straight through that. Boom. Do not stand in my way. Ooh yeah, that's satisfying. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, so I can't get stuck in there. Good to know. And this is probably why I should have put some saws on instead. Because it's not actually going to take down the trees. I'll have to come back through. Ow. and do that more manually. And every time I go through, I'm going to get suffocated like that. That's fun. Oh no! Ah! I fell off and I'm stuck. There we go. Okay, yeah. This clearly wasn't thought through very well. Kind of the hallmark on the server, though. Everybody really seems to know what they're doing, except for me. However, this is at least working. Just, got some bugs to work out. Okay, can we continue? This is the part I was worried about. Yeah, let's break through all of that. Good, good. That actually worked nicely. Awesome. This thing goes really fast. Breakthrough. Look at that. It just tears through it. Beautiful, beautiful. Same thing here. Tear on through. That is not going to work the way I like, but we'll come back and clean it up. This part might be a problem. Uh-oh. Ow. 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 No, we're good. We're good. I knew we'd be fine. Ow. 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 Hooray! I think we made it all the way back. Hold space to approach track? Is that what it said? Oh, we did it. Perfect. I wasn't worried for an instant. See, you were worried, citizen. I wasn't worried. Now we get to go back around and do cleanup. Not my favorite part, but a necessary one. Yep, give me a few minutes here, citizen. Gave quite a few of these trees haircuts, but I don't know. Beneath here, still think they should probably go. I think that might do the trick. Gotta wait for some of the leaves to go away, but I think for the most part we're clear, somewhat cleaned up. And if we really zoom out above the clouds, look at that. Track that goes all the way around the base. Defying physics and floating in some areas, but that's nothing new. Now that that's finished, I think we can safely disassemble this train, which, yeah, easy as that, okay. And we didn't put a path beneath this yet, but I think we might add rollers to our official train. And if that's the case, we could just use that to lay down the track. And we'll need to get together some materials. I really don't know how I'm going to build this. There's going to be a lot of trial and error here, but that's never bugged us before. As far as colors go, I'm going to want to use gold, but also a red block. We need to find something that'll work well for that. And I think either red wool or concrete would work fine. Maybe we get a bit of both. I think somebody's selling that stuff back at spawn. To the shopping district. Oh, by the way, before we were looking for this speakeasy, and I know many of you pointed out that I was looking straight at this, I thought it was a trapdoor. I was trying to open it. That's why I couldn't figure it out. But apparently all you have to do is stand on top of it, and I would have fallen through. Well, that's terrifying. I hate that. Awesome. Oh, this is handy dandy. I am probably going to need some red dye, actually. Little allay. Don't know how much, but for now, let's just get one of these. Give that to Squeaks. There you go, Squeaks. And I don't know where the pickup is. Oh, there it goes. All right, red dye. Good on that. Let's avoid the clown. Oh, man, I hate that. Let's get out of here. And then we've got Chosen Powder Co. That can give me some of the red concrete powder we're looking for. Let's also get yellow. I don't know if I'm going to like that or actual gold blocks better, so let's get one of each. There you go, Jeb. Okay, we've got that. I actually think What? Oh my goodness. What monstrosity. Mini golf coming soon. This doesn't look like mini golfs. It looks like some sort of titans of legend to battle the gods. I am awestruck and horrified all at once. I have a feeling we'll figure out what that is shortly, I hope. Also, I noticed a train going by. I'm trying to observe this. Hopefully this stays here for a second because we need to figure out what I'm actually building, how I'm building it. This one's pretty, industrial looking. Probably not what we're going to be doing, but getting a good look will be helpful. Like, this sort of thing, how do I put them together? If there's multiple, yeah, like that one too. Something to think about. Oh, off it goes. There we go. Okay. Valves at the back too, that's kind of neat. Anyway, I was going to say, let's head back to the base. I think I've got some wool left over there. I don't think I ever took away the tiny little sheep wool farm that I had. Yeah, here it is. You've been busy. Grab a couple of those. All right, that should be what we need. Plus many more things, I'm sure. Ow. But it'll get us a start. I also think this will be a perfect opportunity to use lots of copycat panels, or not even panels, just copycat stuff, just to make it more interesting looking. I just don't know what I would be using. I will want some more rounded edges, so maybe vertical slope. That might be the kind of thing that will give me that. Okay, we've got lots of stuffs. Let's bring it over and get to work. Let's quickly create a work area, and this will probably change, but I don't want to be falling off of this every 2 seconds when I'm trying to build. So let's set this down once again. Can I have it out here? Does it have to be? No, it doesn't have to be right next to it. Cannot build trains on curved tracks? This isn't a curved track. Give me a break. About over here and then put it there. What? This just worked like 2 seconds ago. Is it because No, I didn't change anything. It's not curved. What did I do? There we go. I don't know why it wouldn't do it up there. I guess maybe because it gently curves downward. Alright, I guess we'll build back here. Okay, so we do this. And then I'm guessing because the rest of that is blue, we can put additional bogies down over there, which we will want to do. Haven't really mentioned yet, but you're not going to be shocked by what we're building here. I'm thinking horse-drawn chariot. And if that's the case, this would be the horse or horses up here. And not too far behind would be... See, this is what I'm talking about. Try that again. Back here. I don't know exactly how far, but not too far. Probably right about there. Actually, further back. Try that. And there's kind of two ideas here. I could probably put like a seat on either side and then just capture a horse and put it on the seat. But I think that would look awkward. They're probably just going to be spinning around, facing the wrong direction. They'd be pretty small compared to everything else. The other option is to actually build a horse, and that's equally risky because it might look a little bit strange. If I use panels and wool... Actually, the legs were the part that worried me. Maybe we do like a mechanical horse. So it wouldn't have legs. It would have wheels instead. Okay, it looks a bit silly now, but bear with me here. I'm trying to think of a way that I can get one of these large cogwheels like in between here to use as a main, which was an idea that Eggs gave me. But in order to do that, I might have to make this wider. Yeah, over here is Eggs' chest set. Oh, and he was able to do that. How did you manage that? Okay, I might see what he did here. Yeah, let's head back and try that. So if we put a panel there, then can I put this... No, it won't let me place there. What about that? And then get rid of these. And then cover that. I think this will work. I just need to get the placement right. It's a little bit too forward and down. Needs to be up here-ish. We'll get there, citizen. I wish there was a triangular panel. I think that's what I need. Right now, I'm getting more, like, weird-looking dragon vibes than an actual horse. Oh no, what have I created? I think I'm gonna have to come back to this. I need to think on it. I want to work on the chariot for a minute. I like that I can use copycat blocks with concrete powder, and then it doesn't fall. That's kind of nice. I was thinking these vertical slopes could be used to kind of angle it in like that. And then the copycat half panels with gold to give it a bit of a design on the front. And then I'm wondering if we can use these things here. Why can't I place there? This is one of those instances where I had a pretty good idea in my head of what this would look like. And it's simply not coming around the way I imagined it, which is always a bit of a disappointment. Got these copycat shafts, and once again, it's just I can't get things close enough to other things to make it look the way I imagined it would look. Like, I wish you could just mash these together. I know, I understand that this space is occupied by the copycat panel, and therefore I can't get the shaft closer, but I wish I could do that. I am at least willing to try assembling this just to see if I can get that to work. Every time I look over at it, it just, I don't know, it looks a little bit goofy to me. It's a first attempt. Hey, it's a first attempt. Don't make fun of me. You watch yourself, citizen. I can only imagine there will be changes to this, but for now I do want to see if I can at least get it to assemble. I was worried this wouldn't work, because it wouldn't be connected, but it looks like it works fine. Wait a minute, does this all have to be connected to one, or do they each have to be glued independently of one another? Does that make sense? I guess we'll find out in a second. Okay, that's a thing, at least. I think I might have missed those. Get those on. Okay, I want to see what happens if I try to assemble this. Assemble train? No way. I think it worked. It'll be unnamed train for now. Are you a train, or are you just still a very wacky, weird-looking thingy? There's only one way to find out. And I put ladders on the back so we can get up here. Whoa, that's weird. I can sit on this. I can click that. Controlling unnamed train. Is the whole thing going to move forward now if I go, or did I miss any bits? I got it all? Really? Well, okay then. Hi-ho, silver! Away! I can see already that I missed some of the leaves. I just got clotheslined by leaves once or twice. We'll have to go back and get those, but look at this. Oh, man. Yeah. That is a weird looking thing. This is very strange. Oh, boy. Yeah. I mean, technically, mission accomplished. Ow. Because it is a train. It works. It's, kind of a chariot. Oh, I need help, citizen. Somebody fix this for me. Well, speaking of fixing things, I need to go get rid of those extra trees. I gotta think about this. This does amuse me to no end, so I might keep it as is, but we'll definitely need to up our train game in the future. Oh, that thing. Oh, by the way, while I'm clearing some more of these out, I have been attempting to keep up with doing both these Just Create episodes, but also continue with my usual 100 days videos. If you are newer to the channel and joined from Just Create, I'm very curious about your feedback. Have you watched any of the 100 days videos, and what do you think? Because my thought process there is, if you joined from Just Create, you're probably used to the shorter episodes, create specific stuff, and the 100 days ones are going to be obviously a bit different. So if you can leave me a comment, let me know what you think about those, I'd appreciate it. And if you haven't yet, why not go check out some of the 100 days videos? Let me know what you think. One thing I did forget, I brought these clear blocks for placement. I brought a few things actually. Wanted to see if water wheels, obviously not that way, would work okay as wheels for this, but that is much too big. Well, maybe not. Nah, I think it is too big. Try crushing wheels. That doesn't touch the ground, so that's a bit strange. Actually, between the three, crushing wheel, small water wheel, large water wheel, I still like the large water wheel the most. It's a little bit obnoxious how huge it is, but overall, I think we're gonna go with that. Well, that helps a little. I was wondering if this would make it look a little bit more like it's connected. It doesn't really, but it adds a little bit of something extra, so we're gonna put a few here. Replace that. There we go. Now that at least looks attached. Good. Now that I bulked out the chariot a bit, it looks like it's so big that the horse wouldn't even be able to handle it. I mean, well, who knows? Maybe the wheels are really good. The horse can barely feel a thing. It's like carrying feathers. Alright, that's a bit better. It's a bit more Roman punk, I think we decided we were going to call it. And by the way, you know what my question's going to be. What are we naming the train? Because right now I'm just doing unnamed train. That's what I'm leaving it. Until you tell me what we're calling it. Alright, next up, we currently just have spruce planks here. I think this deserves a better place to rest. I mean, this is probably the best train platform you've ever seen in your entire life. But I think we could do a little bit better. So I went and got some stuff, and we're going to just see if we can build something that looks a little bit nicer here. I'm thinking we'll get a diorite border around maybe up to here. That will connect up to the edge. We'll get some more mud bricks in as well, since we're already using some here. Mix these together, nice little blended look, and then we'll have it supported by spruce logs. For now, I'm just going to get some deep slate slabs under here, because in case we want to cross, I don't want to fall through. And there won't be as much over on this side because I don't think we'll really need it. We should just be over there. But once we have this in place, we should probably cover it up. There we go. Now we got a little platform, but yeah, we should add a covering to that. All the extra stuff, I don't want it to go to waste, so I think I'm just going to find little areas just to, you know, pop something like that down. Just realized that's going to be intersecting with a lot of this, so maybe we don't want to raise it up over here. And support beams need to be at least that far away so that it doesn't get hit. Getting in some diorite pillars to connect some of this. More accents with tuff and stairs. And maybe some mud brick borders around here. Then we'll follow that with some deep slate. I'm wondering if I have any of those waxed copper bulbs left over, because I'd like to put a couple up at the top here. Whoops. Yeah, because it's still pretty open. And I'll want some embellishments over here as well. But yeah, for now, let's see if we got any more lights that we could put up top. Hello, Darius. I thought we had some left over. Oh, there you are. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Thinking alternating. So if we go that, then we go, let's see, same thing on this side. Then we go out by 1, 2, 3. And then we go to this side so we could stagger it, because I didn't think about that. I don't have a middle point here, so we'll just stagger them back and forth. Whoops. Jetpack hover. And then in the middle, yeah, that works out perfectly. Let me do that. Good. Boop. Fill in the rest. Everybody happy. Then I was thinking up here, what we could do is use some pipes on either side. Follow that with shafts. Attach them up with brackets. Obviously not that way. That way. There we go. And then do I have enough chains? Oh, that's actually 2. I thought it was 1 block in between. Well, maybe we just do the front side here. So I was thinking we could connect these together with chains. I just really like that sort of thing where it goes from the pipe to shaft attached to the chain. What would you call that? Like it always descends in block size. So from bigger to smaller to smaller to smaller. I just like those sorts of things. Oh, that one is 1. Okay. Yeah, that's not looking too bad. Now we also have the front face over here that I think looks a little bit too plain. So we might do something similar that we did there. Have a pipe attached like this. Well, let's see. Ooh, or even that. I did that accidentally, but that's kind of nice. I mean, on purpose. Totally on purpose. I know what I'm doing. There's no reason for panic. Boop. Then we get a couple shafts. Couple 1, 2, 3. These brackets know exactly what I want, but they keep doing the wrong way. I'm like, oh, you wanted it to be attached. That makes no sense. And then one last pipe in between. Brackets. There we go. Makes it look more interesting. The pipes don't look very attached, though. So I need something on the ends. I've got just the thing. These ones. And why not add a bit more gold? That never hurt anybody. Except that one guy from Game of Thrones. It hurt him a lot. There we are. There you go. Nice little train platform. Didn't really think about it when I was first setting things up around here, but it's kind of nice that we have the platform, or not the platform, but this pathway right here, starting here, and then having a place to connect up to the train, because it's almost like I planned it. Which, once again, yes, I know what I'm doing, kinda. But yeah, now that it gets off here, say we were on the train, we exit here, we've got the pathway leading up, which I never use, by the way. I have this. But I mean, I've got an elytra and I've got the jetpack. Why would I be using my little tootsies running my way up here when I could just fly? But anyway, I mean, it does lead up nicely and kind of just connects everything together, which is a boon. Let's fly up on the jetpack and take a look here. Starting up there, coming all the way down. That's looking good. And now if we turn around to the pathway, we've got this nice little quaint train platform with our Roman punk-ish chariot that I'm still unsure about. But there is something I like about it. It's so different from the way I was imagining it in my head. That might be what's throwing me off. But that happens to me a lot. What are you gonna do? Also, I just turned that back on. I checked all the glue, and yet you'll notice 1 or 2 pieces there didn't get taken. But honestly, if you're just looking for back here, you can't really notice. And I want it to just be spinning up there, so I think that's very nice. I was just emptying everything off its storage, and I thought we should do that before I forget. So now, if you go back, yeah, nice touch. I guess the one thing we could do is move the windmill inside, because that's a little bit strange. But yeah, that's such a better idea, having it rotate slowly instead of just turned at an angle. Very good. The permanent base isn't looking bad. It's all coming together. Anyway, though, now that we have this and we have a breaking point, well, first of all, look at the map. I don't think that I'm going to be connecting this up today, because we'd have to get this track from here all the way over to this. So that will be a project for another day. But what I am thinking is I wanted to maybe do a little side quest before we wrap up the episode. And I hear your question. Side quest, you say? Yes, citizen, side quest. One of the things I noticed, if we call the elevator real quick and head down to about iron level, when I've been working on things around the base, and in particular when I come down here to mine, I happen to notice this right here on the map. And to me, that looks like a trial chamber. So it appears that Fortuna decided we should have one of these pretty much right beneath our base. I wouldn't mind at all having the ability to get a mace eventually, which requires the bad omen effect if you are going to give that a try. I don't remember if we have any of those, the bottles of bad omen, or what are they called? Ominous bottle, that's it. And I think you can get those in trial chambers, but part of me just wants to go hunting, because if we could find a pillager tower, we could spend some time there. Okay, we have one, but I imagine it's going to take quite a few more than that. So that's what I'm thinking for a side quest, Darius. Let's head to a pillager outpost and see if we can get some more of those. That way, if we do go back down in a future episode and try to find a mace, we're going to be all ready to go. And that means we should probably get our bow and our shield. Now we're ready. Because, yeah, we get these guys visiting us quite a bit. Ow! How'd you hit? Oh, unbelievable. I'm through the... How are you hitting me? See, this is what we're going to have to put up with. Now, I thought I did run into... Oh, yeah, it's right here. Right near our base. There's one right here. I knew I saw one nearby. So that makes things incredibly easy. Oh, speaking of 100 days videos, I kind of wish I had what I had in my last video, which was building a Roman fort. And we were able to get villagers outfitted in legionary garb, essentially, and get them to follow us around as a little gang. And we can make them do the work for us, but every once in a while the commander needs to take charge, right? Oh, look at you right there. I see somebody. You are exactly what we're looking for. Hello, friend. Goodbye. Ominous bottle. And that's bad one 5. Nice. Whoa, there's 2 more. I will take that. Thank you. There's a lot of you. Okay, maybe I jumped in a little bit too soon. Thank you. Thank you. Ow. Ow. Thin the herd. Thin the herd. Oop, I just hit that golem. Okay, we need to get out of here. Okay, that was a little dangerous. I kind of forgot I'm not wearing a chest plate. We can't let that stand, though. We're going back. Why are there so many of them? Come on, there we go. Okay, Mars Exulte, here we go. Oh, nobody raided this. I'll take those, thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Ah, thank you. Kind of forgot I had a shield, too. We should have been using that. Yeah, this is a much higher spawn rate than I'm used to with these guys. Goodness gracious. Or by Jove, in other words. Look at all these arrows. Wow, okay. That's 2 bad omen, 3 bad omen, 5. That was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be, because there's so many of them. Jeez. Hey, friends. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, I think we've got enough. In fact, that took like no time. So we might even be able to try a quick run through that trial chamber. I'm definitely going to be putting the chest plate on, though. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. We will bring the Bad Omen 5, because I think it lasts longer. Is that... Or, yeah, because I don't think it necessarily gives you, like, a better chance of finding what you need for a mace. Yeah, either way. What's the worst that could happen? Let's get the Vulcan plate on. And it looks like we want to head this way, so let's see if we can break in there real quick. Yeah, I can see it approaching on the map. Ooh, I almost jumped down there. I always forget when I take off my Elytra. Looks like we can break into it right here. Oh, I see tough brick. Hello. Alright, let's keep one of these on us. And Trials Edition. Get our advancement. Don't see any spawners yet. Ooh, there's one right... No, that's a vault. Never mind. Okay, so we've got a vault here. A chest down there. Are we going to remember that we came in this way? Just remember we're in the cactus room. Ooh, honeycomb. Why not? Nothing down here, apparently. Okay. It looks like the fun begins in here. So if I'm not mistaken, we just drink this, get Bad Omen, and let the fun begin. Alright, who wants some? Poison. Take them out quickly, quickly. I said quickly. Goodbye. Alright, what do you got for me? Ow. Don't need more silverfish heads. Potion of strength. That is not what I needed. Ooh, a head. Cool, bogged head. Nice. There was another one up here. Did that one go off too? Hello? There we go. This one is more just annoying than anything else. Slime anyone? Well, we won't need slime balls for a while. I didn't see. What came out of there? Did I get anything? I don't know that that one gave me anything. What a ripoff. I would like more spawners, please. Whoop, I just heard one. Oh, there it is. Hello. I'm just gonna stay up here for a minute. You guys just hang down here. Of course it's a fair fight. Can hardly see anything. All these particle effects. Alright, that's taking too long. We go for it. Yeah, it's the particle effects I don't like. Cannot see what I'm doing. Some interesting looking armor you got there, buddy. Another potion of strength. That's not what I want, and you know it. Where are the last guys for this? Do they count down there? Ooh, key. Is that the last one? You gotta be kidding me. Why do they keep thinking I want potions of strength? I did get a trial key, but isn't it the other one that we need? Ominous key? Yeah, to open that kind of thing. Not liking our chances. Oh, here's a vault. Trial key? There you go. Under lock and key. Honey bottles, wind charges. That's kind of cool. Not what I wanted. Hello? Uh-oh. Oh, it's these guys. Hey, buddy. I think I do need some of the breeze rods. Yep, good. Oh boy, it's getting busy in here. I think they're fighting each other. Ow. Get out of here. Nope, 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 nope. Come on, come on. Stand and fight, coward. There we go. What do we got? Oh, just what I wanted. Baked potatoes. And a golden carrot, what I literally have a farm for. So helpful. Well, I'm having some terrible luck, and I think that was the end of it. I think I just explored the whole thing. We'll go back through and double check. But I'm kind of thinking it's not our day. Have we been in here yet? Ooh, this is one of the big ones. Okay, let's just set them all off, and then we'll stay at the doorway. It's like a choke point. Hey, none of that, you. Super annoying. Not that dangerous, just super annoying. Ooh, a head. I got it. Breeze head. Neato. Come here, you. It's working pretty well. Just stay by the door, and then when I get a chance, I run out, take one out. Oh, stuck in cobwebs, are we? How unfortunate. Are you wearing diamond armor? Jeez. Ow, ow, ow. What is that? Goodbye. That is steak. We don't need steak. More steak. Wow, fantastic. Wonderful, thank you. You guys are so annoying. Knock it off. More steak. Are they literally all gonna give me steak? This is madness. Yeah, I think they're pretty much... I just got steak out of, like, everything. Well, I don't know why we have such terrible luck, but we do. We got steaks and, strength potions. That was pretty... Oh, I forgot it on my elytra again. So yeah, not helpful at all. Ow. Alright, we're calling it. Let's see if we can figure out how to get out of here. I already forget. Is it up here? Yes, this was it. Well, I guess we could look at it another way. If we ever need lots and lots of copper, we know where we can find it. Waxed block of copper. There we go. Alright, let's head home. At least we got breeze rods and breeze head, bogged heads, kind of cool stuff. It's not the reason we went there. Fortunately, we didn't take any damage while we were there, and it looks like nobody hit us with any of their arrows. I'm just that good. By the way, Darius, do you want to live up to your name? More importantly, can you, since you're a shopkeeper? No, I don't think you can. Don't worry, we'll find one of your brethren nearby, because I don't want this trial omen effect anymore. Aha! Hello, madam. May I have some milk? Thank you. Well, now that we've taken care of that, side quest kind of completed successfully. Kinda, sorta. I will remind you that we need a name for the chariot train. And thoughts and ideas too, because like I said, this is the first train. I am, like, so not practiced at this. I need tips, I need tricks, I need to know how to get good at trains. So leave me those comments, let me know what I'm supposed to do here just to, if not make this one look better, then make a new one that also looks pretty good. We also need ways to use the train, so I didn't even think of it, but we'll need to add things like storage in there somewhere. Maybe have it collect things from here and bring it back to spawn. I'm not entirely sure yet, but once again, let me know what you think. Lots of things we'll need to do in future episodes. So for now, I'll leave you with an as always, thank you for watching, and we will see you in the next one, citizens.